him being the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
I think he's the worst thing that ever happened to humanity because it produces a lot of very immature, underdeveloped, uh, selfish, narcissistic, um, hateful, blind, loyal people.
Thinker, you know your background is black.
It's not to
There it
me.
goes.
Oh no, I was
It,
I
it
was turning
literally
on.
it came back like two.
I was turning on the YouTube.
Hmm.
And absolutely, I agree with you with that. I agree with you with that. Because, and it's not only now, it's been all through history. People has used this for their own gain, whether it was, um, I don't know if I can say, slavery or um, all the other things that have happened, and they've used it in the name of God. And it wasn't in the name of God; it was the name of themselves, or trying to make themselves uh, more. So, does he get a bad rap because of bad people? Absolutely.
It's not just because of the people. The people can do what they do because of the things that the God said. Like literally, this God was a tribal God. He was a war God. He was a God of supremacy. The Israelites were his chosen people. The the message that he gave to the Israelites, that they were higher than every other human on earth, that he loved them above all humans on earth, that they would be the light of, to the nations, that the nations would bow down and serve them, that they could go in and enslave those who were not of them, that they could subjugate women, and if people didn't follow them, they could kill them.
And all those things that you said are absolutely true. Is written in the gospel, right? Um, but then also we also have before Israel, you have like the Gospel of Job. You have when Moses left Egypt and he went to his land where he married his wife. Jethro, his father-in-law, served God, and that was the same God, but that was the same God of Egypt. That was the same God of the Israelis. So he wasn't just the God of Israel. Um, he was a God before those people even became a nation.
What? I don't care if he was the god of Timbuktu. Well, I don't understand your point in saying that. It doesn't negate the fact that he developed humans who are supremacists in nature, narcissistic, genocidal. Like it doesn't change that.
But are we in agreement here that we're saying that Jesus is God?
I don't I don't believe in your God.
Okay, that's not, and listen, that's absolutely fine. That's absolutely fine. And even as Christians, we're not even supposed to force people to believe in God. We're just supposed to tell people about the gospel, and whether they believe it or not, that is up to them. And we're not
But
supposed to. We're
telling
not
people
supposed.
about the gospel and then saying if you're not with us, you're against us. If you don't believe it, you're going to burn in hell. If you don't believe it, you are a child of the devil. That's not innocent. And
If you have,
I hate it when y'all try to make it like you're just so innocent and your belief system is just so personal that it doesn't bother anybody. Like y'all ignore the fact that your belief system affects people who don't even believe like you. You vote with your
but
belief system. Women have lost the rights to their bodies because you believe a God created you and you believe a God said, "Thou shalt not murder." So now women have to lie in hospital beds and lose their rights because they have to play incubator to fetuses.
and once again, you're absolutely right because folks have taken the gospel and misused the gospel. Listen, I'm a believer, but I don't believe in anyone telling anyone whether they should have an AB or not.
You are
That's a
one
personal
person.
choice.
You are one person.
Actually, there's a lot of Christians like me out there. Because
There are a lot of Christians like what I'm talking about, and way more.
absolutely,
And way more.
absolutely,
And the topic
because
isn't Iceman is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
so Christ. Let's talk about Christ.
That's the topic, and you keep trying to make this
Because
about you. The topic is Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, and because of Jesus, people have done horrible things. People continue to do horrible things. Even the fact of us being non-believers and creating a live to talk about our experience being indoctrinated into this religion, our experiences, just living in a world where people are believers, wanting to learn and study the history of the text. Believers attack our space. Believers report us falsely. They come up, they call us the N-word. They tell us that Yahweh said that we are going to die. They tell us that we need to get raped.
and
Your
that's the
belief
ignorance.
system, the belief system
That is
that
the
you hold affects people in the world. And it doesn't matter that you or 5 other people don't think like that. The majority does.
So is the majority, because if we're talking about Jesus and people actually following Jesus, then if they follow Jesus, they'll follow his word.
And his
And so all
word
those
says
things,
to do
those
all
things,
these things, Iceman.
oh, not from the mouth of Jesus Christ.
Yes, it
If we're talking about
does.
Jesus,
Yes, it
if we're
does.
talking about Jesus, not
Yes,
from
it
the mouth
does.
of
Jesus
Jesus
literally
Christ.
says, slaves, obey your master. If Jesus talked to Paul, he told Paul to tell slaves to obey their master with fear and trembling and to do it from the soul.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. Because in that time, because listen, slavery just happened to the worst, to the African Americans in the last 500 years.
Where does your
But
Jesus say don't enslave?
slavery has been happening
Where does your Jesus say don't
forever.
enslave, Iceman?
There is no place. He said slaves need to be what? In line with their masters.
Is that he never ever condemns it? Never. And so there's, for you to be saying, yep, at that time, that's just your Jesus' message, and it has always been his message.
But look at the same thing that happened with Israel when they were in slavery in Egypt.
They weren't.
And he bought them out.
They were not enslaved in Egypt. They were corvée labor in Egypt. And if you look at the Hebrew text, Hebrew text, they were masim.
Yes.
They were corvée labor. They were not chattel slaves. They were not lifetime slaves owned for life. And Egypt didn't have lifetime chattel slavery. Neither did Babylon. The lifetime chattel slavery was created by your God.
Where at?
In Israel, in Leviticus 25. Leviticus 25, 44 through 46. Israel was the only nation that owned humans for life without the possibility of gaining their freedom. That was Israel. And that came from your God.
Did they conquer nations and take them as slaves?
Nope, your God told them in Leviticus 25,
But
44 through
they
46 that
didn't
they
do
could
it.
go to other nations and buy slaves.
Yes, but did they ever had slavery in the nation of Israel?
What do you think that means when he tells them
there's
that
one
they
thing,
could? Yes, they had
there-
slaves. Yes, they had slaves.
No, because the rules was they had them for 7 years and they had to let
That
them
is
go.
Hebrew
Because-
slaves. Those are
because-
Hebrew slaves. Hebrews could only be enslaved for 7 years. And then eventually they were not even allowed to be enslaved for 7 years. They had to be treated as workers for 7
As
years
workers.
or 50 years.
Exactly.
But foreigners,
Exactly.
Iceman, foreigners, here's where your God supremacy culture comes in. If they're not an Israelite, if they are a foreigner, they could be enslaved for life. You could go to another nation and buy them, bring them back to Israel and enslave them for life and pass them down to your children as property, as an inheritance. That's no different than in North America, the Europeans were indentured servants because Europeans were the ones that were Christians in North America. Africans were
Mm-hmm.
not. Africans were lifetime slaves because they were seen as the foreigners. They were seen as the non-Israelites.
Um, I don't want to get necessarily to the current slavery or the African slavery. I want to kind of stay on Jesus
You
because
are the
I don't
one
see
who
where
brought it up.
I know,
You
but I
are the
was
one who brought it up. And what
we're chatting,
I'm
we're
saying to
chatting,
you,
we're chatting.
I've already
Mm-hmm.
given you the chapter. And what I'm saying to you is that in ancient Israel, the slave systems that existed from your God was that
Mm-hmm.
Hebrews were indentured servants or hired workers.
Yes,
Foreigners was lifetime chattel slavery.
yes,
The same system that was used in North America, where Europeans were indentured servants and West Africans were lifetime chattel slavery. That structure was created by your God.
that structure was created from a couple of texts in the Bible,
By
and
your God.
men ran with
By
it.
your God.
Men
Your
ran
God
with it.
spoke those words in the Bible. That your God thought up that whole entire scheme. It's your
Men
God.
ran with it.
And your God,
Me-
your God told them to.
And they
if you're
didn't
going to look at it,
go far.
if you're going to look at it as that short term, then that's fine because you know the same thing.
What do
It
you
was
mean short
this.
term?
No, no. If you're looking at it from that perspective and said that this is what happened because they just didn't just was put into slavery. They were taken. They were lied to. And
Who?
if you recall, the
Who?
American
Who was that take?
the
Who?
blacks
What does
because
that have to
even
do
in
with anything? No
but
one.
even
What
in
does that have to do with
Africa,
anything?
wait a minute, wait a
Hold
minute,
on.
wait
No,
a
no,
minute, wait a
no.
minute,
Stop.
wait a
Stop.
minute,
Stop.
wait a minute,
Stop.
wait.
What does that have to do with anything? Your
Let
God.
me talk.
No,
Let
no,
me
no,
answer. Let
no.
me
What
answer.
does that have to do with anything? Your God. What we are talking about is the fact that your God condoned the slavery. Your God gave those regulations to Moses. Had your
Okay.
God not created that system, had your God not condoned that system, the Europeans later on who taught Africans about this God wouldn't have been able to do it. It was
So where
your
the
God's
Egyptians get it from?
idea.
Where the Egyptians get it from?
The Egyptians didn't have lifetime chattel slavery. Egyptians didn't
Where
have
did the
slavery.
Africans?
Egyptians did not have slavery based on ethnicity or
Mhm.
race, and neither did
Where,
Africans.
where did the African get it
They
from?
didn't have slavery based on
Of course they
ethnicity or
did.
race. They did not.
Absolutely.
Africans did what? Africans did not have slavery based on ethnicity or
Listen.
race.
No, no. It's based on just
They
people.
did not have slave systems based on superiority. No, they didn't.
Have you ever heard of the Moors?
They did not have That's not.
Have
That has nothing
you
to do
ever
with. That
heard
has
of the
nothing to
Moors?
do with slavery based on superiority. The Moors enslaved everybody.
Because I don't see anywhere in the Bible where it say that a man is a slave because of the color of their
They
skin.
are a slave if they are not an Israelite.
An Israelite is just a religion
And that's and back
or
then
a people.
Israelite was an ethnicity. And if you would listen, as I stated, your God is the one who created the supremacy structure. Your
But
God said
keep in mind
Hebrew. Stop
too.
talking while I'm talking. Your God said
Wait a minute,
Hebrews.
come on, come
Your
on.
God
Let's be
said
respectful.
Hebrews were
All right,
indentured
Mitchell.
servants. Your God said Hebrews were the indentured servants, and
Hmm.
everybody else, the foreigners, the Gentiles, the Goyim, were the lifetime chattel slaves. Your God created that structure, that supremacy structure.
So you mean to tell me that black people put other black people in slave?
Your God created
One
slavery
minute, one
by
minute,
on the
one minute, one
basis.
minute,
Stop,
one
stop,
minute,
because you
one
are
minute. Wait a
ignoring the
minute.
fact.
Then
I'm not
shut the
ignoring your
fuck up.
question.
You are. Your God created the supremacy structure. The supremacy structure.
Even if the supremacy structure is created, you do know that David, Solomon, they're all black.
No, they're not.
What are you
That don't make no
Oh,
fucking
God,
sense.
God, okay. I understand. I understand. If you really think they weren't black, if you really
That
think the
doesn't have
first set of
anything
it,
to do with what
but
she's
wait a minute,
talking about in the
because no,
hierarchy
no,
that
no,
was
no, no. Wait a minute.
established for
We're
the
not talking.
chosen children of Israel. It has nothing to do with what you're talking about. Absolutely nothing. Right? And when you're disgracing your African ancestry with the bullshit you're spewing, Hebrew Israelite, like, do a DNA test. Jesus Christ. Like, y'all are weird.
I mean, it's cool if you guys want to call names. I don't mind, but I
What
mean, if
name
you're gonna
did she
stick to
call you?
topic,
What name did she call
well,
you?
well. L told me to shut the f
What
up,
did
and
she call you a name?
L told me to shut the
Did
f
she
up,
call you a
and
name?
this young lady just said I'm a disgrace, and
Did
she
she
don't even
call
know
you a
me.
name?
I think I've been respectful to
Did she
everyone on
call
this
you a
line.
name though? Did she call you a name?
No, no, but I'm saying I've been
Exactly. She did
respectful.
not call you a name. She didn't call you a name.
Okay, okay. She told me to go take a
She
DNA
didn't call
test.
you a name.
Yes,
Okay,
you
that's
are
fine.
claiming.
That's fine. That's fine. But I'm just saying. And if we're talking about
You're
Christ
saying things
being
that's not
unique,
true. And you don't like to be
well,
called out on the stuff that you say.
wait
You
a
said
minute.
something that was not true. She did not call you a name.
I allow you to speak.
You
I
don't
I
allow me
kept
to speak on
quiet.
my panel.
I I kept quiet.
You don't. No, you didn't. You kept talking while I was talking. You did not. And you don't, when you said something wrong, you accused her of calling you a name. And she did not call you a name. And when I point that out, you try to ignore that. And you start talking about, she told me to shut up. L told me to shut the F up. That's not calling you a name. You lied. You accused her of doing something that she didn't do. Why don't you address that?
What I will address is that
Why don't you address the fact that you lied on her?
So not the blatant lie, huh?
I didn't lie on
Not the
her.
You
blatant
lied.
lie,
She
right?
did
That
I
not
you
call
wanna
you
said
a
you wanna
name.
push.
I said that David and Solomon
No,
were both
you
black.
lied and said she called you a name.
They were both
You
black.
lied and said she called you a name. Look how you're ignoring that the same way you was ignoring the supremacy structure. You think
Lying
that
to
we
get a
can't see
DNA
that?
test isn't
No, 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 no.
calling you a
Listen,
name either.
I'm absolutely not here to argue with you guys.
But
I
I'm
we
am,
are
glad that you
not
though,
brought
here
me
to
up.
be
and I'm just trying to
gaslit.
make a
I'm no, no, not gaslit.
Yes, you are trying to gaslight us.
I'm glad you
You're trying
brought
to
me up.
manipulate us.
I'm glad you brought me up. But listen,
You are
God loves
gaslighting.
every
You are
single
gaslighting.
one of
You are
us.
gaslighting us. And then you tried to come up here as if you
And
are
I'm not and
different
I'm
than
not in,
any other
and
Christian,
I'm
and you're
not
not.
interrupting.
You're doing the
I'm not
same thing.
interrupting.
You're doing the same thing every other Christian does. You
I
are
said
deflecting from the
nothing.
point. You're deflecting from the point. You're deflecting from the point. You are being accusatory, and then when called out on it, you ignore it. And then you try to victimize yourself. You are not different.
Victimize. I
Yes,
just
she called me a name, that was a lie. You are just like your brothers and sisters in Christ. You are no different.
okay. I am so glad that you feel that way. But you listen,
No, you're not.
I pray for all you guys,
Oh, don't nobody
and
give a damn. Your prayers
and
don't work. Your God doesn't
I
do
hope
shit
your
for
lives stay on.
society. Your
I
prayers
hope
don't work. Your people on the continent of Africa are
yeah.
starving. They're starving
Keep
because
muting
this
me.
God was brought
Keep
into
muting.
the continent. Your
Keep mute
prayers don't work.
in the name of Jesus.
In the name of Jesus, what? In the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. You don't have the victory. Food is scarce
yeah,
and they
TC, you
took
are right.
your gold because you keep on calling on that fucking God. What? In the name of Jesus, what? What's gonna happen?
Thinker, please.
That hurt my stomach.
She's
Shit. Like you,
I'm sorry, that was too quick. I'm
what is
sorry.
Jesus going
That
to
was
do?
real sad.
He said, "In the name of Jesus," as if he's gonna come and fill one of these empty boxes and let your ass down so he can take up for you. He is not your sword and shield, right? The Holy Spirit is not your comforter or your guide or your friend because he's left you up here floundering, right? Talking
Jesus
about
have
David and
nothing to do
Solomon
about
are
this.
black and just being a blatant liar. right?
only
Like,
thing that
that's
I have everything
weird.
to
If
do with
my
this is
comforter
that
allowed me to be set up and embarrassed
I'm
like that,
being
I would be pissed off, right?
I'm being
I would be annoyed just like you are,
I'm being
right?
mute.
And the
That's
fact
why you're
that
lashing out.
you want to be the people in this book without the fucking power or wealth or land is it is despicable. And she was right to say that that's a disgrace. You're trying to claim that you are of the descendants of the people in this book, and you don't have anything to show for it. They
I
came
never said I
in
was
with this
descendant of
book
these
and they
people.
took your ancestors' land. They came in with this book and took your ancestors' gold and still take their gold to this day. Take their cobalt to this day. To this
Okay.
day. And you claiming to be the people in this book doesn't do
Are we
shit for the people
are we still
on the
talking about
continent of
Jesus?
Africa. And neither does you calling on Jesus.
Are we still talking about Jesus here? Are we still talking
You
about
need to
Jesus?
change your name to Delusional
What did
Man.
calling on Jesus do for our ancestors?
No, I'm saying because you're saying this is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, but then you're rambling about all these things. I know that he is unique, and there was no one
You
like him in
are
history.
you are
Delusional or
a
not
prime
delusional,
example
no
of why
one.
this Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. You are delusional. You are delusional. You can't even freaking like what has your Jesus done for the African diaspora? What has he done?
Oh, you're asking me a question?
What has your Jesus done for the African diaspora? Israelite. You are of the people of the book.
I'm not an Israelite.
You literally said David was black.
Yeah, David was
David,
black, but I'm
these
not
are
an
our
Israelite.
people.
No, David was
What
black.
has this God done for the African diaspora?
I know David was black.
What
Solomon
has
was
this
black.
God done for? They didn't even exist. What has this God done for the African diaspora?
From okay, you gonna let me answer that question?
Answer the
One of the most
question I'm asking.
one of the most important thing that God has done for the Africans, because the tribe of Judah is still missing, but the tribe of Judah sits today in Africa. The tribe of Judah, you can find
What
them in the people of
has,
Ghana.
even if
Oh,
let's say it has. Hold on, let's
stop
say it has.
interrupt. I mean,
I don't give a damn
what?
about that. I don't care. You
But you're
can say,
asking me.
shut up.
You are
You can say
asking
the
me.
tribe of
You
Judah
are.
is in Africa. What the fuck has it done for Africa?
It done enough for Africans. You
What?
know what? I'm gonna tell you right now. You are rude and
What
disrespectful.
has the tribe of Judah sitting in
You
Africa
keep,
done for
you keep getting
Africa?
mute. I keep
Can't
getting
tell
Answer the
you.
muted.
He
fucking
can't tell you.
question.
I answered the question, and I'm not gonna curse at you the
I
way
don't
you're
care.
doing your ignorant
I don't
self
care.
right
Answer the
now.
question.
Come on, drop me down.
Drop yourself down. Call on Jesus. You just called on him a minute ago.
I don't have to call on Jesus. I
Say
don't have to call on
in
Jesus.
the name of
This
Jesus,
have
in
nothing
the
to do with
name of
Jesus.
Jesus. I
But this
need
is
to
actually
get
showing
off
how ignorant
TikTok.
you guys are.
I don't know how to hit the disconnect
Ignorant
button.
you
I've
are.
gotten myself in
No,
some
I know how to
shit.
disconnect. I know how to disconnect, but I want
In
you
the
to
name
disconnect
of
me.
Jesus. Call on him.
Because this is just showing you how ignorant. We
Call
can't have a
on him.
simple conversation. I listen to you guys night after night,
Answer the
and I
dang
pass by,
question.
and you're still
Answer
And you should be
answer the
smarter
ignorant
question
than
and
that.
then.
acting silly and
Answer
silly.
the
I'm not even going to
I
question
answer the
stalk
then.
her
question
night after
because the
night.
question is about Jesus Christ and how
What
unique
has
Jesus Christ
Jesus
is.
done for the
What I can
African
tell you,
diaspora?
what I can tell you, He is the one that made time what it is today.
What has he done for the African diaspora? I'm
What
just
I
going to
can
keep
tell
asking the
you,
same
we
question.
talk about in the name of the Lord
What
because of
has
Jesus.
Jesus done for the African diaspora?
He's unparalleled. That's what he have done.
What
He's
has he
uncomparable. That's
done?
what he have done.
What
There is no
has he
alternate
done?
possibility.
You know you're
And if
doing
there's
all of that
only way
because
to
you
be
know he
saved,
hasn't done
is
a
to be
damn
saved
thing.
in Jesus'
You're
name.
doing all you're saying all of that because you know he hasn't. You can't
No,
name
I know
anything that he's
I
done.
know he existed before
What
this time was
has
there.
he done?
I know he was in the beginning and
What
he is in the end.
has
And
he
he is
done?
still taking care of the black
What
folks in
has
Africa
he
today.
done?
What do you mean, what have he done?
What has he
Is
done?
Africa wiped out? Is
What?
Africa still not standing?
What?
Is Africa still not the richest continent?
Who owns it?
Is it still
Who owns Africa? Who owns 94% of Africa?
You best look at
Who owns 94% of Africa, Iceman?
taking Africa back.
Who owns it?
He's the only person whose conception
Who
has a
owns
relationship
it?
with his origin.
Who owns 94% of Africa, Iceman?
Listen.
Who owns it?
Christ.
Who owns 94%?
It's the best thing.
Yeah, you can't answer that because you fucking know, you know damn well that your Jesus hasn't done anything. Your Jesus hasn't done anything for the African diaspora. You know that. And all you have are these fucking vague ass statements that don't mean shit. Because it don't feed people. It doesn't house people. It doesn't heal people. What it does on the continent is it creates people like you, pastors like you, that go around and give people false hope so you can take the little money that they do get so that you can live in a better house while most of them are still struggling to get clean drinking water. While most of them have little girls that have to prostitute themselves so they can get a piece of fucking bread. You know damn well Jesus haven't done anything for the African diaspora.
What are you doing?
I do what I do. That's all you need to fucking know.
Because
I do what I do. I do what I do, and I don't need your Jesus to do it.
Exactly. But I could tell you what I do.
I don't give a fuck about what you do.
Folks in Africa.
I don't give a fuck about what you do. I didn't ask about you. 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 I asked about your Jesus. I asked about your Jesus. I asked about your Jesus. I asked about your Jesus.
I told you about my Jesus.
Your Jesus ain't doing shit.
Was before any other man. Jesus clearly claimed to be God. And I think that's what's upsetting a lot of people. Even in Christendom. Even inside Christendom. But I could tell you, I can stand here, I can talk, I can have an intelligent conversation.
No, you can't. No, you can't. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck. I don't care that you don't curse. That doesn't make you a better person.
So
I don't care. I don't care. And then the fact that you keep talking while I talk, I'm still, my voice is just gonna get louder and louder. My voice is just gonna get louder and louder. It does not make you a better person. You are no different than any other believer that has come on this stage. You are no different.
Stop muting me.
Then stop fucking talking while I'm talking.
Tell them stop.
Then stop talking while I'm talking.
You better.
Who are you that I need to stop talking while?
That
the host of this live.
and that'll keep you getting booted. In a minute, you're gonna be calling on Jesus again. That's who I am, the host.
In the name.
And you couldn't even get Jesus' name out. You can't even get Jesus' name out. Ain't nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna stop. The only thing that's gonna happen is the numbers are gonna go up. Nothing's gonna change. Nothing's gonna stop. Like, you just gonna sit there and fight the fucking mute button. That's all you're gonna do. Is fight the mute button.
What?
Good night.
If you're saying good night, then leave instead of trying to cast out demons. That
he don't know how.
His ego.
That's weird.
His ego was eating him up. That ego was eating him up.
Reset your goal, thinker.
He know damn well he couldn't name one thing Jesus has done for the African diaspora, and that fucking gaslighting, I can't stand that shit.
And he's in a live that's having fundraisers right this second.
And then the crazy thing is like I don't even have to tell him that. Nope. You know what I'm saying? Like, because that's not even like I'm not here to brag about nothing like that. But if we're asking you what has your God done for the African diaspora, and you keep on trying to deflect from that shit,
that's how you know he lost.
And then like he wanted to ignore the whole supremacy aspect of the slave system that his God created. Slavery did exist before this God came on the scene, but it wasn't based on ethnicity. It wasn't based on superiority.
Victor, didn't you?
Oh, keep praying, sweetie. Keep yelling into the void.
And didn't you share that like Babylon only had slavery for, I mean, indentured servitude for 3 years rather than 7 years?
Yeah, Babylon was 3 years. They didn't even have lifetime chattel slavery. Babylon didn't go beyond 3 years. Egypt was their indentured servitude was 7 years. You were released in 7 years, and their chattel slavery, you worked your way up. You either paid off a debt, or you worked your way up. Like theirs was rehabilitative. It wasn't for life. There was no slave system that was for life and passed down humans as property. That was Israel. Israel's the only one who did that.
Oh, so they stole the 7 year thing from the Egyptians.
Yeah. Assyria was 7 years too.
Looks like this God is definitely not original. Stealing laws and commandments from other people. Were they truly ever fucking free then?
Who? The Israelites? Huh? You said
Yeah, if they're sitting there copying, if they're copying things from, oh, go ahead.
no. I didn't understand your question. Say it again.
No, I was saying then they were truly never free. Like if they were still influenced by outside nations in order to build their own nation, how is this God giving them anything new, right? Anything different? What is really setting these people apart? Fucking nothing. Nothing.
And that's the thing. Like when we
They
asked them that
sacrifice you.
question, huh?
No, I was just saying they sacrifice children and everything. But you said when they asked them that question,
When we ask them that question, they don't have an answer to it. Like, and it irritates me. Like I swear they starting to get on, like really get on my fucking nerves. Like their gaslighting irritates the fuck out of me. They don't have a. It's not in them to be truthful.
had a lot of liars on the panel today.
And they were all black men, unfortunately. That's the fucked up part. Well, we had the one
Well,
racist.
yeah, that guy.
They were all Hebrew Israelite type, or Jesus was black type. I'm trying to find
Like,
the
what is the
huh.
what is the need to have this like thing attached to us? Oh, P.S. They said it was my live that got violated, not yours. As if I was live and not a guest.
Huh?
And they would not let me. They denied my appeal.
Yeah,
What?
this is targeted.
I sent it to O, so I'll send it in. If when I get
You
into
might
the,
want to send a support ticket for that
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, you need to
I
send
did.
out a support
Well, I was
ticket.
gonna ask you, Thinker, what message did you send? That message you sent, because I want to send that plus like what they just did, because that was stupid. Like I wasn't live. What the fuck are they talking about? Or rather, I wasn't hosting.
I so I said, for which one? For the one for you? Because I had to send two. I sent one
Yeah.
regarding the guy calling us the N word and how they have violated 3 black women, but they let that guy repeatedly say the N word and didn't violate him. Um, and then the first one I sent,
Can you send me both?
I have to kind of like paraphrase because once you send it, I don't have access to it anymore. Like you're asking me to send you what I said in them.
So I wanted
Yeah.
to copy that, and I want to tag your name. I want to tag Ria's name, my name, Fee's name, in that, so that they can reference your message. The more messages that come in about the same event, I feel may be, sort of impactful.
Yeah. Hold on.
Hey, let's
Do
get
y'all
these
ever
likes up to 200K, please. And Thinker has a gift goal of the High Bears.
do y'all ever get the thing where people are tagging someone but y'all never see the person they're tagging in the
No?
comments?
Mm.
That happens to me so many times. Like I do not see, well, God's son, but so many people are tagging them,
I see
and I'll
him.
scroll up.
He just commented.
I, let me scroll, because I'll scroll up and I'm like, what is this person saying? I see Melchizedek, cognitive.
Yeah, I think
What the
you're
heck?
telling him to basically hop in a back box. Probably one of those. I want you to go to heaven, Christians.
Yeah. That's weird.
No thinker is killing them keys.
For real. Y'all tap the screen like thinking tapping them keys.
Jeremiah said, thinker typing up a diss track.
There you go, Zena. I sent it to you. That last guest
Thank you. I
irritated me
appreciate
so
it.
bad. Like I cannot stand a nice, nasty, gaslighting motherfucker. I swear I can't.
That's them Christians, nice nasty.
Yeah, but like, and his doing of it is just like I don't know. It's just something about the way he was doing it. Like mm, I don't know. I think the more and more I talk to believers, the more and more I realize how dangerous they are as people. And I just and I when I say dangerous, like they're very skilled at, like, it's revolting. Like it's just ooh. Yeah.
It's
They're
weird
very
that we never picked that up. You know what I'm saying? While we were
yeah.
Christians, because I never behaved like that.
Same.
Yeah, manipulative and narcissistic. And I think the fact that we never behaved like that is why we deconstructed, why we ended up on the pathway of deconstruction. You know what I'm saying? Like we would, as a Christian, if we did
Yeah.
see a narcissist, like we wouldn't, 9 times out of 10, we would be a victim of the narcissist.
Hmm.
Like, yeah.
Yeah.
The way they just like, ew. I don't
And
know. This
She
scribe guy, this is
Messiah,
y'all's
it
friend. I don't like his ass
is
either.
She Messiah is called an internal critique. Okay.
Kevin, not our
You
friend.
got that?
Huh?
That's Kelvin.
Yeah, I don't like his ass.
Kelvin ain't our friend. Kelvin.
Oh,
He weird and he blames his mental illness on his bad behavior.
I don't like him. The way he disrespected me yesterday on Christina's live, like I swear, like I would get this. The live would get taken down for real. I don't fucking like you,
Scare of truth.
and I'm not gonna put myself in the position to argue with ignorance. That would literally be making myself mad for no fucking reason. Like you're not worth my time. Well, I can see that your ass ain't up here, mommy, whatever the fuck your name is. Well, then why the fuck are you here then, mommy? Gotcha, whatever the fuck your name is. Why are you here? Obviously, I am worth your God's time because he got your motherfucking ass in my comments. He got you here, crying and whining. So obviously, I am worth his time. See, here's the difference. When I say Calvin is not worth my time, I fucking mean it. And I don't bring Calvin up. You're talking shit and you're in my space. You're here because I don't like your God. You're not me. If I did have problems, you're here to see what they are.
Yahweh ain't one.
Just remember that. The King Dusty.
Hi, how are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm good.
That's perfectly fine. Carmel. King, how old are you?
I'm 19.
You can't be up here. That says 21 plus. Okay.
My apologies. Sorry.
No worries. Have a good night.
You too.
All right. Well, then why the fuck are you in here with the lowless demons? Where's Dante? How are you?
Hi, Finger. How are you? It's Saint Books. This is my backup account. I'll just come and say hello to everyone. I'm gonna drop down right now, actually. I just wanted to say also thank you very much, and I absolutely appreciate you for actually joining my live last time and actually being present. It like honestly means a lot to even have either of you, any of you, to be in my live. Like in my eyes, you guys are role models. Forget about what anybody else say. In my eyes, y'all celebrities. That's all I just wanted to say.
Thank you so much. Thank you for coming up.
Absolutely, no problem.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Mama's gotcha. You can't do that with Jesus, can you? You can't hop up and be like, Jesus, in my eyes, I just want to say thank you, Jesus, because in my eyes, you have done everything. You can't do that, can you? Can you, Mama gotcha? You can't go in Jesus' house and sit down and be like, Jesus, thank you, Jesus, for everything that you done for me. You got to say that shit in your head. You gotta thank Jesus to yourself. Like being in a relationship with Jesus, it's like telling people that you have a boyfriend or a girlfriend, and then you in the mirror kissing yourself.
They go to a different school.
And then you getting mad at us because we don't fucking believe that you actually got a girlfriend or a boyfriend. For real, that's what it's like. They big mad because we don't believe that they actually talking to somebody at midnight on the fucking phone. Pillow talking with yourself. Oh, that's rich. The crazy thing, y'all find me more than you find Jesus. Like y'all put in work to find my ass. Like literally, this account it doesn't even have my name on it, and y'all motherfuckers found me. Y'all pretty soon y'all gonna be going door to door talking about have you found Thinker? Have you found Thinker?
No.
Like it's crazy. Like we like one account gets taken down, we move to another account, and them motherfuckers find us no matter where we are. Like this isn't even my account, and here the fuck y'all are.
They look like that Dave Chappelle skit. Mouth all ashy, scratching in there.
Exactly. Where Thinker? Where Thinker? Have you found Thinker?
Y'all got any more of that thinker? Oh gosh, I love it here.
You gonna force truth? You
Wow,
be the
that
first motherfucker say nobody forces. Jesus doesn't force.
that's grapey.
I'll be right back, thinker.
Okay. Yeah, we are 14 hours in. We have 10 hours to go until the 24-hour live is up. Y'all know why we are here. Don't forget, we are. Don't forget fee. And Cash App and Venmo. Don't forget to check the Discord for her PayPal. Also, Christina's birthday is today. If you want to wish Christina a happy birthday, her Cash App is on the Discord as well. And don't forget that you can purchase tickets to the Mutual Aim fundraiser for Chad at Ria's bio. As well, the link is in the Discord as well. Love, is she asleep?
No, I'm here.
Oh,
Oh,
okay. It sounded like you were asleep. So we can't give any links to the Discord right now. The Discord is for nerds, and I can't tell who's a nerd on this page. So we have to wait until we go back to the main account so we can see who all are nerds, and then we can get you the link to the Discord. Love, is it Love Passion? Is that your name, or
Yeah,
how old are you?
47.
All right. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I think that it almost put me to sleep just reading it.
That's rich. You think
Man,
that's
you
what
know,
I
I'm
was
so.
asking? Like it's kind of funny, right? Because
It
you
is.
came in, right? You're going to expect me to have a respectful conversation with you when you
I'm
didn't
trying
start
to.
off you didn't start off respectful. You actually think that was a respectful
I was
answer
just
to
trying to make
give?
a joke.
Why are you talking while I'm talking? That wasn't a respectful answer to give. You starting out that way starts the conversation off in a very negative way. And then you're going to not like that. If you go south, I'm going to go all the way to hell. You're not going to like that. I would like to respect you. I would like to have a civil conversation with you.
Okay.
We can start back over. What do you think about the topic?
I think that, according to what I've learned, it doesn't make any sense to me.
You want to
I
elaborate
mean,
why?
yeah, I mean, like Jesus Christ, apparently, according to this story. I mean, if you want to stay on biblical, in a biblical nature, the story's not about harming humanity. It's about giving life and life more abundantly and having everyone happy to some degree. We're not sinning against each other. So, I mean, I don't see. I mean, I can see how that can look for people who are injured and who are hurt because of life, and they blame Jesus, but I don't think Jesus, as who he is, ever did anything to harm us.
What does Jesus do for humanity today?
Well, it's not about what Jesus does.
That
It's
I'm
about what.
asking you. I asked you a very specific question. What does Jesus do for humanity today?
Well, he left everything we needed to know in order for us to do better as humanity.
What does Jesus do for humanity today? Is my question.
Well, he keeps us alive.
How does he do that?
Each by letting us breathe and letting
How
our
does he do
blood
that?
circulate. Just allowing it.
I'm asking how. How does he do that? Does it's when you say he allows it? Is
Okay, I'll
he
explain
is
it.
he
I'll
like
explain it.
is he like killing people every day? And if
No,
you die,
it's
did
like
Jesus kill you? Did he disallow
no.
you to breathe if you die?
Okay, well, that's a whole. There's like a lot of stuff to talk about in that area, but what I would say is, for example, if you believe in the scriptures, that means there's an enemy who inherently is very unhappy with humanity and does not like us at all. So by God's intervention constantly, every day of every minute of every second, we're able to live. Because if he did abandon us completely, we wouldn't be here.
So when you say if you believe in the scriptures, there's an enemy that does not like you. Where in the scripture is this enemy attacking humans?
Oh, okay. So when he attacked us in the garden, right? When he first started the whole
How did he
problem.
attack? How did he attack humans?
All right. Well, he had us open a doorway through the fruit in order to enter in a lot of different things into humanity.
So in the garden, a
Mm,
serpent, who
mm.
you believers uh, believe is your enemy,
Well, everyone's
talk to.
enemy.
I'm sorry. Why do y'all do that?
Sorry,
Yeah, and
sorry.
then y'all
I'm just
y'all
trying
gonna
to
keep
talk to you.
saying, like, you're gonna keep saying you're sorry, and you're gonna keep doing it, right? And then
It's
I'm
not
gonna
that.
get
It's just
very frustrated. So you're doing it now,
I
and I'm
can't
gonna get
conversate
very
with you.
frustrated, like you're still doing
Okay.
it. I'm gonna get very frustrated, right? Because it's disrespectful for you to talk while I'm talking, and then you're gonna end up victimizing yourself because I'm not gonna allow you to keep doing it. As I stated, I want to have a civil conversation with you. This is my second time asking you not to talk while I talk. You all believe that the serpent in the garden is your enemy. That serpent in the garden had a conversation with a woman and told that woman that if she ate a piece of fruit from a tree, that she would have knowledge of what is good, that she would have knowledge of how to decide what's good and what is evil, like the God did. You all today should have the ability to decide what is good and what is evil. But because y'all have decided that you don't need to decide that, the world has a shitload of evil in it that is excused by people who believe in this God. Because you think that being able to decide what's good and what's evil is bad. And you see that as an enemy and as an attack.
Yeah, I believe there's a lot of information that I could not explain in a 5-second scenario while you're preaching. It just doesn't work that way. We'd have to conversate back and forth and have open dialogue, not just you preach and then I have to answer your questions. It doesn't work. Conversation doesn't work that way. If I interrupt you, it's not because I'm interrupting. I'm trying to conversate with you before you spiel out a whole bunch of stuff.
That's how fucking conversations work here. Go talk to Jesus or talk to your motherfucking self. If I set a boundary, that's what the fuck the boundary is. It's not for you to try to cross that boundary or convince me that my boundary is wrong. If you cannot respect my boundary, get the fuck out. There you go. Problem solved. Faith?
Hello?
Hi, how are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm good. How old are you?
23.
All right. What are your thoughts on the topic?
It's the best thing that ever happened to me, so I was confused why you said it was the worst thing.
Yeah, I'm not talking about you. I said humanity. A lot of times when believers come up here, the first thing they do is make it about themselves, which in turn is one of the reasons why I say it's the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. It's created a bunch of selfish people.
The reason I love Jesus is because he is against ego and he is the antidote to narcissism and everything that had tried to silence me as an orphan that went to CPS and was not believed. But my jaw specialist as an adult confirms that my jaw was misaligned as a toddler when I was not being believed when I went to CPS. And God prevails with the truth. God showed me justice when men did not. That's why I love him.
Why didn't he stop your jaw from getting misaligned?
Of course, because God allows suffering to save others. Let me ask you this. If God told me, hey, would you consent to allow your jaw to be misaligned and it would save 5 people, 50 people? It doesn't matter the number. It could be one person.
Did he have that conversation with you?
Yes. I would say yes.
Did he,
oh my gosh, yes.
Faith, did you have this conversation with God before your jaw was misaligned? Did he come to you and say, Faith, will you allow your jaw to be misaligned to save 5 people? And you said, yes. Is that how that went down?
I believe in the sovereignty of Jesus Christ.
Oh, so wait, Faith, are you moving the goalposts right now?
I told you my honest answer. I said, yes, I believe so, yes.
No, you said you believe in the sovereignty. You did not say, yes, he had this conversation with me.
Those are the same thing to me.
They're not the same thing. Faith, are you okay?
To me, they are. But we can keep it simple.
Are you okay? Yes. Are you okay? Are you okay?
You can hear me. You can know me. You can say
Faith,
yes.
are you okay? Are you okay?
Yes, but I could say
it doesn't. Faith. Yes, stop. What the fuck? I swear, believers are not okay.
You're the one that seems not okay.
Yeah, because I truly think that if it were not for this Jesus idea, you wouldn't be on here rambling incoherent shit.
Yet I'm calm, cold, collected.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter if you think that you are cool, calm, and collective. You are rambling incoherent shit.
But you're screaming at me.
Okay, and yes, I am. At least I know that I'm screaming at you. You don't know that you are rambling incoherent shit.
I spoke the truth.
Faith,
can you rebuttal it?
Faith. Literally, you are impossible to have a conversation with.
Okay, let's just talk truth. Let's just talk truth.
Faith, did Jesus come to you and ask you to let a grown-ass adult break your jaw as a child in order to save 5 people?
It was my mother.
Did Jesus come to you and ask you to let your mother break your jaw as a child in order to save 5 people?
I answered you yes, and I will.
How old were you when your jaw got broke, Faith?
I was a toddler that my jaw specialist.
And so Jesus came to you as a toddler and asked your permission to let your mother break your jaw.
Yes, and I can go beyond further than that.
Do you like Faith? Do you hear yourself? Do you have a child? Faith?
Do you hear yourself?
Do you have a child?
I'm asking you
Faith, do you have a child? Faith, do you have a child? Do you have a child?
I have a niece and siblings. And
how old is your niece, Faith?
2.
So if your 2-year-old came to you, Faith, and told you that Jesus said, Faith, you're supposed to break my jaw to save 5 people, you would break your 2-year-old's jaw?
In my heart of hearts, for her, no. But in my heart of hearts and understanding that I went through that myself, yes.
That doesn't even make any sense. Are you saying
Because
yes,
you
you
don't
would break
make
her
sense.
jaw, or
Because you
no,
can't
you
have
wouldn't?
understanding. It's
Yes,
beyond
you would
human
break her
comprehension.
jaw, or no,
And I'm
you wouldn't,
sorry for
Faith?
that, but we can have a
Faith,
conversation if you
answer
so
the dang
wish.
question. Yes, you would break your niece's jaw, or no, you wouldn't?
Can you have calm, cool collection,
Yes, you
please?
would break her jaw, or no, you
I
wouldn't,
asked you
Faith?
a simple question. If you could be calm
Yes, you
with me
would
and
break
not
her
scream at
jaw,
me.
or no, you wouldn't.
Can you
Which
not
one?
scream at me?
Which one
For
is
my
it,
own
Faith?
self-respect.
Which
For my
one
own
is it,
self-respect.
Faith? Which one is it?
For my own self-respect, can you not
Answer the
scream at me,
dang
please?
question.
Can you
Would
not
you
scream
break
at
her
me,
jaw,
please?
or not? Yes or no?
Exactly.
It sounds like she said she would fucking do it.
She did say it.
She said, first she said for something about her heart, I wouldn't. And then she said, but because I know I went through it, for something about my heart, yes. Like she gave a yes and a no. So I was trying to get her to clarify, but it sounded like she said that she would do it.
She's not okay. And it's sad. She's not okay.
If demons were real, I swear they're living in the bodies of believers. I swear. They're in the bodies of believers.
That was a bit freaky. He was nonstop.
This heifer says she would break her niece's jaw, her 2-year-old niece's jaw. Somebody need to get in touch with her sister or her brother, whoever that little girl's parents are, and let them know what the fuck she said. Because what? Like, there is a family on here who, the mom just announced like 12 kids, right? Like she's, pregnant with her 12th kid, and she's very Jesus-y. They have a Reddit account, and in that Reddit account, the mom posted, Jesus healed this kid's broken arm, Jesus healed this kid's broken jaw, this kid's broke. And I'm like, why do all these kids have broken bones? And she's saying like, without having to take them to the doctor. And she made her kids pray over her stomach when she had a miscarriage, to ask Jesus to revive the baby after she had a miscarriage. Like, crazy shit. Yeah.
Them kids probably need to be checked on.
What?
Yeah. That, and she's like she has a whole list of things that she says Jesus healed. And in that list, a lot of the kids have broken bones.
When she's not taking them to the hospital, mm-mm,
Nope, she's claiming that she
that's
just lays
against the
hands
law.
on them. Like, it's crazy. Like, when you have people who are that gone, like that, what that girl, like that, just really. This is why kids get hurt. Like, y'all are not okay. And then y'all will sit there and y'all will hear these believers say this harmful shit. And then be like, it ain't me. Jesus helps me. They ain't true believers. That's not Jesus. And if Jesus was real, y'all are responsible for this shit. Because y'all so worried about what everybody else do that you just said fuck your own, fuck your brother, fuck your sister, and just left them rampant. Shaky Decky and where's Dante? Are y'all in the box on purpose? Also, you want to do this one? That last one just
Hey, host. I just wanted to say thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you. You're welcome.
Yeah, I'm bow out. Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
Yes, ma'am.
Have a good night.
You too.
Man. Where is Ozo? Where is Ozo? Where is Ozo? Come off mute. Come off mute. I know your ass better not be sleeping. I know your ass better not be sleeping. Ozo.
Please be awake.
Mm.
Ain't it the
Yeah.
same time every time?
Yep.
Every single time.
Yep.
Like I would be kicking his butt.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, Oso fired.
We were rooting for you. We were all rooting for you.
Right, I did. I kept telling him to go to sleep. This was your idea, friend.
That's the third time.
This is the third one. This is the third live and the third time. Oh no.
Talking about, I'm gonna do better. I'm gonna do better. And Stoic, you were supposed to be training him, getting him ready to, like Rocky Balboa. Stoic was like, let me get him ready for the next one. Where you at, Stoic?
It'd be
He
funny if
said,
they
I was
both
not made
sleep.
officially responsible. Yeah, right. You are the reason, Stoic, that I decided to give it another try. You said you was going to mentally prepare him. All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you're an atheist, the guest box is open. Because I am still live on the main. I'm leaving that up. It's gonna stay up. Even when it gets down to one viewer, I'm leaving it up. It's gonna stay up the whole 24 hours. They tried to take us down because they don't like the post. Huh?
I was saying they're mad, man.
Yep. It's gonna stay up. Stay up. Stay up. It's gonna stay up. It keep going up. It went down to 95. There's 106 people in there right now. I don't know. I think people are getting dropped in there while they sleep. What's up?
I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I just came up. I'm so sorry. It's the last time. I'm done. I promise. I just wanted to say that even though I also came in last time, I also did see your account show up too. And when I tell you I was like happy about that, I was. So I'm gonna just end it up with just saying this, and I'm going. You la la. Everybody has their own opinion on a continuous basis, basically. Everybody, you, Lala, Rhea, all of you guys. Anytime you guys join my live at any given time, with no questions asked, no ifs, ands, or buts, you guys are A, already by default moderators, and B, you guys are taking the lead. It is your show. I'm sitting backseat driver, anytime, every time. You got it.
I appreciate that. You don't have to do that. If we come in there, like, well, I can only speak for myself. Also, might like that, but if I come in there, I come in there to support, not to take over. So, but I appreciate you for saying that. Yeah,
Absolutely, absolutely. It's your in my eyes. It's once you join in, it's your show. Simple.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah.
Absolutely. That's all. Have a good one.
All right, you too.
Bye.
Later.
All right. Deborah, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I think Shaky Decky is in there on accident because they're not responding.
I think Shaky said he was ready.
Oh, Shaky. Oh, sorry. I didn't see it. Shaky, send your request again. Deborah, are you in there on purpose or on accident? Oh shit! I was trying to bring up Shaky Decky. Deborah, hold on. I'm gonna take you down. I'm gonna bring Shaky Decky up, and then you can come back up. Okay?
Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
Okay. Sorry about that. What's up, Shaky Decky?
Hey, Thinker.
How are you?
Um,
You okay?
no, today was a tough day today.
What happened?
I'm sorry. Hey, Lala. Selena. Also asleep.
Hey.
Hey, y'all. I don't know if you remember, but I told you, my wife is pregnant.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
So,
man.
I'm sorry to hear that.
yeah.
Man.
So it's just tough because I don't know where to kind of go today. Because right now, of course, you would usually be, praying to God or just talking to God right now, and I don't want to do that. I don't feel like I want to do that. But it's like, where am I supposed to go?
You sit with us, and we sit with you, and we listen to you, and we're here with you. But and you talk to us. What would you say if you were talking to the God?
I'm not angry or anything. It's just devastation. Like, that was everything. Why would you do that? I don't ask for anything. That's the one thing we really wanted. You give us the first pregnancy, you everything's going fine, and then you take it like that. That's all I could say.
I'm sorry that you lost your child, you and your wife, and you have, you know, the support, our support, and whatever y'all need at this time.
I'm sorry, my wife called
It's
because I've
okay.
been outside just numb.
Um, do you know Volsi?
Said no, is it no?
Volsi is another person. He's another atheist in the community. He does deconstruction lives as well. His wife, him and his wife just went through this same thing a month ago.
Oh,
And talking with him, he's in the Discord.
okay.
Yeah, talking with him might be helpful too. Um, being able to relate,
Yeah,
yeah, and share experiences can definitely help. And if it's anything that y'all need, that you can reach out, you know, and let us know. And
okay.
don't try to rush with the grief. Allow yourself to feel, what it is that you need to feel, and don't let anybody tell you that you shouldn't feel a thing or that you should feel a thing.
Yeah.
Do you want me to tag? You want me to send you Volsi's account?
Please.
Discord. Okay, let me do that right now. Hold on.
I've I've been there, and my heart goes out to the two of you. And just like what Thinker said, don't let anyone tell you to cut off your grief. Don't let anybody tell you that your feelings aren't valid. Don't let anyone
Yeah.
try to convince you of anything other than what you're feeling in the moments that you're feeling. And I will say that time will help you deal better, but prepare for moments
Okay.
when you're just sitting there and it hits you.
Yeah. Just trying to be there for my wife
Yeah,
because
and I was
if
just
it's
about to
hard
say,
for me, I know it's 100 times harder. For her.
yeah, yeah, don't,
And thank you.
just be there for her. Because it's like, I, yeah, but just know my Discord is open too if you want to talk.
I'm trying to find your account on TikTok. Like, it won't let me send you a message for some
For
reason.
me?
Yeah, why is it saying we're not following each other on TikTok? It's Uptown underscore Shake? Is that a backup account or is that a?
No, that's the main one. I had to do another one
Oh, okay.
because of Apple.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I'm gonna send you a message right now.
Okay.
Let me see.
Thank you, everyone in the chat. Thank you so much. It's crazy. We just heard the heartbeat like 2 weeks ago.
And
And it's like,
And it's like the the hopes and all the imagination. You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? Yeah, I get it.
Started buying. We bought car seats. We started, buying things. It's like, it's just it's a setback because she does want to try again. So,
And that's good. And even then, when you do, and you succeed, and you hold place for this little one here, because they are still a part of your family.
yeah. Yeah, we already started planning tattoos. So, yeah.
That's a good way. Where are y'all gonna get them?
I'm thinking on the arm, but it's going to be like a baby bean with a diaper on it. And it was a boy, so
Did y'all name
yeah.
him?
We just had names picked out because we really didn't want to know. But because the test results kind of came back not good, we kind of saw that it was a boy, kind of, looking through the results.
How is your wife doing?
Okay, at times. When we told her siblings, earlier that brought up a lot of feelings. So, but she's, I guess, okay as you could be kind of right now. Like we ate, we laughed, we talked, you know, but it comes up.
Did it happen today or?
Yes.
Yeah.
Like I honestly forgot that you were doing the 24, because I would have kind of got on earlier, and I was like, oh,
Oh no, that takes precedent.
yeah,
Yeah, and
of
I
course.
completely understand that. This is one of the things, you know. I think the thing is that the important thing is that y'all know that it's nothing that y'all did, right, to cause this
Yeah,
to happen, and that it's not some punishment, or anything like that. I think that's the main important thing, that you don't see it as something like that.
yeah. And the doctor said that, the parents have said that, so I hope she hears that. She is a biology major, so I'm hoping all about genetics and whatnot. So I'm hoping she knows and understands that.
How old are the siblings?
We have a set of twins. They're 19, and then
Wow,
33, and then 35.
girl, you look 19 yourself.
I was about to say that. Mhm.
Thank you.
Goodness.
I'm thinking twins 9.
Right.
Yeah, me too.
Then you kept talking and added teen at the end of
All
that. I'm
right.
confused.
And then she said the 33 and the 35-year-old. You gonna be like that lady I saw at my niece's graduation. She looked like she's your age. She's like 19. Talking about I got a grandchild graduating. I had to stop her. I said, "You got what?" She's like, "Yeah, my grandchild's graduating." I was like, "Girl, you look like you finna graduate."
That's crazy.
Yeah, I thought she was, quite young too.
Oh, that's crazy. Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you guys.
You're
I'm
so
not gonna hold you
welcome.
up.
We're here if you
Welcome.
need anything, and you know how to use the Discord, right? Like the uh the decompression room. Like if you
Uh,
need to create like a voice channel, um, you know, since we won't be live Friday, Saturday, we won't be live again to Sunday night. If you
right.
if you need us to come in there and sit with you and talk with you, just get in the Discord and say, "Hey y'all, I need to decompress," and whoever's available will jump in there and hop on a voice call with you
Okay,
on the
cool.
Discord.
Okay.
Yeah. Just know that you don't have to grieve through this alone. That you
Mm,
have people who care about you, and like if we need to just sit there and even just listen to you, while you process thoughts. Sometimes that's all it takes is just to have somebody on the other end just listening to you talk. If you need that, just let us know.
okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
You're welcome.
I really do.
You're very welcome. I sent you Volsey's TikTok
Okay.
URL and his name, and then I'll reach out to Volsey too and let him know
Okay.
that, yeah.
All right. Y'all have a great night.
Thank you. You too.
Right.
I love
You
you.
too.
Love you too.
All right.
All right. I still gotta say it.
No, you don't
I
have
still
to.
gotta
I'm
say it.
trying. I'm
No,
finished.
not
No,
tonight.
no, no. I'll
I'll
take you
take you
down.
down.
Thank you, Lola.
You're welcome.
Hey, Deborah, how are you?
I'm doing well. I noticed on your main account that I showed up today as a dragon.
Hey, congratulations.
Thank you. So I thought I would offer for, I don't know, an hour to pinch hit for Sleepy Oso up there.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, that works. Let's see. If you want, I can tell this person is uh gonna be a piece of work.
Oh, good.
You want to go ahead and tackle that one?
Well, they're not there anymore.
They
Oh, they
popped out.
left. Did you get scared since you were in the comments typing all that stuff?
Right.
That's why they come in here. They just, I don't know. I think I'm running out of like shit to respond to their nonsense. That's because we're all over here. The live is just up. Like, that's why there's no sound coming from there because we're all over here.
The chat already explained that to them. I don't. Why?
Well, the comments are off over there. Oh, the chat here
No, in
explaining.
here.
Oh,
Yeah, they. they kept tagging that same person and saying the same thing, and they just kept spamming it over and over again.
Oh, Mr. Eisel,
Mr. Rizzle.
Mr. Rizzle.
Hello. Hello. How's everybody doing?
Good. You said it's Mr. Rizzle or Izzle?
Yeah, Mr. Rizzle.
Mr.
I just had
Izzle.
to put that underscore there.
Oh, okay. Can I get your age, please?
43.
I appreciate that, Abliz. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Yeah, I'm a believer.
Okay. Deborah, do you want to?
Yeah, I disagree
Sure.
with that. Oh, sorry.
So you disagree that Jesus Christ is the worst thing
Worst
to ever
thing.
happen?
Yeah.
You,
Yeah, I think he's
you
the best thing to ever happen, actually. Quite
interesting.
the, opposite.
How long have you been in the chat?
I just popped in and I saw the question there and I thought I might say hello and see what's going on. Why would you think that?
No, I've been in here for off and on for a little while. I just didn't know if you had heard the last guess and what
Oh,
happened and
sorry. No, I
how
didn't.
that. Yeah, no, it just as somebody. Well, I don't want to bring up the past guest. I'm curious how you think this Jesus who does not speak to people in real life today, outside of your mind, who doesn't show up for people who are suffering in real life. Like, Jesus doesn't come to you to help you move or to be the shoulder to cry on. Friends and family are. People, Jesus doesn't take you to the airport. He doesn't help you apply for unemployment if you get laid off. Like, tell me how this Jesus is helping you today in life.
Okay. Well, obviously I believe in Jesus and I believe in the Father, the creator of all things. And he kind of sent him down, to do
Well, now you're preaching.
something
I'm
to...
asking. I asked a
Oh, sorry.
specific question.
Sorry,
Like,
can you...
we know what's in the book,
Okay.
what the claims are. I'm asking, how does Jesus help you today?
Okay. It gives me something to believe in. He gives me hope. He encourages me. Even though I've never heard him, never seen him, anything like that,
So, so the
But
book helps you.
it's faith. I have faith in him, obviously.
You correct me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like you have hope and faith in what is
Yeah.
written in a book.
Well, it's his word, That's how he was able to let us know what was going on in the world and everything, and why it's happening, and it's basically explaining everything that's happened. 90% of it, anyway.
I'm not mad about people who find things in the Bible to give them comfort. Not mad about that, because I can find that in
Okay.
plenty of books as well, right? I can
Okay.
find.
No, that's cool. I respect that.
Hey, don't cut her off.
But
Let her finish, okay? And that way we can
Sorry.
hear both of y'all. Thank you.
but it's not authentic to that book. You know what I mean? You can read the Shiva Purana. You could read the Quran. You could read the Book of Mormon. You could read Shakespeare and find things that are beautiful to hold on to live by. It's not unique. Does that make sense?
I Oh, can I respond?
Yeah, please.
Okay. I think it's unique in the sense that God came down himself and unalived himself so we could go back to him if we
Did he?
chose that path and don't have to eat, drink, any of this. No sadness, no nothing. But that's my thought pattern. I want to go towards something like that.
Can I ask you how much of the Bible you've read?
All of it.
Okay. So when the Old Testament has, like, the Israelites mourning for the loss of Miriam and Moses, both for 30 days each, there was an incredible reverence to the grief. I mean, there was even times where people hired professional weepers to help in the grieving process. And then the New Testament has this passage where Jesus is saying, "Let the dead bury the dead." Do you think that is comforting to humanity? Do you think it helps humanity to be that dismissive?
I think certain things were meant for certain centuries, or their times. Obviously, as time goes on, things change a whole lot, and perspectives of things, and understandings of things, and even words. So, yeah.
Okay, so then why do we not have a new Bible today?
I mean, it's got the main message, It doesn't need to be new. It doesn't need to be
Well,
added
I would
to.
definitely think that it would, because you have passages that are very explicit to the time period,
I know, I
3,500 years
understand.
ago.
I understand.
3,500 years ago is when this was approximately started being written. And then you fast forward to second century, and these things start to get written in third century. They're voted on, but to the time period, we're looking at women are separated and put in the back, and they're supposed to be silent in churches. And obviously, we see a difference in many different denominations where there are women who are allowed to be pastors. And that's why you have a great divide, because you have more traditional churches that are like, no, that's wrong. And when you say that there's a difference between the Old Testament and New Testament because of the time period, and we have an evolution seen in different denominations, why don't we have a new Bible for today? An updated version? When you're teacupped, we can't hear you.
Mr. Izzle?
Right. Sorry. So you were saying?
Yeah, when you're teacupped, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Well, we have a new
So why
evolution
why
in
don't
the
they have a
different
new Bible? Is that what you're
denominations
saying?
today. Yeah, why don't we have a new updated version for today? Why
Oh,
don't we have a new
there's lots of
revelation?
them. There's lots of them.
I'm not talking about like New King James versus NIV. I'm talking about a new message for today.
Well, it says in the Bible, anybody that comes with a new gospel is the wrong gospel. So
Then why did Jesus come with a new gospel that doesn't
he didn't.
align with
He
the Old
came to
Testament?
fulfill it. He came to fulfill it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Do you know what the difference between fulfilling and abolishing is?
Like, his mission was to come down and unalive himself for us, to bring us back to God. That was his mission, and he fulfilled it, along with
Well,
everything else he did.
he finished his work on earth, which was his own prophecy. I've
Yeah.
come to do with work on earth. He finished his work. But his work did not align with the Old Testament. So when he added something new, Deuteronomy 4:2 says, "You
tell
shall
me
not
what was.
add or take." I'm gonna tell you. Deuteronomy 4:2 says, "You shall not add or take away." So when Jesus says, "Hey, love your enemy," or "turn the other cheek," he's adding. He violated. It's not that
He's
he fulfilled
actually.
it.
What he's
I'm
doing is
still
Let
I'm
being
still
her
more like
let
speaking.
her
I'm
God.
finish.
sorry.
Let her finish, and then you speak.
Anytime it says, "But I say unto you," it is a violation of God's command, who God called perfect and eternal laws. So you're wrong in saying he fulfilled it. Even if he did, he violated it by changing it, by adding to, by removing. Like, you can't say he fulfilled it if he violated it. That's a contradiction of terms.
Cool. Can I respond?
Patronizing. Go ahead.
I'm not patronizing. I'm just like
Yes, you
getting
are.
told off for
Don't
jumping
insult
in
me.
and answering. It's on to asking if I can respond.
Yeah, you're insulting my intelligence. I know exactly what you're saying and you're doing.
Why am I insulting your intelligence? I'm not trying to do that.
Can I speak is patronizing. Don't
Is
tell
it?
me it's
What
not.
should I say then, other than that?
When I pause, as you would be speaking to somebody face to face,
But you
when I
speak and then
pause
you
long
pause?
enough, you can speak then. If you
Wow.
need a mommy figure to tell you when to speak, I can
I
do that
don't.
for you.
But it's
But I
like,
charge for that.
okay. Okay, well, he came down, he unalived himself for you too, or everybody here, regardless of whether you believe in it or not, for you to come to the Creator. That's the only way it was going to happen.
You
So
you
I
didn't
really
you didn't even
disagree with.
speak to what I said. Cool.
I'm just looking at that comment, Jesus is
Up
the
here.
worst thing. I don't think so.
I'm up here. You're speaking to me. Don't pay attention to the comments. When you're actually face to face to a woman, you keep your eyes up,
Just
on her
very
eyes instead of
demanding.
looking at the chest.
You're
Stop
very
Same thing.
cutting
demanding.
her off. Stop cutting her
And
off.
see, there we
That
go.
stop. This is exactly why she said you're patronizing. Because every time she talks, you feel like you need to open your mouth and talk. Stop cutting her off.
Yeah, do you remember back 2 minutes ago when I told you that there's a contradiction of terms that exist in the Bible? If Jesus violated God's perfect and eternal laws, then he could not have fulfilled it. So I understand, as I said much earlier, if you find things in the Bible that comfort you, that's fine. But don't be intellectually dishonest with what it says.
Okay. I believe Jesus loved us so much that he said those things. It was the love for us why he did that. And
Do you have any
it wasn't
children?
against what the Father wanted to, the Father wanted him to do something like that.
Do you have any children?
Yes, I have a daughter.
Okay. Do you have other people in your life aside from your daughter? Not taking. We're going to come back to your daughter in a second. Do you have other people in your life that you love
I
and care
mean,
about?
can we just get back to what we were talking about? I just
This is
answered your
germane.
question.
This is germane. Do you have other people in your life
I think
as
you're just
well?
getting a bit, getting a bit personal now.
All I'm asking is if there are other people
Of
aside from your
course,
daughter
of
that you
course
care.
there
Okay,
is.
perfect, wonderful. Do you need to unalive your daughter to forgive the other people in your life that you care about?
So you're trying to say I'm the father, and why would I unalive my son? Is that what you're
Why would
trying
you
to say,
unalive your
really?
daughter? Why would you need to unalive your
I know
daughter
you're
to
using
forgive other
that, but
people?
actually he unalived himself.
No, he said
Yeah.
if this
So,
cup if this cup can be passed from me, he said this twice, then let it pass from me.
but it
But
didn't.
your will, not mine, be done. That was not a self-unalivement event.
That's what it says in the Bible, so
No,
I
it
don't
doesn't.
know it. Yeah, it does. Many ways. And there's even codes in it as well.
Did you say codes?
Yeah. Like from
You
the
you
names, Adam, you find out the meaning of them, and then it
Oh
comes
no,
up with
no,
like
no,
a
no, stop,
message.
stop, 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 stop,
Yeah,
stop. We're not
yeah.
gonna go down the decoder
Okay,
ring line of
alright.
thought.
But that's just,
Okay.
extra proof. Why would
Um
What the hell is he talking about?
Cereal box decoder rings, I think.
yeah, Cracker Jacks. um I'm Sir, are you okay?
yes, I'm fine.
If you think that there are secret codes in the Bible, I would encourage you to just keep that to yourself. It sounds
Alright.
weird.
Okay, but there are. But anyway. I mean, I understand. I understand you guys don't want to believe, and that's fine. That's fine.
It's not that I don't want to believe. I didn't
Well then,
want to deconstruct, but I did because I'm an intellectually honest person and I couldn't ignore these blatant contradictions that we're discussing here.
they're
If
not
it says
contradictions.
do not add or take away,
Jesus
this
is
is my
God, so
perfect
he
and
can do what he
eternal.
wants.
No, he's not, sir. There are four
Yeah,
different
he
verses
is.
in the Bible where it says God is not a man. He even lifts up his hands to heaven. God does. God lifts up his hand to heaven and swears that he lives forever, right? That would mean not unalive, right? So if God swore by heaven that he doesn't die, and he says in four different verses, he's not a man, right? If he says, I don't share my glory, don't put a face on me, right? Then when you get to this New Testament and it's got a completely different message written in a completely different language, you got a question.
What's the alternative?
What do you mean?
Yeah,
The alternative? To see it
yeah.
as a beautiful literary piece and find the parts that are meaningful to you and keep it close to your heart. Do what you want with that. Don't litigate to the rest of the people what you believe. That's the alternative.
No heaven or hell.
There is no heaven or hell concept in the Old Testament. So, yeah, another blatant
The
change
lake
of
of fire.
narrative.
It's hell.
Yeah, there's no lake of fire in the Old Testament.
Uh,
There's Gehenna, where they burn trash. There's
I think
Sheol,
you've
where the
read it
grave
enough.
is. It's the concept of hell is not in the Old Testament.
That's how we have it.
There's Sir, I'm just, but this is
We didn't
why
get it from the
it's
New
bad for
Testament.
humanity, because the fear, this invisible stick or this invisible
We need
carrot.
boundaries.
Do you? I guess the mommy figure thing is still there. Don't you know
No,
how to
we
set
need
boundaries for
boundaries.
yourself?
Yeah, that's why they're there. To keep us in check.
No, that's called the
You know,
invisible
the Ten
stick.
Commandments, thou shalt not kill, thou shalt
Do you
not.
need do you need a book
Yeah.
to tell you how to be a decent person?
Look, we're not monkeys. We didn't come out of a cave. We need some
Nobody said we're
guidance.
monkeys. No, listen, I don't. I don't need
Oh,
this
well,
book to tell me
obviously
how to
you're in.
be a decent human being because I care about people. I have empathy. I have compassion. I love humanity way
But
more
that's
now
not
than I did
enough.
as a believer. I do all the bad things that I want. I just don't want to do them because I'm a decent person, because I want to live peaceably with other people in humanity. Within this society, there are structures. We have rule books for this country or whatever country that you live in. There are rules and regulations. The Bible was a rule book with regulations for Israel for that geological location, for that time period. It was not just a religious book, it was a socio-economic governing book for those people, for that time period, for that geological location. We have rules.
Yes, and we need them, you know. Without them, would be pretty chaos.
Well, it would be chaos if there wasn't a speed limit sign on the freeway. I agree. We would be chaos if we didn't have,
No, just the Ten
city
Commandments.
Stop
ordinances.
interrupting her. Gosh.
We have city ordinances that tell you, basically in almost every city, that at 10 p.m. you need to turn your radio down so other people can sleep if they have to, especially if they have to work in the morning.
Alright, guys, you
We
obviously
have
don't want to
that.
talk. See you later.
We have
Y'all
don't.
are horrible,
Okay.
horrible, horrible people, I swear.
That was fun. He needs a mommy figure. That was really fun.
He made me realize one thing, that most of the time when I'm saying don't cut me off, don't cut her off, I think it's like, it's not even just because they're Christian, but it's a misogynistic thing. Like it's a male thing, huh?
Well, they like to be around.
Their internal misogyny.
Yeah.
I think it's either partly that or it's this need to be told by a woman like they were by their mothers to shush. They want to be continually felt like they are surrounded by moms. It's really weird. But that's just my.
It's weird and draining. Like, you know how many times today I've had to say, "Don't talk while I'm talking." Like, it's like, it is like being a mommy. Like, it's fucking draining.
Yeah, I'm gonna start charging for that.
Exactly. Like, dang. Right, they don't do it to other men.
Hey, how are you guys?
Good. How are you?
I'm good. I'm blessed.
Can I get your age, please?
I'm 26.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a believer.
All right. And what are your thoughts on the post?
I am confused by it and why someone would say that.
Well, the post is my thoughts, and I say it because the belief of Jesus is a belief that humans carry inside of them. Okay, it's a belief that they think about, they read about, they pray about, they internalize, they act out in society. A lot of times, people who believe in this idea of this God tell themselves that their belief is harmless. Are you there?
I'm with you. You said that the belief is harmless. Yes, ma'am.
And that it doesn't affect anybody but the person who holds the belief. And in doing so, they don't pay attention to how their belief affects the next person next to them. Right? For example, just saying God bless you to someone without knowing whether or not that person believes in that God says privilege, right? It says I don't have to consider the next person's religious affiliation, or I don't have to consider whether this person believes in a God, because my belief and my God is the default. So it doesn't matter if I offend this person by saying God bless you to them, or by saying I'm going to pray for you to them, right? Or by saying God is good to them. And it gives the privilege for those of you who do believe in this God to just intrude on other people's right to not be religious, right? There are things that happen in society because of people's belief, like because believers believe in this God, believe that a deity created them, and believe that a deity said thou shalt not kill. Women cannot make medical decisions about their bodies or about their lives because of a belief that a God put humans together with dirt and water. And people vote according to their beliefs. And then they say, well, my belief doesn't affect you, while ignoring that it actually does. We have an entire group of people who may be losing their right to marry the person they love because people have a belief that in a book that was written 4,000 years ago, let me say that, because a group of people who herded sheep in the late Bronze Age wrote something down that sounds like it could mean that same-sex relationship is wrong to a God that they believed in. And so here we are in 2025 having people hate themselves because people believe that who they are is an abomination to a deity they've never seen. It breaks up families. Parents putting their kids out because they lived a different way than how the parent was raised or how the parent wants them to raise, because of the as for me and my house, we're going to serve the Lord. And then people call that godly and call that holy.
Right. No, I actually love how you communicated that. I can understand, but what about the other religions who serve different gods? Why is it just Jesus Christ that is up there, if that makes sense, because other religions do have similar beliefs about like the LGBTQ community, about, I don't know if I can say that, but like, unaliving, unborn, where I'm going. Why is it just Jesus Christ up there?
Yeah. Can you share with me what other religions you're talking about that affects humanity with those causes?
Like Muslims say don't believe in abortions, or I don't
Yeah,
know if
you
I can
do
say that. Am
realize
I
that
saying
Muslims
that?
believe in Jesus, that Muslims are
Yeah.
Abrahamic.
Yeah, my mother's was Muslim.
Does that say Christianity is the worst thing, or does that say Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity?
Right, but
That
but they
Muslims
don't
believe in Jesus. Muslims believe in the same thing you believe in, the same
they believe
God.
him as a prophet.
It doesn't matter. They still believe in Jesus. They believe in the same God.
But most
I'm not saying Christianity is the worst thing. I said the God is.
Okay, that's okay. I give you that. But why is it that everything is it's kind of like you're blaming everything on Jesus Christ and not the religion? I think
Why would
religion
I
is
blame
what,
the religion?
because the religion is what is giving you this social construct
No, it's not.
that it how how
Because
not?
the religion literally comes from the belief in the God, the belief in the text.
But
It's
Jesus was
the
not
idea of Jesus. Like I explained that. Jesus is a belief that lives inside of humans. You participate
but
in a religion. The belief lives in you. You act out the belief. Like I literally went through all of that so that we wouldn't go back here. The belief lives in the human. The human carries out actions because of what they believe. I don't care about your religion. Your religion
right.
is a consequence of what lives inside of you as the believer.
Do you believe that Jesus Christ is the creator? I'm just asking, just to give clarity, because that's what
I
people are
already
saying.
explained to you that Jesus is an idea. I literally
Hmm.
said that Jesus was an idea.
Hmm. And you feel like the idea is basically the reason why all these things are happening. But this is where I would like to explain. So Jesus is was not a Christian, and Jesus did not stand for certain things that you're referencing. So I mean, and it never says in the Bible that he didn't allow same sex marriage or whatever. This is what the Bible is saying. So if he never said this, why are you blaming him specifically? Why are you not blaming the religion, or the man made? It's man made. So why are you not blaming who created the religion? Why is it him specifically?
You know, the crazy thing about it is, right, is that your book says everything I said it says. And Jesus, as the God of this book, said everything I said.
Jesus is not the
I'm
God of the
sorry,
book.
why are you interrupting me? I didn't interrupt you.
Okay, I'm sorry, but yeah.
Everything that I said, this idea of Jesus allows your Jesus condoned in this book. Your Jesus condones slavery in this book. Your Jesus condones subjugation of women in this book. Your Jesus condones the subjugation of children in this book. Everything that I mentioned, your Jesus condones. And again, the religion would not have been able to do what the religion did had your Jesus never said what he said in the book. And the very fact that you don't know or don't think that he did that, while I'm pretty sure you believe you have a relationship with Jesus, is why I say that this Jesus is an idea. Because you have a different idea about this Jesus than what is actually in the book.
Okay. That for me, I don't think that's true, but I respect your opinion.
I'm not giving you an opinion. I gave you facts. And
Yeah, some of
if
it,
you wanna, there you go again. There you go
most of
again.
it was fact.
Is there like you can't like you've already apologized once for cutting me off. I sat there and I listened to you. I did not cut you off. This is my second time having to say something about you talking while I'm talking.
Okay, so am I going to talk to the panel or you? Or you? I was just
Who
wondering.
else have you heard talk? Who else have you heard talk on this
Whatever.
panel? Who else has talked to you on this panel?
Oh no, I was thinking I was coming up here to talk to the panel, so that's what I was
But
thinking.
why are you cutting? What does that have to do with you cutting me off while I'm talking?
I apologized.
You apologized once and then did it again.
Okay, I literally just okay. I said I apologize.
And you did it again. Apologizing and continuing the same behavior does not mean anything. It's no different than y'all constantly, as Christians, saying we are all sinners and we're saved by grace. Lack of accountability.
Okay.
You keep doing the same actions over and over and over again, which is another reason why I say that this Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Yeah. No, I understand. I understand. I was just wondering, is it like the host and the panel, or does the panel
Who's
talk? Or
talking? Who's talking to you right now? Why do you need to know that?
I was inquiring.
But
It's an
why?
inquiry.
But why? When you and I are in the middle of a conversation, like, why does it matter that there's other people sitting on stage? They're not talking. They're not saying anything to you. You're in a conversation with me. And because I had to tell you for a second time not to cut me off while I'm respecting you and not cutting you off, instead of you taking accountability, you want to deflect to people who haven't said anything to you on this stage.
No, I was making the point that I came up here to talk to the panel. I did apologize to you, and I thought that was the end of it.
Like, I don't care about you wanting to come here and talk to the panel. The panel doesn't operate that way. You don't get to decide that.
Well, that's what I was asking. I was inquiring
For what? For what?
because I wanted to know how the panel
Why?
worked.
Why at that moment? Why didn't you ask that at the beginning before you and I started having a conversation? Why at the moment where I say this is my second time asking you not to cut me off, do you deflect to, well, I thought I was going to talk to the panel?
Because I don't see the point of the communication that we're having because I apologize. I don't see the what is the how do you communicate it? What do you do? Like why? I said okay, I said I'm sorry, and then keep going. So are we going to have the
You said you're
conversation?
sorry already once and then you did it again. And hey, if you don't have the ability to hold yourself accountable, then you can hop down, because I'm not going to keep on asking you over and over and over again not to cut me off while I talk.
Understood, but if I apologize,
As I stated already, you've apologized once before and then you did it again. So your apology means nothing and you do not have the ability to hold yourself accountable. If you are going to continue to do it, then you might as well hop down, because I don't feel like telling you over and over again not to cut me off.
oh yeah, okay, understood.
And I guarantee you, you have no idea what you're supposed to be responding to right now, do you?
So I was hoping you were going to tell me how the panel goes. That's why I was inquiring. But you
See?
wanted to
Sorry, sorry.
continue the conversation. So I was saying, I was inquiring to see how that works. Did you want me to address the panel, or or was I addressing you? That's what I was asking. But yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. So whenever, if you want to advise or however you would like to proceed.
She don't know what to respond to. She don't. That's why she asked that question about the panel, because she has no idea what to respond to. You don't have any idea what to respond to, do you?
So again, no, ma'am. I was inquiring prior. That's inquiring means I was asking the question. So that's what I was doing. I was just
Oh,
asking,
so
how do
she
you
don't know what inquiring means now?
I mean, I communicated the
She don't know.
communication.
No, she told you exactly how it works. She said it. You are just being an idiot up here willfully. So please stop. Like, we've been here for a while. Stop. Stop. Stop.
Okay, but
Thank
host,
you.
are you gonna communicate that
Sorry,
or
thinker.
no?
Sorry, thinker. She already did. She's not doing it again. If you didn't hear it, that's your fault. She did it. She said it more than once. She told you how it worked more than once.
Okay. I'm talking to the host. But
No, you're not. No, you're not. No, you're not. Because the host is done with you.
okay.
She told you. She told you
No,
more than
I'm done
once.
with
She's not going to tell
you.
you again.
I'm done with you.
So you can sit up here and ramble, or you can drop. Because she told you more than once. And stop typing in all caps in the comments, please. That is for mods and the host and those who the host cleared personally.
Right. It's hilarious. She thought she was coming up here to talk to the panel, and the moment that someone from the panel talks to her now as I'm talking to the host, like it's hilarious.
It's an illness at this point. It has to be. Like, it's not okay. It's not okay. Where are we?
Hey, thinker. When the when when the non-believers have more self-control, the thing that Christians think they have the fruits of the spirit. Yeah, and when they have more self-control than believers, it's a thing.
It's like, I, I thought I was going to talk to the panel. Oh well, not like that. I can see if Thinker hadn't told her 4 times in this conversation how it worked.
Because it was a deflection from everything that I said
Oh,
about this
yeah, yeah,
Jesus.
yeah.
And then when she asked the question about the other religions, I knew she was going to bring up Islam. Because most believers don't even know that Islam is Abrahamic. And how I know that is because on that AI video that I did, a lot of Christians said, now do Islam. Now do Islam. They don't realize that Islam is Abrahamic. Are you there?
Yes, ma'am. I'm just waiting for the question. I didn't hear you. So whenever the communication was presented, I was I did not hear a question. I heard a response to why you feel the way, or why that Jesus Christ is
We
the
are
work.
waiting on you to respond to the thing I said before you deflected and before you interrupted me. We're waiting
Yeah,
for
I
you to
did not hear
respond
it
to that. You know why you didn't hear it?
because I was talking and responding.
Mm-hmm. As I stated, your Jesus condoned slavery. Your Jesus never condemned it. He condoned the subjugation of children. He condoned the subjugation of women. And when I say that it is a belief that lives in humans and humans acted out, that is what I am referring to. And the very fact that you are saying that he didn't do any of these things in the text, and you're saying that you don't know or calling it an opinion, is why I say that your Jesus is an idea, because you have your own version of Jesus and you don't know the Jesus in this book.
No, I don't think that. I agree with everything you said. I think absolutely everything you said is accurate. What I was saying is that Jesus is. the Son of God. So there's obviously a spirit that is over Jesus. There's a Trinity. So I would say that he is the one who is, responsible for this. But I mean, they're all in the same, right? So I guess you can say Jesus. But my point is, I absolutely agree. I was just on a different panel explaining to them that I think that people who do not believe think that, well, and maybe some believers have this concept that God is all flowers and roses, and he's not. He's not. He is good and evil. He is vengeful. He is a jealous God. And so I truly understand what you're saying. I genuinely agree. I am a believer, but I don't see God how I don't even think he's perceived in the Bible as that. I know that if, like, for example, we were just communicating about slavery in the other chat and how, oh, your God would allow slavery. Okay, duh, he would allow slavery because if you don't believe in him, he's going to send you to hell to burn for forever, for eternity. So if someone would do that for just non-believing, of course he's going to allow slavery. So this perception of God that everybody has is just not real. When I don't think Christians see him as this flowers and rainbow God. It says to fear God. Why would we need to fear something that's all good? Why we need to fear something that's so love? Da, 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 that's not true. That's not the perception is not real. So I agree with you, and I agree with the Bible. I agree with God at the same time. You can acknowledge, these things and say they're right. I think like slavery was necessary, and everybody hates on me when I say that. I feel like it was necessary because it's a purpose to everything. I feel like everything has a purpose, and I think that
Lena,
God.
Selena, just let her go. Just let her
Yeah,
fucking go and
let me
embarrass the
finish. I'm
fuck out of
almost done.
herself.
Well, I'm not embarrassing myself. This is what I believe. It's an opinion. So what I'm saying is that I feel like it was necessary, and they were asking, why do you think it's necessary? I mean, as for the American slave trade, we built the country. Without who was going to build it? Not them. So obviously there's a purpose for everything. And I feel like whether things need to be logical sometimes and everything is not really emotional. So I just feel like suffering is necessary. I feel like that is the epitome of the Bible, suffering. And that's just how I feel. But yeah, I agree with you about everything you said. He condones slavery. He put murderers in charge, but that's the God that we're serving. I mean, if you read the Bible, you know exactly the type of God you're serving. I think the non-believers have a perception of God that's just not real.
You sure you don't want to like add? I believe Hitler should have been Hitler. Like you don't want to add that shit in there. You sure you don't want to like Nostradamus was necessary? Like I mean, you're forgetting some shit. You want to add to the list? Like I'm just want to make sure I give you room to like do all that.
Well, do you think that it all bad came from Hitler? Because we're still talking about him. So it's a purpose.
I'm just asking. Do you want to add them to the list of your God? Like I just want to make sure that I gave you room to add all the horrible shit.
Well, sure, I can add
Okay, keep
Hitler.
going.
Yeah, sure. Because I mean, and I don't believe this, but some people believe that Hitler was killing off Jews, which Jews are they are the elite of America and of many nations, and they cause a lot of corruption throughout the nation. So maybe he was doing something more purposeful, getting them off of the earth so they cannot
Bitch,
reign.
you gotta go. You are
What
fucking.
the
You are.
fuck? Are
What
silly.
the fuck?
Oh yeah,
I
before you get this account.
promise
What
Wow.
the
she could
fuck?
not be in front of me. And stop talking account. She could not be in front of me. I would lay hands. I would lay hands, and they would not be godly. Oh,
You
oh.
know, you did the right thing by dropping her immediately. Did
Can't
is
believe
this
her
account being
ass said
recorded?
that.
You've
Mm-hmm.
got to clip that.
Yeah. Oh, it's on YouTube.
Okay, good. Hmm.
I swear, every day that I talk to believers, I see more and more and more how we are fucked as humanity.
Oh yeah, I weep for humanity. I was messaging somebody in the chat, and watching that or hearing that come out of an icon of a squash with three eyes was apropos.
She said, who else was going to build it?
Mm.
Oso's gonna be so mad he missed all this.
How old did she say she was?
27, something like that.
Oh, where her mama at? Where her mama at?
She literally just was anti Semitic as fuck and did not get violated.
Mm. Exactly.
Did not
Hmm.
did not get violated. Hate speech like a motherfucker and didn't get violated. But we call Jamal a lying ass motherfucker and we get violated?
Well, she woke up today and chose violence. Holy
And I wish I could give it to her
wow.
in person. I wish I could really give it to her. You know what? She needs a hug around the neck with the palms of my hand.
I mean, when we choose the bear, there's a reason for that, but I would prefer, like, she needs a bear hug, like from a grizzly.
And on top of that, the man that she is on stage capping for is Jewish. And she let that shit come out of her mouth.
That part.
Like your savior is
Hmm.
Jewish.
Krappler would have put him in the. Okay.
Like, what is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, since 2021, I've been that's been like my motto. I weep for humanity.
Shit is crazy. Oh, so I'm kicking your ass. I'm kicking your ass when I see you.
Put pressure on the phone.
Hello,
We
hello.
got something to. We want pressure to do some work for us.
You gotta send Oso the clip of this last one. That was iconic.
He gonna swear up and down. I was awake. I was awake when she was on the panel. Watch. As soon as he wake up, we gonna talk about it. He gonna be like, "Yeah, I was there. I was awake."
Hello, everyone.
Hi, what's your name?
My name's Adam.
Adam.
Yo,
How old are you, Adam?
19.
You can't be up here, Adam. That 21.
21 plus.
Yep, 21 plus is big as all get out. You can't be up here. Okay.
All right, no worries.
All right. Have a good one.
You too.
Reading comprehension has dropped drastically in society as well. And that's another reason I weep for humanity.
Because they're being taught that it isn't necessary. I saw a podcast back in like 2022 that somebody had shared on Twitter, and it talked about how books were dumb. And these were evangelical Christians, and they were literally saying how books were unnecessary and dumb and demonic. Like they're literally telling people that they should not be reading books.
I mean, that's just as idiotic as Moms for Liberty saying that they were declaring war on empathy.
Yeah.
That. Oh, that.
I swear, like if anything, the believers have are
Hello?
there
Is my mic
they're
working?
pushing me closer to believing the devil is real than
Hello?
believing their God. And that's fucked up.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, but I'm talking right now.
Can you hear her?
Yeah, sorry. I just thought my mic wasn't working.
Like that's crazy. Like I would believe the devil existed because of them before I would believe their God existed.
You shall know them by their fruits, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there you go.
That's crazy. Y'all sound like y'all know Davy. Davy, how old are you?
21? I don't know. Who knows me?
I
Hello?
asked him if he could hear you talking because he said, "Can y'all hear me?" And it's like, "But can you hear her?" Because you're asking in the middle of her sentence
Yeah,
if
sorry,
she
but
can
I
hear
just wanted to
you.
make sure my mic was working.
No, but
Because
yeah, you
it,
could have
does,
muted
it
it until
sometimes
she
doesn't.
finished talking, just like you're doing right now while I'm talking and explaining to you why you shouldn't have been talking while she was talking.
Yeah, sorry. My
That be
apologies.
last time. All right,
Yeah.
thank you.
What year were you born, Davy?
2003.
Okay. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
I'm a Christian, Eastern Orthodox.
And what are your thoughts on the topic?
I mean, immediately I think the worst thing to ever happen to humanity. Do you truly believe that, or is that just to get people to join? Is that literal?
I truly believe that.
All right, so I don't know how to respond to that. What reason do you believe it was the worst thing to ever happen with like specific cases?
Let me do this a little bit differently because every time I give my reasons, y'all don't listen
Mhm.
because the list is long. What reason do you have to believe that it is not the worst thing that happened to humanity?
Sorry, I just connected my headset. Can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Like immediately, Jesus isn't the worst thing because oh my goodness, religiously, I believe that he's the Lord and Savior, so he isn't the worst thing to happen just off necessity. But if you want an actual explanation, I think what Jesus taught, even outside of the religion, is like, especially for the time, was very good because um, the early Middle East was like very, very violent. It was very, very dangerous. A very bad place. I think it was the best place he could have gone. Like Jesus could have been born because he was showing the light to a place that was very bad at that time. So I believe what Jesus taught, even now, is still very good. But yeah, those are my reasons. But I just don't
So
really know, like,
Jesus is
because
the best thing that happened to humanity because during Jesus' time in the Middle East, there were bad places that people couldn't go. and now what? The Middle East, there's peace, and you can go over there and picnic. I don't get what you're
No, it's
saying.
still
What are you saying?
still. I'm just saying Jesus, even outside of the religion, because if I were to go religiously, I'd just say he died for our sins. He was the best thing to happen to humanity. But outside of religion, he preached, very good moral messages like, you shouldn't just go killing people for mistakes they make. That's an immediate one. He
Wait, when did he say
he
that?
hasn't sinned. He who hasn't sinned, throw the first
I'm
stone.
sorry. When did he say don't just go killing people for the mistakes they've made?
That's parable. But do you know the story of
No, no, no.
the
What
woman who
parable?
was?
No, no, no. What parable did he say that in?
I'll find it for you, but
Yeah, can you do
I
that?
forget the exact verse.
Okay.
And while he's looking for that, y'all remember caps are for mods. Once again, this is the verbal warning, and the mods are going to start muting you at this point. One word or 100 words, you will be muted. Please
Um,
respect the space. Thank you.
yeah. In John 8:10, he says, "Let him who is without sin among you be the first to throw the stone at her," which, in his words, was saying, you don't have the right to kill her. Basically, like,
Why didn't they have the
I
right?
mean,
Why didn't they have the right to stone her?
no,
Why? I'm asking.
because she can.
Not there's no there. I didn't ask. Did he? I said
Mhm.
why. I said why didn't Jesus or the people there have the right to stone her?
Well, because they've all sinned. No one else there except for Jesus is innocent from sin
What were they supposed to do? What did the law say regarding adultery?
at that time. It was to stone
What
her.
was the law regarding adultery?
It was to stone her,
To stone who?
the woman.
Are you sure?
That was Jewish law at the time.
Are you
Yeah,
sure?
yeah.
Let's see.
They were all, the Pharisees especially, were saying that they
Yeah, hold on.
wanted to stone her. They were, yeah.
Hold on. We're going to pull up the actual law.
Hey, Thinker, while you're pulling that up, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. I have to work in the morning. But thank you so much for letting me be up here.
You're welcome, Deborah. Thank you for coming up. Have a good night.
Thank you.
I'm looking for this one. Is this the King James? I want the one. Let me see. Leviticus.
Oh, and Thinker's new gift goal. Let's me.
Huh? What do you say?
New gift goal. New gift goal.
Okay. All right. Um, Deuteronomy 22. I'm sorry,
Yeah.
Deuteronomy 22 and 22 says, if a man is discovered lying with the wife of another man, both of them shall die. The man who lay with the woman as well as the woman. So you shall purge the evil from Israel. Leviticus 20 and
Deuteronomy.
10. Leviticus
Oh, you're
20
saying
and
another one.
10. If a man commits adultery with the wife of his neighbor, both the adulterer and the adulteress shall be put to death.
Yeah.
So was there a man there with the woman that they drugged to Jesus? Or did they just
No,
bring, did they
they just brought
just,
the woman.
I'm sorry, they just brought the woman. So could Jesus prove that this woman committed adultery without a man there?
He didn't need to. His point wasn't to prove it.
Could he, if he stoned her, would he have been following the law?
No, because he couldn't have
Nope.
proved it.
So he could not condemn her. He could not stone her, and neither could they. Had they stoned her, they all would have been sinning.
Difference is there was a claim of an eyewitness account. The person who dragged her there
Show
said
me
that
where it
he.
says that you can stone a woman for committing adultery as an eyewitness.
What do you mean?
Show me
As an
where a
eyewitness?
woman can be stoned just for being accused of committing adultery and the law.
Not just accused. You can't just kill someone for being accused of it, or even at
So
the time.
Jesus didn't spare her because she had no right to be
Jesus
stoned.
wasn't the one who was going to be stoning. It was the Pharisees who would have been
Jesus
stoning.
did not spare her from being stoned because she had no right to be stoned because they had no proof that she committed
You're
adultery.
not, you're not understanding what I'm saying. The Pharisees, the ones who brought her to Jesus,
And
were the one.
Jesus said, "He who is without sin cast the first stone." They
Yeah.
all would have been sinning because they did not bring the man. They were not following the law. There was no man.
No.
There was no man there to be stoned with her.
Okay. So if two people are found guilty of something and you can't find the second person, do you not punish the other person?
How do you know that she was actually found guilty of it?
Because there were eyewitness
How
accounts who
how do
said
you
that
know they were eyewitnesses? How do you know they weren't
because
lying on her?
they had claimed, well, we
That's a
don't know.
claim.
That's
Exactly.
how,
You don't know.
what do you mean?
How do you know
Jewish
they were
law,
not lying on her to
I don't
test
know, dude, I
Jesus?
wasn't
How
there.
do you know they were not lying on her to test
Stop
Jesus?
yelling, let me
How
speak,
do
let me
you know?
speak.
I'm asking you a question. You don't give me shit. I'm asking you a question.
Really?
How do you know
Oh
they
my
were
God.
not lying on her to test Jesus?
No, no idea. They could have been completely lying. I
That's
didn't
the
speak to them
point.
personally.
That's the
Yeah,
point.
but okay. In a
That's the
court of law,
point.
can I make my case? Can I make my
That's the
point?
point. That is the
No,
point. That's
you're
the
getting quite
point.
hostile. You're
That's
getting
the
quite
point.
hostile.
That you know what? I talk, you be quiet. That is the point.
Can I
They
make my
could not
case?
prove. They could not prove that she committed adultery. They were not following the law. They did not bring the man with them. Jesus
I
had
already
no
responded to
right.
both of
Stop
those
talking
points.
while I'm talking. Jesus had no right to stone her or to okay the Pharisees to stone her. The Pharisees had no right to stone her because they were not following the law.
Respond to that?
Now you fucking can.
All right. So immediately, I already made my case with how they didn't find the man. For whatever reason, they didn't bring the man. And that's irrelevant because if they saw her doing it and whether they were corrupt and didn't want to bring the
How did they
man or
see
the
her
man
doing
ran
it if
off
the
or
man
whatever he
not with
did,
her?
I'm speaking. Just let me,
Nobody
you
gives a
can
damn
ask
if
that
you're
Do I
after.
care?
speaking.
Do I care that you're speaking? You're
I
speaking
gave you enough
nonsense.
respect.
Because
I,
how
you
will
haven't
No,
even
the
no you
fuck
admitted.
you
didn't.
haven't.
No you didn't. No you didn't. No you didn't. No you
Yeah,
didn't.
because I didn't get to finish. You
No
cut
you
me
did
off.
not. No Kiki, Kiki. But how are they catching her without him? How are they catching her in adultery if she's not with someone?
What do you? They just didn't bring the man.
That
You.
is
That's the
against the
point.
law.
That's the point.
No, it's not.
No,
Yes,
you're
it
saying
is. It literally is.
Can I
The
make my
man
point,
and
please?
the woman
Hallelujah.
shall be put to death.
How do you know the
That's the
man and the woman
law.
didn't
And
put to
your
death?
Jesus
How do you
had
know the
no
man?
right, and your Jesus had no right to okay for her to be stoned, and neither did the Pharisees. They were testing your Jesus. And then on top of that, this shit never happened. This story was added to the book of John around the year 499 AD. This is a
That's
made
debatable
up story.
because
It
I
never
can actually respond to that. I can
happened.
respond to that.
Of course, you're not going to respond to that because facts fucking
I
scare
can.
you.
You keep muting me, but I have a response to that. I promise you, I have a response to the fact that it was added. Um,
So
the
you're getting heated
accusation.
because you are saying it while the host is talking. Let her
Okay,
finish, and then you can respond
yeah, but you guys cut
I
over
didn't
me.
even know he was saying that he
because
had a
she's the
response to
host.
it. I thought he was saying I'm not going to respond to that. And
No, I do have a
that's why you
response.
shouldn't talk
That's
while I'm
fine.
talking because I didn't even know what the fuck you said. I thought you said something else because your mouth was moving while mine was.
Okay, so the idea that it was added, right? The story that you're referring to, there was. I mean, immediately we know it existed prior to then because I forgot which early church father it was, but one of them was speaking about that story and using it in I think it was 200 AD or something. So they were speaking about it. How would they have known that story if it were added 150 years later?
So, um, first off, what I would need you to do is find the exact church father that spoke about it. And then
Yeah.
if you have a computer in front of you, go to greekcenter.org right quick. It's GREEK and then center is CNTR.org.
Oh,
And
what
then
was
when
that?
you go there, greekcenter.org, scroll down and click on coalition. And then when you go to coalition, I want you to go to John chapter 8 and I want you to tell me what you see.
Yeah, let's tap the screen. Let's get these likes to 350K. Think and remember to reset your gift goal.
Okay.
Um, you guys continue to share the live.
I love the fact that the main live is still up with this background with 1.5 million likes on it because it looks like a post with 1.5 million likes that says Jesus was the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. I love it. Are you on the website?
I'm just looking for my source real quick, but then I'll have yours up. It's greekcenter.org, right?
Yeah, greekcenter.org is the website that has the images of the actual oldest copies of the Greek text that we have. The oldest copy of John chapter 8, starting with verse 1 all the way through verse 11, is Witness 5, 375 to 425 CE. That's the oldest copy we have in history. And you can click on it and you can see what we have.
Greekcenter.org. So is it? Where did you say it was? Because I'm on like
Center
the
is
main.
spelled CNTR, Greek.
No, I'm on the website,
Go to
but
coalition at the bottom.
coalition. can't find. You said coalition
At the very bottom of the website, in the
in
footer,
Christian.
in the footer,
Mm.
it says coalition. It says, I'm sorry, collation apparatus. Right above apparatus. It says Greek manuscripts compared verse by verse, highlighting any differences between the early witnesses and the critical text.
I can't see that on like the homepage about GCBS.
GreekCenter.org. It should say Center for New Testament Restoration and the header. And then you scroll down, and the very first tab is collation.
Yeah. Oh, okay, I found it. Good statistical reparation. Manuscripts?
Nope. Collation.
Yep.
You click on that, Center for New Testament Restoration. Click the drop down, and click John. Click the next drop box and click chapter 8.
Only one and second. John. First John 8. There's no thing for First John 8.
There's no what?
There's nothing for First John 8.
There's
Like I
nothing
can't
for,
find.
there's nothing, not First John, John chapter 8, not First John chapter 8.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, John 8. Yep. 8 chapter. I think it was. Um was John chapter 8 verse 7. Alright. This is a lot of Greek. I can't read this, to be honest with you.
When is the first witness? What time frame? What witness is the first time you see John chapter 8, where this story begins? What witness?
You mean 125 to 174?
Is that blank?
Oh
Is
yeah,
that
so
where is the
375 to 425. Yeah.
375 to
Yeah.
425 is the oldest copy we have of this story in the book of John.
Yeah.
There is no copy in history of this story anywhere prior to that.
Well, hold on, I'll get it up for you now, but there's an early church father who spoke about that exact story well before 300 or 400. So I'll get that for you now. All right, so the first ever reference to it in the Bible, you said is 375, right?
You So
Or this website says, yeah. The first known reference, I don't know if this is the first known reference, but the person I'm referring to is, I don't know if it was, here, let me get the sources. Didymus the Blind. He referred to it in, was it 313, I think? But it wasn't as early as I thought, but it was prior to the 375 year, which means that there must have been some reference to it prior to then.
Didymus, you're
Regardless,
talking about Didymus the blind, and he
Didymus.
did not name it as being a part of the Gospel of John. What he said was, we find in certain Gospels an episode in which a woman is accused of a sin, and their Savior says, let one who is without sin cast the first stone. And he wrote that,
Yeah,
and they found that in the fragments around 360 CE.
360. My sources said it's earlier than that. Hold
360
on.
CE. And that's in the commentary on Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, let's put it up there. Yeah, so here it was found in the year 350 AD, which is, or that's between. Oh, there's not an exact date, but they say the estimate is 350.
It's, well, my source says circa 360s,
No,
but it doesn't,
either one. That's
he does not
yeah,
say that it was, he does not name the Gospel of John. He says we find in
yeah. He
certain
refers to the
gospel,
story.
he said we find in certain gospels with an S, and the only
Yeah,
place this story is in one gospel, and that's John. He says we find
yeah,
in certain gospels, plural, an episode in which a woman is accused of a sin, does not say that it was adultery, and the Savior says, let the one who is without sin cast the first stone.
yeah.
You
So that's
do not see this story
okay.
in any older copy of the book of John prior to 375 to 425 CE.
Even if it is missing, like even if it's out there, the only pieces we have early on are fragmented. So
The
it
only
very well
pieces
could
of
have been
what?
like
The only pieces of what?
of
Because
the Bible.
what we, the only pieces we
The
have of
only,
every is, I don't believe in this book. A lot of this book
yeah,
was written from what they say is a hypothesized Q source, where the writers wrote narratives around uh, small fragments of information.
they would. What do you mean? The authors of the Gospels?
Yes.
The authors were the ones who experienced it, like
No, they're
Mark,
not.
Matthew.
The Gospels are anonymous. No, they're
They're
not.
actually, like I know perfectly about that. I'm already educated on that.
Sure.
The Gospels are
According
internally anonymous, which means they just don't have their name written in it. If I write something
Yeah,
and
which,
I hand it to you,
yeah, Luke
and you
was
know that
there.
I've written it,
Luke was there. Luke was there with Jesus, and he heard Jesus talk and all that.
Luke, I don't know about Luke. I just know about like John, especially. Like John personally
John was
wrote
there.
the Book
John
of John.
says that he was there in
Hmm.
the gospel.
He says he spoke to Jesus, yeah, or he said things that Jesus said, yeah.
No, did John, the writer of the book of John, say that he was there and that he saw all of this firsthand?
I don't know if he explicitly says that, but
He
it's
doesn't
definitely
say
like,
that. He doesn't say that. Neither of the gospels say I Luke or I John, I Matthew,
I think
I,
that's what I just said.
none of them
It's
say that.
internally
None. Why
anonymous.
the fuck are you talking while I'm talking?
I mean,
You
sorry, you've cut over
cannot,
me. My
you
apologies.
cannot have a civil conversation if both of us are talking at the same time.
Yeah, my apologies. Sorry.
That's your second time apologizing for that.
So as I was saying,
Nope, I was saying, I was
okay.
talking
Sorry, you stopped speaking for a bit.
because
Continue.
you irritated me by talking while I'm talking and constantly
My apologies,
apologizing for the
but
same
you're
thing.
getting
Stop.
quite
Yes, I'm getting
invasive.
frustrated because you are rude as fuck. God, Jesus' kids is so fucking rude. Like he left y'all here with no motherfucking supervision. The babysitters that he left for y'all didn't teach y'all how to have conversations with people.
As someone who's just going on and raising their voice, I
I
mean, I think
I
you
am
should
gonna
treat
raise
me
my
very
voice.
fair.
I will raise my voice if I fucking want to. I don't give a damn about you tone policing me. If I want to yell, I will fucking yell. If I want to curse, I will curse. I don't give a damn about you tone policing me. Don't talk while I'm talking. You had the opportunity to have a calm conversation with me and you kept talking over me. You had that opportunity. None of the Gospels were written by any of the so called disciples of your Jesus. They are anonymous. I don't believe any of this shit. The story that you brought up with this Jesus, one, they couldn't stone her because both the man and the woman had to be stoned. Accusing someone of committing adultery without being able to prove that they committed adultery would have been a sin. It would have just been outright murder.
May I speak?
I knew he was going to say that. I put my hand up to count down to five. I didn't even
Oh,
get to five. I was going to say five, four. I didn't even get to five. As soon as I put my hand up, he said it.
like
What?
clockwork.
That's how a conversation works. That's not. But can I make my point though?
No, it ain't.
I'll take that as a yes. So the first point you made about there being no proof, whether the man was there or not, that changes nothing. They just found one of the culprits. Maybe the man was off being stoned to death. Who knows? But they were trying to trap him, and so he responded with, "No, you shouldn't stone her to death. You are all unworthy to do that." Um, what was your other point about the anonymity of the Gospels? Internally, yes, it doesn't have their name in it, but we can attribute it to the people who did it because, like, within such a short period of time, their names are so well spread and were attributed to that we know that they must have written it. It's very hard, especially pre the industrial era, for that to happen. Like, what was it, Mark, Luke, and all them? It's very hard for their names to have been spread that much when if they were actually anonymous. Do you get what I'm saying?
No. Um, do you
Okay.
think that during the Greco-Roman period where governments were set up, that motherfuckers was just walking around stoning people in the street saying, oh, you committed adultery, stone? Or do you think they had to go before a judge? Like,
Uh,
do you honestly think that the Pharisees actually thought that your Jesus had the right to make a decision on whether somebody got stoned? Like Rome, they live in a Roman province under Roman occupation with a Roman government and Roman gods, that which Rome had put a king over them. You got the Sanhedrin. You actually think that that woman would have been stoned right there if Jesus had said, "Yep, go and stone her"? Like, do y'all ever think beyond this fucking fairy tale? Like, do y'all ever ask yourself, does this logically make sense that the Pharisees would bring this woman to Jesus and let Jesus decide whether she gets stoned or not, when they had whole entire court systems, when they had laws set up and procedures in place? They were not just stoning people in the fucking streets and deciding that shit on their own. Your Jesus had no authority. None. No authority with the Sanhedrin. No authority in Rome. He made no decisions for anybody. He could only say, give unto Caesar what is Caesar's, because Caesar would have whooped his ass. Because he had no authority.
All right. Immediately, he wasn't going to be the one doing the stoning. I think I said that earlier. They weren't asking him, "Do you
He
want to?"
couldn't
You're
make the
cutting over me. Stop cutting over
decision.
me.
He could. It doesn't
I was
matter.
respectful.
The
I was
point
respectful.
is. The
Obi,
point
you're
is. Oh
misunderstanding.
my
You're
fucking god!
misunderstanding.
Stop. The point is, he could not make that decision anyway. He couldn't make that decision anyway. They were testing him.
I
Don't
would.
fucking tell me what to do. Don't fucking tell me how to run my life. And if you don't like it, you can scroll.
All right. I think
I was
you
talking.
misunderstood what.
I was talking.
Okay.
I don't care if Jesus was going to stone her with his own hand. That's not the point. He could not make the decision anyway. He did not have the authority. Make me let him talk. Make me do it, young. Make me do it. There's no point in you constantly typing that. You have no authority, like your Jesus has no authority. You're just talking like your Jesus was just talking. At that point, they were testing him. He had no authority to change anything.
All right. You kind of misunderstood what I said there. So I don't know if you're intentionally like trying to ignore what I meant, but I'll just say it again. I'll repeat it. Um, I'm aware he didn't have any authority. He wasn't going to choose for them to stone her. They were directly asking him, what is the correct punishment? They were just identifying what he believed the correct punishment was. And they said, clearly, we should stone her. And because he was all about, peace and that in the time, they were trying to test him. And then he made that point. They realized, I don't know if what they specifically realized, because I'm not them, but all of them slowly walked off. So he wasn't trying to make. There was no point about, oh, you guys shouldn't kill her. He wasn't stopping her from being stoned. She would have been
No,
stoned
you
either
literally
way.
said that your Jesus changed the law. You literally said that he changed to where people said that people shouldn't be killed for making a mistake. You literally
And
said
as
that. You
All right,
stop. You
all right,
literally said that, and that's why you brought this up. And he didn't answer correctly, because the correct answer would have been, where is the man? Both the man and the woman are to be stoned. Your Jesus literally admonished the Pharisees for not stoning children for disobeying their parents. He didn't follow or recite the law correctly.
all right. immediately, I never said that he changed the law. At the start, I said he was very morally good, in my opinion, at a very bad time. He was making a moral point. He wasn't saying, um, he wasn't making like a legal case point. He was making a moral point, which is what I said at the start. I said he was a good person and making a moral point that they shouldn't stone her.
Selena, what did he say?
What?
Selena,
Are you talking to me?
is your name Selena?
No, but I don't see a Selena in.
Selena, are you there? Lala, are you there?
Yeah.
What did he say?
Well, I just got back to it.
I can't hear you. You sound muffled.
Just got back to the phone.
Um, I don't know where Selena went.
I think earlier she said she had work in the morning. If that's the one who dropped
No,
earlier, then
it's
she said,
not. I don't need you. I do not need you.
okay,
Like,
got you.
goddamn. Y'all think y'all have the answers for everything and y'all be half informed, like ill informed, and be ready to answer shit that, like, one, you're not even involved in that. You don't know who Selena is, but I do. And then you answering about another woman that was up here. Her name ain't Selena. You don't know who she is, but I do. I don't need you to answer for my shit. You literally said that he said in a parable, don't stone people for making a mistake. Those were your words. You
Yeah, I said it
literally said that.
as a moral point. I did say that as a
You
moral
didn't say
point.
he made a moral point.
I don't need to explicitly say that. That seems pretty
You're
obvious
you're
from the
you're
statement,
full
to
of
be honest.
shit. You're full of shit, and you
What?
are backtracking
Did
what
you?
you originally said.
No.
You are
Repeat what I
full of
said. Just
shit.
repeat what I said.
And regardless, your Jesus advocated for the Mosaic law, and he admonished Pharisees for changing that law and creating a new tradition that allowed children to pay a tax to the church instead of being stoned to death.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Your Jesus advocated for children to be stoned for disrespecting their parents because the law said they were to die for disrespecting their parents.
And I see a source for that, just as a
Your
source. I'm
Bible
not
is the source.
disputing that.
Your Bible is the source.
Yep. So where's the verse? I'm not detesting it, I'm just saying, like, where?
Oh, and I think my phone rang as soon as y'all got into that little piece. Did I miss something?
Yeah, do you remember what he said about, never mind, I don't. Matthew 15. Why don't y'all ever know your Bible?
They will.
I can't memorize the whole thing.
I I
What was
I
the exact
don't
verse?
memorize the whole thing either. But if I talk about some shit, if I claim to know some shit, if I claim to believe some shit, I'm gonna know what the fuck I'm talking about.
No, you said Matthew 15, like the whole thing, or just a specific verse? Hello?
Matthew 15.
15 and some Pharisee
This is
teachers about law came
I
back to
had to look
Jesus.
up heart attack rates among pastors, just simply because the frustration that I have experienced during this 24-hour live. I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. I can, with the frustration, the I couldn't be a pastor. My father was a pastor, and I understand. Oh my God, I understand. Like, if I had to listen to this all the time, and if my phone constantly rang all the time, and this is what I got on the other end. Like, I looked up heart attack rates among pastors, and it's high. And it's something that is still being studied. Like, the stress level among pastors with believers, with that's like having a hell of a lot of kids, grown ass kids. And I think adult kids are worse, because you expect a child to be a child, and you expect a child to make mistakes. You expect a child to not critically think, because they're in their learning phase. But fuck, if it's a grown ass adult, I can understand why. I can understand why the heart attack rate, it says, with studies suggesting that clergy may experience higher rates of certain chronic diseases and cardiovascular risk compared to the general population.
All right. I looked at the chapter you told me about.
You see how he doesn't give a damn about anything that I just said?
He
All
don't.
they
He
fucking
don't.
care
And
about is winning
we
an
just
argument.
spoke about
They
heart
don't listen to
attacks.
shit. They don't listen. They only
I
care
looked.
about, shut up, I'm talking. They only care about, like, proving a point, or like they're like bots. I swear, they're like bots. They're like uh empty vessels with mouths. Like, sometimes I think even their ears don't work.
That was just completely an ad hominem in its entirety. But I will respond to what you said earlier because
Shut the fuck
What's
up. I'm
up?
sick of your ass. I can't. I cannot. No, you're 19. I don't know why. What are you doing back up here? You were 19.
Cause he in the chat. How the heck he get
How
back
do
up
you
here?
get back up?
Took him down. I don't know why, because he said he
What
was
the
19.
actual F? Yeah, I'm saying he was in the chat talking trash with whatever other Christians
Oh,
down
she
there.
is knocked out.
Ooh, is that a snore? Is that a snore?
Did Gene ever come back?
She in the comments, but your ass just woke up.
I think
Allegedly.
she called it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, she said she
You know
tried
how I
to.
know you asleep?
Huh?
You know how I know you asleep?
Um, lack of charisma.
We literally
Hi,
had
hello.
a woman on stage who said that slavery was necessary because who else was going to build it?
Mm.
She literally said that Hitler was necessary.
No
She
way.
went anti-Semitic as hell. She went. We let her go for probably a good 5 minutes, and she just kept fucking going. And I said, "Oh, so ass is asleep." Because there's no fucking way that lady sat there and said all that shit, and you ain't saying nothing.
Mm.
So, Queen, I
Ah,
partly
ah,
be.
ah, ah.
Seen her around. Oh, lovely.
Huh?
least I saw her on Christina's panel. The person you talking about.
Oh, she was on Christina's panel before.
Yes. You remember her name?
Uh, no, I don't remember her name. The fact that you are
Zena
in
has
the
been.
fucking comments typing, like y'all have no patience whatsoever.
Zena says she can't see her own comments, and it won't let her request on her backup. That's weird.
Wow.
She was just in here in the comments.
Yeah. So
I don't remember her name. What was her name, y'all? The person that was on stage. I do not remember her name. Her name was Low Key. Her name was Low Key.
I truly forget them people name as soon as they drop down.
Me
Like,
too.
quite honestly, as soon as they drop down, I'm like, who the heck was
I
in here?
have to because if I don't, I swear sometimes the like they irritate. They're irritating. Like they're getting to the point. It's getting to the point. I don't see how those of you that do believer only lives. I don't see how the fuck y'all do it. Because if it wasn't for the atheists and the deconstruction, like the mixture, I don't think this live would have lasted that long. Because I cannot fucking talk to Christians back to back to back to back to back to back. I can't do it. I can't do it. I don't see how y'all do it. Apollo, how old are you?
I just turned 22.
You just turned what?
22. So, like,
What year were
I
you
want to
born?
say 2003.
Um, are you a believer?
No.
Are you
So, I
deconstructing or
have
are
to
you an
say
atheist?
I'm atheist.
Okay.
But I have to say that I partly agree and disagree with this background. Like, Jesus is the second worst thing that to happen. The first is Muhammad. Absolutely. In my opinion.
Muhammad and Jesus go hand in hand, so.
Yeah, like, but the bad impact of Muhammad is worse, I think.
Muhammad hasn't hit as much territory as Jesus has, but they both have done some horrible shit. Both of them have colonization or imperialism, slavery.
No,
Uh,
what
I'm
Jesus
sorry. Hello?
Jesus
What the fuck
himself.
is happening
Sorry.
right now? I understand that you disagree with me, okay? You will have an opportunity to respond to me. They are both pretty bad. They both have you know, um, genocide. Well, yeah. I don't even know if Muhammad has committed the amount of genocides that Jesus and his daddy have. Um, but they both have hateful rhetoric for their text, subjugating women, slavery. But I think Jesus has covered more ground than Muhammad has, and has a little bit more influence than Muhammad does with governments. Muhammad does have some influence with governments, but I don't think it's as much as Jesus. But I do think that Muhammad is trying to like catch up to Jesus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Successfully gaining on them too.
Yeah. But you don't want that. I don't want either of these motherfuckers in charge.
Yeah, so um like the Jesus himself didn't cause much harm as a man, right? He wasn't very uh, Christianity at his time wasn't very big religion. He didn't do a lot
Do
of
you think
things.
I'm saying Jesus did these things?
No, of course not. It's
Yeah,
the
you're talking
impact.
about
It's the impact. Yeah, of course.
the idea of Jesus, the belief in
The
Jesus.
effect. Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. I don't know why you're telling me Jesus himself didn't do it. Like
yeah, of course. But
that's
I
a
mean,
given.
yeah. But Muhammad himself, he was a horrible person. He married a minor.
He still didn't
He
do that to humanity, right? I
no,
agree that Muhammad was. Listen, I need you to stay on topic though. What I'm saying, I agree. Muhammad has done horrible things, but what I'm saying is, I think Jesus as an idea versus Muhammad has done worse to humanity. Is what I'm saying. I'm not saying
well,
Muhammad wasn't a bad person.
yeah, yeah. I can understand why the idea of Jesus is caused a lot of harm. For example, in the Inquisition and Crusades, some of that. Uh, Still, I think that even nowadays, the effect of Muhammad and Islam, beside the tea attacks all over the world, the in Muslim countries, it is very normalized to marry minors because I mean the Prophet did it. So like, understand it does affect humanity, his actions, and for example, Hybar. Like he actually um went to a Jewish tribe and absolutely slaughter all of them, make the women and the children slaves, right? And people justify it today for attack on Jewish people. So,
Are you saying they
uh,
don't do that in the belief with Jesus? That in the belief with Jesus, people aren't marrying children or have not married young girls, even today. Like literally, the age of consent is being lowered as we speak. Are you saying that that doesn't happen with the belief of Jesus, the slaughtering of Jewish people?
I mean, yeah, of course, this has done a lot of bad impact on humanity. Of course, absolutely agree. But I think that, of course, in our world today, modern society, the impact of Muhammad is much, much worse.
How is it much, much worse? So, are you in a Muslim country? Where are you?
I used to live in the Middle East.
In the middle. Okay. And did Jesus have a impact in the Middle East as well?
Jesus didn't have a lot of
I didn't
impact in
ask
the
a
Middle
lot. Did he
East.
have an impact there?
No, that I can remember.
So there were no
Maybe
Christians there.
there were, but they're pretty nice people.
I
Like
didn't ask if
it's
they
not
were
like
nice. Will you stop?
sorry.
Stop.
So
And I know you're trying to convince me that you are atheist. I did not ask you if the Christians were nice. I asked if they had an impact there.
um, in my country, they didn't have a lot of impact.
I didn't
I'm
ask
not.
about a lot. Did they have impact there? Were there Christians there?
I don't think so. They're pretty minority, right? They're
So they were a minority, but they weren't there. Do
they
you hear the question that I'm asking you? Were there Christians in your country?
yeah.
Okay, that's how you answer that question.
Okay.
There were Christians in in your country that is primarily Muslim, right? To the point to where there would be wars, right? Um, Between the Christians and the Muslims, like maybe not maybe I shouldn't say wars, but like, what do you call them? Rebellions or attacks. Like they would attack one another.
No, it was mainly attacks between Muslims and other group of people, not Christians.
Hold on. Because I don't know why you are protecting the Christians. Give me just a second. Oh, goodness gracious. So, within the last 50 years, ISIS have attacked Christians. There have been persecutions against Christians in Muslim countries, attacks where Christian missionaries come to convert in Muslim ran countries, um, persecution and displacement of Christian populations. Let's see. Let's see. May 3rd, 2019, the persecution of Christians in the Middle East came close to a genocide. So I want to say again, the Christians that are in the Middle East are there's a war between the Muslims and the Christians in the Middle East.
Yeah, in a lot of countries. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. Aware.
Yep. And but there are Muslims in the US, but they don't have that big of an impact to where there's genocides over here, right? Like there's wars, like not that big of an impact where it's predominantly Christian, right? In the US,
Yeah. Yeah,
in
In the
Europe,
United States, yeah, of course.
yeah, and in
Yeah,
Europe
Europe, of
and
course.
yeah, where let's see, Christianity is in Korea. Does Are the Muslims taking over Korea? Have the Muslims taken over Korea?
You asking?
Yeah.
Um, I don't know what is going on in Korea,
Nope, they're not. But Christianity has.
but no, like Muslims are taking over
They
Europe.
haven't taken over. No, they haven't. They have not taken over.
Not
But when
already,
I
but
when
they
I
are.
say when I say that Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity, regardless if you're talking about Muhammad with Jesus as his brother or the prophet or whoever he is, they are one and the same. But still, Christianity has had the largest impact on humanity than any of the three Abrahamic religions. And Islam was influenced by Christianity. They
Yeah,
all fall
right.
under the same umbrella.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like the Abrahamic religions are overall not, let's say, generally not the greatest thing to happen to humanity. Absolutely not.
I don't think you're actually atheist. But
Why do you
also let me
think?
change my I gotta change my battery in my vape. Can you pick up since you've been asleep? No, I'm joking. I gotta change my battery in my vape. I'll be right back.
Yeah. Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I have to agree with Thinker though. I mean, I understand because I was curious because you have a very strong anti Islam slant, and
Yeah.
I see that, but it feels like you have a soft spot for Christianity, even though you
No,
said it was
no,
number
not really.
two.
Not really. Like I'm saying that even though they did a lot of damage, and they are now, like in the past, 1,000 years ago, like, I would absolutely agree that Christianity is worse. Today, Christianity is not great, of course, but um, it's causing less harm than Islam today in today's society, in today modern world,
How?
because they got more softened. Like there will be no inquisition now, right? They got softened more, but Islam didn't. Islam is just like 600.
Did you say their God softened more?
Maybe like, I don't know. I know that Christianity become more soft than it was before, and Islam didn't. So that's why, like,
Um, how so?
people who are living in 600, right, and acting for with the same moral and the same worldview are worse than people that maybe didn't did a lot of progress, but they did some progress. Like they're not living in 600, right? They moved on.
Uh, can real quick, could you just say fuck Jesus Christ?
Can I say Jesus Christ?
Can you say fuck Jesus Christ?
Fuck Jesus Christ.
So I'm curious as to how you see Jesus Christ as less detrimental to the world when like the people who believe in him are helping funding like a couple different massacres around the world. I don't know if you're familiar with Palestine, but Christianity is funding that shit,
I mean,
right?
Palestine. Do you know what even is happening in Palestine? Like, basically,
Yeah,
like this is probably the worst idea you could come up with against Christianity.
really? Why?
Yeah, because there is literally nothing, like, basically,
I
that
don't
is
think he's
very wrong there.
atheist.
I don't either.
Why are you
I don't know
lying
what
about
his
being an
deal is.
atheist?
Do you admit how can I prove to you that I'm atheist? Like I'm actually, or I'm debating religious people all the time.
Oh, that don't mean anything. Like you've been up here defending Christianity for since you've been on the stage for some odd reason.
No, I'm not defending Christianity. I'm saying that today in the modern society, they are less of worse than Islam. It doesn't mean they are good. Absolutely not. Christianity today is doing a lot of messed up shit. Of course, absolutely. But still, in modern days, it's less harmful than Islam.
What's happening in Congo right now, where I think we're at 10 million at the death toll
No,
in Congo? That
I really don't
genocide
know.
over there, like, damn, is there like,
I really don't know what's happening there.
I'm
So
sorry.
I
Do you
don't.
think I stopped talking because it was time for you to talk, or I stopped talking because you interrupted me while I was talking? Which one of those things do you think happened?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Thinker Zena's on my backup account because hers aren't letting her up on
Okay.
me. Think I changed the name, huh? You might send the wrong signal.
No, you don't understand. I've been struggling for like the last hour, and I'm
Oh,
I'm
really?
so. No, think I even messaged you like I'm so
Message
overstimulated
me?
right now. Yes, because I'm like I didn't want you to think I fell asleep or something. Like I
But I
literally
saw
have
you in
been.
the comments. I knew you wouldn't sleep.
That
I
was
know
my
you're not
other.
also.
No,
Damn.
that was my other page, but I was commenting on my backup, and I was in here, but I don't think y'all couldn't see me.
You
It's
were
okay.
commenting in the comments?
I was commenting in the comments. I was requesting. I was like, "What the hell is going on with my account?" And I kept tagging people to see if they could see me. Jason, nobody could see me on there. I was like, "What the fuck is like?" When I tell you, from the time I dropped and I finished the ticket to 2.5 seconds ago, I was literally
Oh,
trying, like,
poor
turning
Tina.
off
I
my
feel
phone.
bad.
Like, I redid my Wi-Fi.
Oh
I
my
got on my
gosh.
laptop. I was like, "What the hell is going on?" But it's glitching so badly down there. Like, I'm like,
Oh, is it glitchy for everybody?
I know Jason said in the Discord it was glitching a bit for him. But I don't. Either way, I'm happy to be back because I done drunk like 3 Red Bulls and I'm not going to sleep. I done almost finished my damn blanket. So I'm like,
I'm gonna be up till Tuesday.
she's.
Oh my gosh.
I was like, oh man, maybe she changing up the panel. I was like, I don't know. I was like, wait, what am I doing myself? All right, I'm
I
back,
think
y'all.
I think
Zena
if
got
y'all
left
switch
behind.
out, I think if y'all like leave out and come back in, it might fix the glitch. I don't know, that might work. Um, you saying that you don't know what's going on in Congo while you make the claim that there are less wars happening um with Christianity, and you don't know what's happening in Congo.
Um, I mean, I guess. But there's also in Yemen and Sudan and those countries a lot of like again. I'm not defending Christianity. I'm not defending Christianity. You need to understand that. I'm
It's
standing
weird because
against.
when I brought up Palestine, you were like, "Oh, that's not really a good example."
Sorry, what did you say?
Yeah, it is weird because when I brought up Palestine, you were saying that that's not a great example of how
Yeah,
Christianity is having a negative
yeah.
effect on the world.
It's not. It's not a good example for. Like, if you want
How?
to give examples for Christian
How?
bad effects, Palestine is not a very
How?
good
They're
example.
literally funding it.
So, well, we need to understand what do you mean by it, of course.
The genocide.
What G side?
Yeah.
What?
Yeah, there's no way you're making.
Yikes.
Cur.
The one where Marjorie Taylor Greene put a signature on the MISSLE that was coming or going over there. That genocide. You don't know about that one?
The
Oh
one,
my.
the evangelical Christians are sending $200 million a year over to help fund.
The one where people are literally on this app begging for help because they are being killed. Like
I
October
mean, did
7th
it happen
is
on a
really.
random day?
Yeah, it's
What?
been 70 years in the
Why did
making.
it happen?
What?
Why did it
But I'm
happen?
sorry.
Can you
Like
tell me?
Selena was talking.
Um.
Yeah,
Okay, sorry.
yeah. Then you want to know why it was why?
Does that justify it?
Exactly. I mean, other
Is
than the
7th
fact
of
that these
October?
people were protecting themselves or fighting back for the stuff that had been happening over how many years?
Nah,
I
he's
mean,
not
is
ignorant.
is 7th of October justified?
Are you a
Are you a
Zionist?
Zionist?
He's a Zionist.
Are you a
Uh,
Zionist?
I standing with humanity.
Are you a
So
Zionist?
you want to
Nah,
talk?
you're a
You
little
want to call
shit.
me?
That's what you
You
are.
want to talk me?
Are you
You
a
want to call me a
Zionist? Yes or
Zionist?
no?
I have no problem with this definition.
Okay. All
You
right.
a fucking lie.
Have a good day.
All right,
All right.
you too, I guess.
Oh, son of
I
a
mean, I didn't say it, bro. I hope you have a shitty day and shitty rest of your life.
bitch.
Why are y'all on the Zionist so much? I don't know.
Boy, please.
I just support the Jewish
Yeah,
people.
I hope you choke on.
The
I
only
hope you
Jewish
choke on.
country
I
in the
Hold
hope
on,
world.
we
you
don't want to
choke
get
on one of
taken
those
down.
things.
We don't want to get taken down. This our last
Margaret,
account.
son.
We don't want to get taken
It's
down.
literally the only
All
Jewish
Don't
right,
worry, I
country.
got this.
goodbye.
I mean, they destroyed one of the oldest churches in Palestine. Like, what are we saying? And it was a Christian church too, not just a Jewish church. It was a Christian church.
He's Zionist, and he's an atheist Zionist. That's what I was saying.
Right.
That's why you can't
Hmm.
group all Jewish people, because some of them are atheists.
Hmm.
What does being an atheist Zionist get you though?
Right.
Besides looking real stupid,
Nothing.
like what?
I dropped the religion, but I kept the superiority complex.
Yeah, the
Right.
supremacy. What?
I kept the supremacy. That's the part.
Yep, yeah,
That's
I'm
funny.
gonna leave up my main live because they're trying to take it down because of the post. I just want the post sitting there with the 1.5 million likes on that background. So yeah, I'm keeping it up on purpose. They took away the multi guest. So my live didn't get suspended, but they suspended my ability of bringing up guests because 3 black women were violated today just for existing while we were called the N word. So I'm leaving the live up for the whole 24-hour live. If y'all want to
Oh, you
stop
see that?
by, huh?
You see that comment? I
Uh-uh.
knew you were a little shit.
No, I didn't say it. If y'all want to stop by the old live and run the likes up, feel free to do so. Um, it would be nice to see 2 million likes on that background so I could take a screenshot of it. You can switch over there and come back. Whatever you want to do. I appreciate ya. Um, no, I didn't see it. What did he say?
I support my Jewish brothers and sisters in Israel.
Oh yeah, he's a
Mhm.
Zionist.
And we got
Um,
one that's saying he's gonna go flag your posts.
oh, he can, and they're
Alexander.
gonna do nothing. You can do that all you want. It's not gonna do anything. Nobody's doing anything on the live. A very black woman. A very black woman. Are you there? All right.
And what does that rebuke you from,
Strive, get the
Goofy?
hell out of my box. I don't like you.
I rebike disrespect of just.
They sleep.
Alexander,
Hello.
how are you?
Oh, could be better.
Mm.
I'm just in a bit of a rush because I've got to go to work soon.
Well, do you want to hop down?
No, I'd appreciate like if I'm applying
Yeah,
to
we're
come
not gonna
on
promise that to you.
on, like if you could just let me
We're not
know,
gonna
like if
promise
you could
that
just
to
say
you.
no.
If you're in a rush, I
Well,
don't think you should start this
no,
conversation.
but
Okay? We're
why
not
don't
gonna
why
promise
don't you
that
just
to
tell me
you,
though? Why don't you just say, look, we can't put
Alexander.
you on
Alexander.
instead of leaving me
Alexander.
waiting.
God damn! If you are in a rush, then it's best for you to hop down. You don't have time to have a conversation. Come back another time. It's not that hard.
I run my own business, so I can start anytime I want anyway. So
So then you're not that much of a rush, huh?
well, I'm not that much of in a rush.
Okay.
No, I was just saying before, I don't know when you muted me, but I was just saying before, if you can just let me know if you don't want to put me on, and then that'll save my time instead of waiting.
She didn't want
Okay,
you
have a
on.
good
You
day
wouldn't be
then.
on the stage.
He is already starting off like it doesn't make any
No,
sense.
no,
Stop talking while I'm
no.
talking. He's already starting off. I'm in a rush. Then I say, okay, if you're in a rush, hop down. No, I'm not in a rush. But if you don't want me on, just tell me so that I can come. Like, he's already wasting time.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chill Will.
Oh yeah, that's right. It was him. Golly, see, I forget people names so quick. Hold on.
Is there anything you want to ask me?
Yep. How does that block feel?
Boom, same time.
Oh yeah.
Burn.
Suck on that block.
Sick burn. Sick burn.
Why is
He
he
gonna get
still
real
on
mad.
stage?
He gone for us.
He's
He's
gone for
not
us.
come for me. He's still there for me.
I don't see
Wow.
him on
Yeah, we don't.
stage.
I don't see him. Yeah.
Maybe because y'all blocked him at the same time and gave him immunity.
Yeah, I think.
Dang.
Yeah, I was blocking him.
Like he really thought he was gonna bum rush that. It's
Right.
crazy.
Right. Like, sir, what?
Willard, I don't know if this account. I don't know what Willard is, but he keeps coming up and not saying anything. I'm not familiar with this account. I don't know if they are friendly. So I'm gonna block you because you keep coming up on stage and not saying anything. And I hear you there. So I'm just gonna go and block you. I hope you have a good one. I don't know. He does that all the time.
Willard plays with rats. It's crazy.
That's wild. Rest in peace, Willard.
Yeah, he does that almost every day and never says anything. Never says, "Oh, accident," nothing. Never says anything. PT, I think PT is knocked out. All right. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you are deconstructing from that God, or if you are an atheist, the guest box is open.
Yo,
What's your name?
Gavin,
How old are you?
21. 21.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
What are your thoughts on the post?
Honestly, you want my honest opinion? Or
Nope, I
like,
want you to lie to me.
nah, my honest answer is I genuinely have zero thoughts, and I'm here to like understand you guys more. Like, why would why would you post this? Like,
If
what?
you
Not
have
like.
zero thoughts, then you can hop down. Thank you for coming up.
No, I'm just trying to like understand the
You,
thought
if you
process.
have zero thoughts, if you have zero thoughts about the post, you can hop down. Thank you for coming up.
All right, bro.
All right, sis.
Bruh.
I bet he thought he cooked with that. I have
Yeah,
zero
he did.
thoughts. I actually came here to kind of just like learn from you guys. Like, I'm such a dumbass now.
Passive aggressiveness was just lackluster at that.
Right.
You can do better.
Flocka.
Flocka, flocka, flocka. Red squad.
Flock.
You the one that's hard to paint.
Huh?
Yeah, I go hard in the paint.
I was trying to remember who Waka Flocka was.
Um, I'm just deconstructing, but I don't know if I have a lot to add.
Okay. How old are you?
21.
Okay. And what made you come up?
Um, I just wanted to hear what you guys had to say about the prompt.
Nope, that's not how it works. If you come on stage, you're coming up because you have something to say about the prompt. You don't have anything to add?
Sharing comments not an option anymore. Like, what's
She
up?
didn't hear that previous conversation.
And then if you want to hear what we have to say about the prompt, you stay in the comments and you listen to hear what we have to say about the prompt with people who come up to talk about the prompt.
Sorry, I just had to remind myself to add Waka Flocka to my playlist.
Flocka, flocka, like,
I used to think I was the hardest little kid playing that shit before basketball games. Like, yeah, I'm gonna dominate on the boards. Fuck yeah.
I got a ticket one time because I was playing Waka Flocka in my Trailblazer, and I was a little too excited about the song that was playing, and I definitely got pulled over because it was a little too excitable.
Onyx had
I
that
could take it
that
though.
effect on me.
Mm. Mm-hmm.
It was Onyx for me, shifty.
Y'all know what I think? Um, I think believers think, like, really, really believe that the world revolves around them. Um, to the point to where they think that someone would post that just to get believers to come up and talk, because I don't give a fuck about anything else that you want to talk about, anything else that you have to say. If you don't have anything to say about what the fuck I posted or what I want to talk about, I don't care if you come up. Y'all don't revolve around my damn world at all. And bringing your asses up here thinking that you can question why I do any motherfucking thing. You literally think the world revolves around you. Is this a nerd talking?
Yes, it is. How are you?
Good. How are you?
I'm doing all right. Um, I really just wanted to, as far as the topic goes, Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. That got me thinking, and I wanted to know everyone's thoughts on what I think Jesus did that was harmful to humanity. Wasn't something that he did directly, but what his followers did. Um, it's touted and sold as a belief system. We have laws, we have commandments, we have uh, different things that we follow and things that we say we uphold. But the thing is, it doesn't nowadays in modern times, it doesn't function as a belief system anymore so much as it kind of functions as a justification system. It's people taking what they already believe and justifying it through Christianity. Like, I love what you guys are doing. I've been in and out of the live all day today. So I've just been in and out, so I haven't heard every conversation. But I wanted to get, I don't know if anybody's brought this up or anything, but I wanted to get thoughts on how this Jesus movement isn't really about having superior morals or having a worldview that includes a loving God, so much as it is, I have these biases, I have these prejudices, and I'm going to justify this with the word of my God. Is that a valid outlook or, you know?
I would say a lot of times yes. That, but also a lot of times it matches like it kind of sounds like you do agree that it matches what a lot of people are already like or believe already, not that they're um use like twisting it to fit what they already believe, but they are attracted to it because it is what they already believe and it justifies them being that way. Does that make sense? Like
Yes.
they gravitate
Yes.
to it because it has what they need in it to justify them being bigoted towards a specific group of people, or it justifies them feeling superior over a specific gender, or justifies them even feeling inferior to a specific gender.
Hmm. No, I think that's correct. I think they recognize something within the so-called belief system that they already hold, and now it just gives them permission to amplify it, especially in modern times. Like I don't, like you said, I don't know if it was, I don't know if they took the the tenets and all that stuff of Christianity and necessarily twisted them over time. However, they do seem to renegotiate the text a lot. They do seem to, well, we all know they cherry pick, but they do seem to take a verse and kind of renegotiate it so that it fits with whatever it is they already believe. Um, I find that kind of disturbing, but I also wanted to know if, because it's like that, because of the justification system and not necessarily a belief system, does that mean in the future we can look forward to the collapse of the justification system? If, and what I mean by that is, if you have a God, that God is all powerful, all knowing, all loving, and you appeal to that God to do the opposite of those things. And the more society recognizes that you're doing the opposite of what you say your God stands for. To me, that's the collapse of the justification system. And without that, I don't know how much power they would hold.
I there is some people, some like scholars who think that um I don't know about the justification system, but who believes that religion will die down or not have as much influence within the next 50 years. So, and it could be the collapse of the justification that leads to that, if that makes sense.
I think I see what you're saying. It's, yeah, it's to me, the more you do the opposite of what you say you're going to do, as in our God says he loves everyone and accepts everyone, but you're all the time renegotiating with the text to exclude certain demographics and certain marginalized communities, then the chink in the armor starts to show more and more as society progresses. And with that, I just think it falls apart when you say your God is one thing and you do another. And it becomes so, and it becomes more and more obvious that that's what's going on. I think you start to lose the God as the justification system for it.
What I guess, what do you mean by lose the God as the justification? It when like what do you mean by that? I'm sorry, say that again.
Well, what I was saying is, if you start to show the chink in the armor of the God, where at one hand you're preaching, um, that your God is all loving, but your actions and other things start to demonstrate that you really don't believe in loving all people. You're lifting up the people that are closest to you, the ones that reflect the ideology that you've already walked into this Christianity with. The more that gets exposed, the less you can use the God as a justification system, because you're doing this one thing, but you're saying it's another. I don't know if that makes any sense at all.
I,
I don't
I,
even
I
know if
get
I'm
what you're
clarifying
saying, but
anything.
they're doing that now, so I don't see how that would be different. Um, like they're doing that now, and it maybe we're in that point to where that would erase them being able to use the God as justification, but but that's literally what they do now. So I don't know. I don't know. That's a
Yeah,
that's definitely something to think about.
it's just when I read the prompt, and like I said, I've been in and out of the live all day. And I was just thinking about the prompt, and there are a whole lot of things that Jesus did that are contrary to the dogma of the Bible, you know. Um, but the more you try and use Jesus or God as the justification, I have this all holy, all knowing, all loving God on my side, and He says I can discriminate against this group. The more you do that, the more I think the hypocrisy is just apparent. And maybe, and you're right, they do that now. There's like, there's nothing holding them back from doing that now. But I was just thinking in the future, as this becomes more and more apparent and the spotlight is shown on it once, more and more, that they kind of lose that high ground that they think they have.
That's the hope, I guess. Right. Um, and I guess that's like something that we will have to kind of wait and see. Um, because that's the hope. There are some
Yeah.
people who say that religion will always win. Um, and there is a group of evangelicals who said that even without Jesus, there would have always been a Christianity.
Hold on. Without Jesus, there would have been a Christianity?
Mm-hmm. Um, they said that they didn't that the evangelical movement would have created their own Jesus.
Ah.
Yeah. So
I guess they would have as a justification system.
mm-hmm. Yeah.
They would have said, all powerful God has my back, so I get to do these things in his name. Um, yeah, I guess that's true. So yeah, but that was basically it. That was just me rambling off the top of my head when, all day with this prompt. And so I finally got the opportunity to come up. So
Yeah. I definitely understand what you're saying. I just don't know for a fact. I mean, I don't know. I can't say for sure. Um, I just know that that's what we hope. But sometimes I don't. Sometimes I feel like we're going in the right direction for it, and then sometimes I feel like it's hopeless.
yeah, I can see feeling like it's hopeless. I don't have the last time I looked it up. I don't have the statistics in front of me, but I know that people that identified as non-religious were on a rise at one point. Um, but uh, especially in the United States, we were still a minority. People who don't identify with any religion. Now that's been creeping up, every year, but it's still a minority. So
You're saying that the there were that non-believers once had the majority.
no, no, no.
Oh,
I'm saying no. The religious people have always had the majority. It's just the last time I looked, in the last few years, people that didn't identify with any religion was on a rise,
oh yeah,
but still basically a minority in the country, in the United States specifically. So
yeah. I agree. It is increasing, um, and people are, in the UK, becoming, more atheist or agnostic, in the UK. I
mhm.
think the issue with that though too is that as they leave Christianity, Muslims are coming in, buying the old churches and converting people into Islam.
Right.
Yeah, so I don't think that people took that into consideration. Um, so they're not staying atheists for quite too long, if that makes sense.
Yeah,
So
yeah,
yeah, um, I don't know. I honestly don't know.
yeah. Well, that's the hope, is that we just kind of start to shake these religions loose a little bit. And if not eradicated, then at very least have it not be such a central figure in a person's identity. Kind of loosen that bond where you you can be Christian, but it's not the sole part of your identity, and that leaves you and frees you up to do things, or to critically think and try and do the right thing, as opposed to feeding on your biases and bigotry and all that. But
Yeah,
that was it. I want to thank you guys for letting me up. Like I said, I've been in and out of the live, so I've been enjoying it all day. So thanks.
you're welcome. Thank you for coming up.
All right. Bye.
Man, I am hungry as hell.
You want some bubble gum?
No.
Selena, no.
What? What is? What is that code for?
When you say that, you fold out your lip to show the pink on the inside of your mouth.
Oh my gosh.
Say, there you go.
I would hate somebody who did that shit to me. Like, I'm hungry. Be like, here you go. Then, you know what? Let's fight right now.
I bet you Ozo used to do that all the time with his
Absolutely.
sisters. They probably used to push him down too.
They don't like me for a
That's his
reason.
older sister. I used to have to tell him, don't do stuff like that all the time.
Lies.
Afro talk.
I have good news. They appealed my reappeal. They approved it.
They approved it.
That's sweet.
Like it says we've reviewed your appeal and restored. Oh, never mind, y'all. It was a comment. Bye.
Oh
What?
dang.
Oh, well.
Have
Somebody
you
was
checked
fucking
yours,
with you?
Tinker?
Somebody got a comment of mine. Yeah, it said a comment. Yeah, they're coming after me hard. They're going through comments of mine. But then it got appealed 2.5 seconds later. But it
Oh,
happened
wow.
just now. It said this comment was eight 10:20. I was not even on. I wasn't commenting anywhere. I wasn't here. Hmm.
Was, have you checked yours, Thinker?
Uh-uh. Afro talk. Okay. Afro talk. All right. I think they might be asleep.
Can't imagine.
Mm-hmm. I bet you feel refreshed.
I'm literally good till the rest of the live.
Ain't this what happened last time, Thinker?
This is the third time he's done
What do you
Mm.
mean?
this. And you
Mm.
promised me because I told you last time was the last 24-hour live. And then you was like, I'm not gonna do it no more. I promise you, I'm going to rest up. I'm gonna stay up the whole 24 hours.
So what had happened was I was developing a major headache, and I was trying to meditate to get rid of the injury,
Sure.
and it worked actually. Now that I think about it,
No, seriously, you were
my,
meditating and you fell asleep.
yeah,
That's why Christians say meditation is of the devil.
probably.
Yeah. It's the last 24-hour live though.
I get it.
Yeah.
Good. Happy weekend, beautiful people. Yeah. Oh my God. Western, do we think that Western sisters, like Jesus, still be problem? CGK, you cannot destroy my mental health and bribe me to go to see a therapist. You see this bribe you're giving me now, it's unacceptable. Augustine,
You
just
watching
accept.
Somali?
Just accept. You cannot stereotype me Somalian network and destroy my mental health on this app. And you think the gift you're giving me will make me forgive you? No way. How
The
about this one?
hell?
How about this
Yeah,
one?
this is a Nolly
No
video
way.
that she's watching right now.
Let me try again.
Got a lot going on.
CGK, don't finish me for this app. I say don't destroy my mental health. Let me try
Yeah,
again.
that's loud.
CGK, have you been to Somalia? How do you know how Somalia network? I was suspecting. No, I don't know how CGK knows Somalia network. I know about Somalia network because there was a point where
He literally said, "You cannot bribe me." What the fuck?
My mental health.
To go
Oh
to a
my god, y'all!
therapist.
Somebody did a $299.99 super chat.
Woo!
What?
Wow.
Whoa. Whoa, that better be a book.
Who did
What?
that? J Mule. There are plenty of us that think you get it or you don't. Thank you, J Mule. Oh my gosh.
That's amazing.
Shouts out to Jay.
Yay.
Goodness gracious. Thank
That's
you. Y'all have been rocking it on the super chat. Appreciate you. Wow. Bro said you can J Mule again with the $1.99 super chat said, "My that God did it is DET apostrophe D did it."
Yeah.
Yep, my that God did it. Um, yeah, that was weird. He said you cannot bribe me to go to therapy.
You cannot bribe me for my mental health.
Flying. Did you say the flying tangerine? Also, are you eating bubble gum?
That's Angie.
Chewing on your bottom lip.
That's Christ. That's Christ. Zena, why are you laughing?
Because it's hilarious and it probably is happening right now to each other. That's
I'm gonna
why.
have to chew up my bottom lip.
I don't want what?
Yeah.
Nothing. Mm.
The flying tangerine, are you there? Okay. Why are you like if why are you commenting in the comments if you were on stage? Was your microphone messed up?
We could hear them though.
Oh, why did they type yeah in the comments? When I asked if they're there, they typed yeah. That's a sus name? What do it mean? The flying tangerine. What do it mean?
I have no idea.
The Sky Tyrant said that's a sus name. Now he peeled and flew away. Oh my god. My phone has just been sitting on my couch, so I don't know. You didn't know you was on stage? TikTok just threw you up? Mm.
Man, I said the name a couple times. I would have investigated myself.
You would have what?
So I would have investigated it myself if I heard somebody saying my username over and over. But
Mustafa, no. Mm-mm. No. No. Not today. This live is for somebody else. Speaking of which,
love dancer.
Hmm?
don't forget Don Thinker raising you can send anything that you want to send for fee to Don Thinker. Also,
I got him blocked. It's a joke.
also it's crazy.
She said, "Oh, so cute."
Oh my gosh. All right, y'all. If you are a believer, if you are deconstructing, if you are an atheist, the guest box is open. We are 17 hours and 31 minutes into a 24-hour live stream where we have raised money for our lovely co-host Fee. We have raised money in promoted tickets to a charity event to raise money to build a transitional village in Chad for displaced refugees leaving Congo and Central Africa. So, doing good in the world as non Jesus believers.
And it'll be in Glen Burnie, Maryland. If you know Indian Head Highway or DC area, it's literally like maybe 30 minutes from DC, a tiny bit, give or take. And it's very accessible where it is. So, and it's very nice where it is as well.
Nick,
Hey, do you guys like Israelites?
what do you mean like them?
Well, I am Israelites. Are you guys Israelites?
No, we're not Israelites. We don't have a like
Are you guys
we don't have a problem with people who identify as Israelites. Is that
you
what?
guys Muslim?
No, we're atheists. Well, not
Oh,
all of us are.
okay, that's fair. Atheist, not agnostic, pure atheist.
Huh?
Not agnostic, just pure atheist.
No, I'm agnostic. I'm an agnostic atheist, but some people are just different. Like they're every people here are different. There are some believers of different religions and like just different people. But I'm
Okay,
agnostic atheist.
well, I guess I'm gonna leave because I guess there's no argument there. I'm Christian, but Christians don't really hurt people, so I
That's
guess
not
it's fair.
true. The very fact that I'm on this account right now is because Christians lied on 3 black women and got our accounts taken down. And this is the second time it's happened this week, so that's not true.
Well, like, there's always bad apples, but
Yeah, but you
I'm a
say
white guy. I'm
Christian,
white
but you say
Christian. I'm not the
Christians
only sincere.
don't, but you say Christians don't hurt people. So you didn't say
Some
some Christians
people,
don't. You just said Christians don't hurt people, and I'm saying that's not true. Christians do hurt people.
and atheists don't.
I didn't. Did I say atheists don't?
That's what I said. Like, there's bad apples everywhere.
Yeah, but you made the claim that Christians don't.
No, some Christian. I said
But
some
no, you
Christian don't.
didn't. You
Not
didn't
what you
say
said.
some.
Oh,
You said
it's a
Christians.
semantic. I'm sorry. Yeah, but I should rephrase. Yes, obviously some Christian do some things wrong. Like, just I'm not an idiot. Like, look at the priests. There's been, like, in Boston, was out. I mean, they're not all Christians are good. That would be idiotic. I'm not a child.
Well, maybe say that then. Communicate what you mean.
I'm saying obviously there's bad apple everywhere. It's not because you're Christian and all of a sudden you're a good person.
Like, I don't know what this bad apple thing is, right? Like, Christianity has done a lot of bad shit.
Well, Hitler was an atheist and he did a lot of bad shit.
Yeah, but I said Christianity has done a lot of bad shit. You're talking about one person. I'm talking about Christianity. Even your Jesus in your Bible, your Jesus, as Jesus, condoned slavery. He used
As Jesus,
slurs. Hold on, let me finish talking. Goodness gracious. I would like for at least one religious person to come on this stage and know how to have a civilized conversation respectfully.
hmm
Your Jesus
hmm
condoned slavery. He used slurs. He upheld supremacist culture. He threatens people with hell if they don't believe in him. He
only one.
literally, oh my gosh. Y'all have this belief that Jesus' spirit gives y'all patience and self-control, yet all night this has been a 24-hour live, right? I'm holding a 24-hour live raising money for a a friend whose son was in a motorcycle accident, and helping a nonprofit sell tickets to build to an event so they can raise money to build a transitional village in Chad for displaced people in Congo who are escaping to Chad. Um,
Well, that's great.
like literally all day, right? I'm
hmm
17 hours and 36 minutes into this live. All day I've had to damn near beg, scream, and curse out Christians because they want to talk while I'm talking. And I've not been able to have a civil conversation with Christians because it seems as if they don't know how to have a two-way conversation. And I don't know how y'all think that y'all are the answer to society when really understanding would need to be reached. And unless you are willing to listen, actively listen
hmm
to people when they talk, you can't reach an understanding.
Yeah, that's true. Anything else?
How
Yeah,
about I apologize for cutting you off while you were talking?
I was listening. Anything else?
Oh, you were so unpleasant.
No, I'm being pleasant. She asked me to listen. I'm listening, and it's great.
She
Like,
said that you could apologize for cutting her off while she
I'm
tried to
sorry. I'm
talk,
sorry, sweetie.
like
I'm
you're
sorry.
doing to me
Sweetie.
currently,
Oh, I'm not muted.
right? Like you just demonstrated that you do out of habit. She said you can apologize for that, but instead of doing that, you wanted to be condescending. I'm just
I'm not
listening.
being condescending. Not at all. I think what you're doing is great. If you're helping someone, that's great.
You still don't get it. You don't fucking listen.
Well, you guys are insulting me, and I'm all here, and I don't understand why you guys are
That was
insulting me.
an insult.
You said "fuck me" or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you
So
don't fucking listen.
I'm defending as well. I'm not. I'm listening.
It never fails. It never fails. Like the spirit of Jesus. This is the spirit of Jesus. Like there we have hours and hours and hours of recorded video, recorded streams of believers just being unpleasant, rude, inconsiderate, selfish,
I'm sorry.
condescending. There
All
you
right.
go
All right.
again. You
My bad.
there you go
Sorry.
again. Did you not
I,
hear
I'll
did you not
reform. I'm
hear me
sorry.
talking? Did you not hear me talking? Is your voice more important than mine, Nick?
No.
Then why do you keep cutting off people when they talk?
Well, I didn't talk a lot, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
Why do you
Please.
keep cutting people off when they talk?
It's a discussion, but I'm
No,
sorry.
that's not again, like that whole speech I gave about getting an understanding. You cannot have a discussion. Like Nick, when you're talking, do you have a job? Do you have a job?
Yes.
Do you have a boss?
Yeah, kind of. Yeah.
And so when your boss is talking to you, do you talk at the same time that your boss is talking, or do you listen to what your boss is saying to make sure you understand what your boss is saying to you?
The honest answer is I usually talk. I don't always listen 100%. I like to argue, so not 100% listen. No, to my boss, no. But I can listen though. I like to listen.
Just say.
But yeah, that's great. 17 hours, like, and you're helping someone. Like, and I have a question. Like, do you get real money from TikTok while doing this? Like, you got.
Robin,
Yes,
how are you?
I'm doing lovely. How are you?
Good. Can I get your age, please?
I'm 29.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I'm an atheist.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on the post?
I, well, firstly, I want to say I've been thoroughly enjoying the live stream today. Um, but more than anything, I think Jesus is, sorry, I'm a little bit nervous. I think that Jesus is the worst thing that's ever happened to humanity. And I would say that Abrahamic religion as a whole has been the most destructive force to humanity. But I think more than anything, my biggest qualm with Abrahamic religion is that it teaches blind obedience. And I feel like if you're familiar, you're probably much more familiar with the Torah than I am, but that is what Abraham was praised for. And various times through Jesus's parables, as well as even his direct teachings in which he would tell people to give up their last. I feel like that's an extension of blind obedience. And that's all I really had to say. I just wanted to jive and give my 2 cents in, and yeah.
I think that's a great point. And the way you put it, that's literally what Abraham was praised for. I never looked at it that way, which I know that they talk about him in his faith.
Hmm.
Um, and I never looked at it or put it in those words, if that makes sense. That Abraham was literally praised for blind obedience and blind loyalty, even though I've said it and maybe, you know, sentence or paragraph form, if that makes sense. But
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, I agree. I agree.
Well, other than that, I don't want to take away from your time on the live, but I've just been thoroughly enjoying it. I will say though, I'm not going to make a comment on any specific guests that you've had, but there have been some interesting ones today. There have been some interesting ones.
You can go ahead and share. It's been a long night.
Well, if I had to name drop Miss Faith, she was real irritating,
Yeah.
and I forget who specifically, whatever her name was. I think everybody on the panel as well. They weren't really able to recall her name, but whatever that lady was that was defending Histler, and
Oh, Loki.
I was shocked. I couldn't. My jaw was on the floor. I could not believe what I was hearing, and and what I feel like. Oh my gosh, sorry, I'm all over. When I hear people do this, I'm like, do you not realize that you're supposed to be the ambassador for your God and you're making him look terrible?
Right.
Like, oh, it's just shocking to me. Oh my God. Ugh. Anyway, sorry. I don't really have anything else to say, but I've just been really thoroughly enjoying the program.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you, Robin.
It's been an absolute delight. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Have a good day. A good night.
You
Well,
too.
good morning.
Yeah, good night. Anytime.
Yeah.
Have a good one.
Sorry.
All right. All right.
All right,
I'm
bye.
on hour
Bye.
20. What hour is this?
What do you say?
Oh, I'm on hour 23 of being awake right now.
Are you?
So, woo, I am. I woke up at 5 o'clock yesterday morning.
Goodness gracious, girl.
Yeah. And I haven't been to sleep yet.
I'll be up 24 hours at 8:50.
Whew. We can do it.
Yeah.
We got it.
Yep. Um, I agree, Scalamush. But you know what? Like, I haven't gotten to the point to where it's not shocking to me yet, and I think because I still care. Um, it hasn't gotten to the point to where it's not shocking to me yet that someone would sit there and spew and just say with their full chest, "Yep, this is nope." I don't know that I will ever get used to hearing a person just blatantly say, "Yep," and that's okay. TikTok like, motherfucker, are you still live? It just made me verify this live 30 minutes ago, and it's making me do it again on the main account. I think it's fucked up to punish the host, even though Fee and Xena and Rhea didn't do anything. But let's say I did have 3 guests back to back that got violated because they were disrespecting me. I think it's fucked up for TikTok to say, well, we're going to punish you too because they disrespected you or because they bullied and harassed you. You know what I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying?
Yeah.
That is weird.
It's like punishing the victim instead of the perpetrator.
Yeah. And they sent a clip, but the clip won't play. The clips never play when they violate me. They never give me a clip. Did they give you a clip? Oh, you said yours wouldn't play either, right? Rhea?
Me?
I mean,
Yeah, it
Zena?
wouldn't. Yeah, it wouldn't play at all. It was that broken camera thingy,
Yeah.
and I'm so aggravated with TikTok tonight. I don't like how they're treating you. I don't like how they think that it was my live that did it. Like, I don't understand that none of that's happening, and it's definitely just clear discrimination at this point. And once we get all of our ducks in a row, I think we're gonna have a anyway. Yeah, because this is not right. It's not consistent. I think Selena said it earlier. It's not consistent across the board how they monitor and how they quote unquote protect people or lack thereof.
Yeah, they don't protect black people on this panel on this platform at all.
Mm-hmm.
And
Like,
I'm glad we stream to YouTube too because we have the footage. Like usually they're in charge of the footage, but we have it because when they violate, you can't download the live anymore from TikTok. Like you can't access it.
Hmm.
But we're streaming to YouTube, so we have our own footage.
and in that ticket thing, you can add footage to the ticket.
Yep.
I said, oh, so now I'm gonna have to start recording lives now because there's no way I'm gonna start building. I don't care if I lose the appeals. If this keeps happening, and I know that we are not doing anything, somebody would pick that up.
That's why, like, I sent to Nebula the live where they tried to say that I used sex as retaliation, and I sent it to Nebula, and like literally in that whole entire clip, the guy is saying to me, he's calling me a man. He's saying that I have a penis instead of vagina, like saying all this stuff to me, but because I said to him, you will never get a chance to sleep with me, so it doesn't matter what you think about me. They violated me, saying that that was me using sex as in retaliation to a troll.
Cause they're full of crap. Like I sat in Justin's live the other day, and this dude, because Justin wouldn't engage with the trans conversation, he just started just dropping the N word over and over and over again. And then Justin was like, "You done?" And then he started using the K word, which is the slur for Jews, and and he used the R word. Like he was just going in. And Justin was like, "I don't care. You're not gonna get my live taken down." I said to say that I wouldn't be able to sit there and say, "Well, he'll never get mine taken down." I know I wouldn't feel comfortable. Like even though we let them crash out on here, but after today, I realize it just doesn't. I
But
don't
the
know.
crazy
I
thing
couldn't
is
say
that
with
they can't.
certainty.
They do. Like we can let them crash out because TikTok never violates them when they say that shit. But
Mm-hmm.
if we say the B word or you know,
It's like
yeah, they'll I could be talking to one of y'all and say it, and they'll swear up and down that I'm bullying, harassing y'all.
I know what I'm gonna start doing.
what's that?
I'm saying, look here, pal, you made the biggest mistake of your career.
It's here, buddy.
Bucko.
Ooh, Bucko, that's the best one.
Yeah, maybe add Bucko before it.
Bucko.
Mm-hmm. That gets them
Get in
real
here,
riled up.
Bucko.
And they put it's like the K is like a hard R for them.
Right.
Buckaroonie.
I wonder who was the first person to say Bucko.
Um,
Somebody down under. Hey,
so
Bucko.
my real last name is Bucko. We started the phrase.
G golly willikers.
Mm. Gee golly willikers. I say golly gee willikers.
Y'all better get on on this stage. It's 4 a.m. Central. We got 6 hours to go. Help me stay awake since I ain't get no sleep. Zena didn't get
I
no sleep.
mean,
Selena ain't got no
hey,
sleep.
hey,
La la
hey,
la la.
hey.
You up? Are you resting? Okay, Lala is resting.
which I'm sure is different. Hey,
Stoic, you
hey.
have. Stoic been with us all day.
He definitely has.
Oh yeah,
Yeah,
Stoic
that's
has
the homie
been
for sure,
because
man.
his
So has
comments
Hopper, I
been
think.
Hopper been with us all day?
I've
really.
been seeing Hopper, I feel like, all day.
Really?
Hmm.
I appreciate
Huh?
y'all.
That is
Chiquita
awesome.
Bonita,
Hmm.
Mm.
Cutery.
Why is this dude? Wow.
That's okay. That's what she said. Stoic said, I'm fading.
So, also, I was riding through Orangeburg earlier yesterday.
Oh, word.
Was that yesterday? And a chicken ran in the road.
Sounds about right.
I wish I was. I was like, what the heck?
I like the
I,
little
I was
bridge.
on a back road. Huh?
Yeah, I like the little bridge over there by like the neighborhood market because every now and then
Yeah.
it'll just be a whole herd of fucking geese that's just taking a damn time and walking across the road. Everybody just stop, like waiting on them. It's like, bro,
Then
what
they
the fuck is
looking
going
at
on?
you
This would never
like
happen in
what you
Atlanta.
want?
Hey, Thinker, do you have a community outreach section in the Discord?
I,
Because
I,
I'm looking, I guess I'm blind. 'Cause I don't see it.
like when you say community outreach, like to promote something or.
I want to put a little message. Carmen gave me a little bit more information to put out. I just want to put it out there for her. But in there.
I think it's labeled self promote. That's where like it's just like a GoFundMe or whatever.
Yeah, her CA.
Yeah, it's in the self promote.
Thank you, ma'am.
Let's see, what is this? Family here in town. Oh, family here in your own time frame to see how much how much I love swimming. Huh? She's so rude. That's why this show should be took down. You trying to take my live down because I'm rude?
She doesn't have the right.
So
To
fucking
allow people
stupid.
to just talk over her, step over her, and do what they want on her panel?
What the heck?
It's weird. It's almost like people don't want you to have self respect.
He says she doesn't have the right to bully people. Shut the fuck up, Matthew Vam, ma'am.
Is that the Davy Jones that like dresses up as Davy Jones online?
Mm-hmm.
I remember talking to him early in my TikTok career. Just what a weird energy.
Like y'all are like just fucking ridiculous. Like you want everybody to beg for your fucking respect. I'm not begging you for shit. If you disrespect me, I'm gonna disrespect you back. You want respect? Then you gotta fucking earn that shit. Show me that you deserve for me to respect you. Jesus told you to turn the other cheek. I ain't got to do that shit. And if you don't like it, then why are you here? Why are you here watching the show? Why are you here, Matthew Vam, ma'am? Answer that. Why are you here? You think that you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want to say, and then I'm supposed to what? Kiss your ass? I'm supposed to beg you? I'm supposed to change because Matthew Vam, ma'am, doesn't like it? I don't want you here. You don't have to be here. Why are you here? Exactly, because you can. You are in my comments watching this live stream because you can and because you want to. So stop fucking complaining about it.
It's on YouTube, Heretic.
All that fucking whining.
You idiot.
I don't like the way she acts, so let me take her show down. The fuck? And then we'll say, you don't have a right to say you don't like Jesus.
No, but I agree. I don't mean to butt in on anything, but
Yeah, please don't do that.
sorry.
Please don't do that. Please don't
Here's
do
your
that.
point. Are you done with your
Please
point?
don't do that. Don't do that. I don't know who you are. Just come in here and start talking. I don't know who you are. And then talking about something that you don't have anything to do with. Because I was talking to Matthew Van Man. Not,
I apologize.
yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. Also, do you want to do this one?
Sure. Are
Okay.
you a believer in the God of the Bible?
I believe in God, but not the Bible. No.
Are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible?
Uh, Elaborate. What do you mean?
Did you once believe in the God of the Bible?
Not necessarily. I went to church through my whole life, but I never was. I always questioned it.
Does that count?
Well, they have to be either a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist to be on stage. And Ram, Jesus ain't never did nothing to me because Jesus does not exist.
Agreed.
I guess that counts.
Are you an atheist, um, Neil?
I would consider myself agnostic. I don't believe in religion at all. I think religion is the root of all issues in the world.
Okay. What is your thoughts about the topic?
I think that you're right. I mean, I think Jesus Christ is the worst thing that happened to humanity because, I mean, we have too many followers in something that is just completely false, and we can't progress. Everybody's talking about how they're progressive, but you can't progress if we're still talking about this antiquated concept of Jesus and Christianity and all this other stuff, and a patriarchal God and all this stuff like that. So, um, so yeah, that's kind of where I stand, generally speaking.
Um, yeah, I think it's been used to perpetuate a lot of harm in society, and even to current day. It's having very negative effects on people's lives and livelihoods. So I don't disagree.
Exactly.
I think you put it in a good way too, where you say like we can't even. They call themselves progressive, but as a society of people, we're really not, progressing in thought, um, because of this Jesus idea and like Jesus literally keeps them in the late bronze age, even to the point to where they don't even realize that they're waiting for this guy to come back dressed like a BCE sheep herder with sandals uh on horses.
Exactly. Um, can I continue?
Huh? Yeah.
Can I add something? I just think that there's like one of the biggest separations outside of race, obviously, but I think all other religions as well is all separating us. I just think religion as a total is something that we just need to move on from, so we can truly progress and start looking at everybody as equal. Um, I think Jesus was. I think the reason why Christianity is so strong in the world is because the Caucasian Anglo-Saxon human beings have ran the world for so long, and they pushed their ideologies on literally every single continent, to the point where we can't get away from it. I mean, you go to Africa, you know, you got Nigerian people who had their own religions wiped out. You go to for Christianity, you go to South America, you've had the Incas and the Aztecs religions wiped out all because Hernan Cortez and whatsoever, and then you have even to the east, you have religion wiped out. Besides in Japan, like Japan is probably the most progressive country in the world. They don't religion is like the most minute like ideology in the whole state of the country. Like they're truly,
Japan's like kind of xenophobic a lot.
very misogynistic. yeah. I mean, yeah, they have a lot of issues for sure. But I'm just saying when it comes to uh, religious aspect, I think they're able to move on. If they moved on the most from it, then I think that any other country, any other, I guess I don't want to say first world country, but a developed country has, as well as China, I would say. Maybe. Guess you haven't known about their shamans and stuff like that that they have over Right. here. Yeah.
Did you have anything else?
I mean, I think, generally speaking, I pretty much stated. I mean, unless I was asked a question, I'm pretty. That's pretty much all I can really say right now towards it. I think that I just agree with the prompt. I just think that Jesus Christ has just been this perpetual idea that we just need to kind of move on from. So, like I said, we can progress as a society and maybe get somewhere and then focus on bigger fish that we need to fry.
I agree, and I don't know if you want to go into like why you think it, it's preventing people from progressing. I tried to kind of like go into that a little bit when I talked about how they're not able to see within themselves or acknowledge that even in their thinking of them waiting for this Jesus to return, that they
Right.
haven't even acknowledged that they're waiting on a Bronze Age character, right,
Right.
to return. And here we are in 2025, where believers are driving Maseratis, right,
Exactly.
or driving Toyotas, but their Jesus is going to come back in horse and carriage. Like they haven't put two and two together, and I think that
Exactly.
that's a good indicator of a lack of cognitive development. A lot of times they will quote the prophecy, the Nile River drying up, and and not even ask themselves, well, why does the text say that the Nile River needs to dry up? And it's so that the armies can cross over. And they don't literally think to themselves that, well, we are in a world with freaking subs, right? We have helicopters, airplanes,
Right.
tanks, right? They don't need a supernatural power to dry the Nile up so the army could cross over and fight.
Right.
Like they don't think about those things, and the belief stops them from doing that. Like they're like little kids waiting for Santa Claus, and the parents have taped together some fairy tale, you know, enough just for that night, right? So the kid can believe that Santa actually came through a chimney and put all these gifts and actually flew across the world in one night. It's to me like it feels like that. Um, and
I think. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
and I was just gonna say it's just a good indicator that their cognitive development has been
And
halted. Like yeah,
I see. Sometimes I don't try to judge people's cognitive abilities. I think it's more about fear of death. I think people are scared to think that, oh, when I die, they don't believe in anything, so they try to have this faith thing, and also they don't want to be they don't. Most people are followers. They don't want to be the person to lead into the idea of there is no Jesus, there is no, you know. I mean, and then people don't know the history. I mean, they don't understand that Constantinople Constantine was the person who literally made Christianity even a thing. I mean, it's something about he was riding his horse in a war, and he said he saw a cross, and that became the dominant religion. And obviously, the Romans were the dominant empire the entire last two, uh, I guess, millenniums, if you will. Um, um, so, um, of course, no, it's just like a control mechanism. And I was also going to say, um, it was also created. All this antiquated stuff was created to make sure the masses of poor people didn't rebel against the rich people and just come and conquer everything and fight against everything. But now there's really nothing you can do against the rich because now they have nuclear weapons and stuff like that. Back in the day, we definitely could have rebelled because we all were on an equal playing field. We all had swords and knives and that was pretty much it. But now we're pretty much toast. I mean, the rich can always have control because they have the government on the side, which has nuclear weapons that could just wipe out everybody. But back in the day, it was just a way to keep everybody from uprising against the wealthy. You know.
yeah. The why doesn't negate the what, right? The
Right.
why there is a lack of cognitive development doesn't negate the fact that there is a lack of cognitive development. And it's not judging people's cognitive development, it's acknowledging that we as a society, right, are
Right.
still seeing the world or trying to live, trying to run the world through the lens of late Bronze Age
Thinking.
culture, right?
Yeah.
And so it's not saying that a person is dumb. It's saying that a person is willing to not develop cognitively when it comes to this religion, and
Right.
allowing themselves to logically ask themselves. The text says that the Lord is going to dry up the Nile River so that the armies can cross over on foot in sandals, and logically say, well, that doesn't need to happen today in 2025. You know what I'm saying?
100%. I mean,
Yeah.
100%. Like you said, the entire Bible is just antiquated. All the stories, they have great meanings and great concepts for life to get through life. But like you said, they're antiquated. I mean, we have computers now, cars now, all the stuff we had. The people who wrote the Bible had no idea we were even going to have them. So they can't. It's just antiquated. Uh, it's null and void. I guess. I mean, it's just not. It's not modern enough. It's not contemporary enough concept or even text anymore.
Yeah, I agree, and I think, like for me, that would be one of the reasons why I think this is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. You talked about the fear as being the reason why, right?
Right.
People won't allow themselves to question. That
Right.
fear allows people or causes people to justify the very things that we see wrong with society and turn a blind eye. And they may not even agree, right, with what's happening in the world, but they're willing to turn a blind eye to it because they believe in some way that it's either fulfilling prophecy of end time, or a pastor has told them that a God said a thing had to happen, right? And so they're because of their fear of that, they're willing to turn a blind eye instead of
100%.
speaking up.
100%. And that comes back from my belief that humans are followers by nature. You know, it takes like you sound like a leader by nature. So being a leader is very few in between. I mean, there's very few leaders in the world versus the followers. But yeah,
Actually, actually, when I was a believer, I don't think that I was a leader by nature. It's something that I literally had to, uh, develop.
okay.
I second guessed myself a lot, and in fact, one of my director is the one who brought that to my attention, and it didn't feel good when she said it to me, but she was absolutely correct, and it was because of how I had been indoctrinated to, believe that pastors had rule over me, my husband had rule over me, my parents had rule over me, the fact that I was a woman in society, I had to be Christian, I had to be humble, meek, lowly, all of that, right? And so, in trying to be all of that, I didn't trust myself to make decisions. I didn't, being admonished all the time and being called Satan or Satan being rebuked as Satan the Lord rebuke you, because whenever I did try to use my brain and think logically or critically, it made me not confident in my ability to make decisions for myself, and just, definitely not for anybody else. So it's something that I had to, a
Work on.
skilled, yeah, I had to develop that. And in doing so, allowing myself
I can
to
kind of
think
attest to that
critically.
too. I mean, cut you about. I can kind of attest to that too because when I was younger, I was like 7, 8, and I used to go to Bible study and stuff like that. I used to always act like I had a friend who was telling me like all this stuff, but really my friend was me. But I would ask the questions via my friend. You know what I'm saying? Like saying, "Oh yeah, my friend says he believes in science, and what do you guys think about science?" And that he thinks that God, religion is not real, and da 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 da, stuff like that. So I guess I would say I kind of was a little bit of a follower too. I wasn't too forthcoming and leader esque, if you will, about being, I guess early atheists, now agnostic, if you will.
Yeah. And I don't know if you've ever heard of spiritual atheists, but um, one of my co-hosts, Fee, was telling me that she made a video and she was saying that scientists are saying that people who end up deconstructing from Christianity were always going to deconstruct from Christianity because there's something in the biological and the brain makeup and the chemical makeup of the brain that kind of leads to how that person sees life, even if, like, at the beginning of their life, they may have been someone who was not as confident in, making decisions or leading, but there is something in the chemical makeup of the brain that would end up leading that person to becoming that, to deconstructing from religion. And then there are people who will never deconstruct because of how their brain is chemically made. I don't know if you've ever heard that before. Do you know
I
what a
haven't,
spiritual
I,
atheist is?
haven't, I haven't heard that before, but I was wondering, do you think is that why a lot of older people don't really talk about religion as much as they may have used to, or stop going to church, even though they may not be openly atheists? Like, I feel like most of the presidents are atheists, but they have to go through like the ceremonial church and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely could be. And I think you're right. Like a lot of them, I think, identify either as Christian or Catholic or, some other sect of this God because the U.S. is Christian nationalist, even without having identified as that, because all of our presidents, all except one, have been some form of Christian.
Right.
Hmm.
Who was the one?
I think it was Jefferson. Hold on, give me just a second. I'll tell
No,
you.
Jefferson.
Yeah, give me just a second.
I can believe that. I can see that. I was also going to add, Christians also. I'm not trying to just target Christians, but it's just ironic that Christians and Muslims have caused most wars in the world, dating back to the Crusades. All the Crusades is like some of the most, uh, highly unalived tolls. I mean, unalived toll rates, or however you want to say that, have been from Christian-led wars, Muslim-led wars. Jewish wars. So, it's just ironic that religion has pushed so much war in the world.
Yeah, I agree. But talk to a Christian and they'll tell you that's not so.
Right.
They'll say that they're not true Christians if they did that. You know, and that's another issue because if we can't acknowledge and call a thing, then how can we do anything about it? Like, how can we grow from that and move on from that, right? But I
Yeah.
agree.
I
Um,
said,
huh?
somebody in the comments said deist. They were deists,
Yeah, he was a deist. I just looked it up. So it was Jefferson that is the one that's like non-affiliated, but he listed as a deist.
and that's what kind of like agnostic, right? Like
Hmm.
kind of like you believe in spiritual spirits or energies, but you don't believe in per se any type of monotheistic being.
Yeah, yeah, and he was the only one.
That was open about it.
Yeah, yeah, and it actually says unknown, like possibly deism. I know that he was not a Christian, so he could have been outright atheism. We just won't know. But yeah, he's the only one.
Right. Right. Wasn't he a Mason? Yeah. Yeah, if he was a Mason, then he most likely wasn't a straight up atheist. I don't think. If I could be
Oh, I don't
wrong.
know. He was a Mason. I don't know.
Yeah, in A order lot of the to be a founding Mason, you fathers. have to you don't have to believe in the God of the Bible, but you have to have some fundamental like Spirituality.
Belief.
Belief.
Hmm.
Yeah, you can't. They won't allow you to just be straight up like, oh, I don't believe in nothing. Right.
Oh yeah, no, I don't know. Um, I didn't know he was a Mason,
Yeah, a lot of the founding fathers were Masons, like most of them were.
which is interesting because the Catholics don't get along with the Masons, and some of them were Catholic.
Yeah, but a lot of them were Protestants, so that's why that's like they're because I mean that's why they pilgrimaged here. I mean, a lot of their grandfathers and fathers were Protestants and stuff like that. But then that's why they started the whole Mason lodges out here because they kind of secretly wanted to talk about science, especially during the Renaissance and all that stuff like that. When everybody
Okay.
started to really, develop science and say, okay, let's yeah, we believe in religion or whatever, or maybe we don't, but let's just talk about science for a second. Let's put this to the side and be scientific about this. Like the age of the world is not 2,000 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I wish more believers, would look at history, and learn about that because a lot of them actually think that the founding fathers were all Christian and they wanted you know their religion. They wanted this country to be ran by the Bible and their religion, and they believe that they used the Bible in creating the Constitution, and it's not. They didn't.
Right.
Yeah, and so it's just
One thing
it's the
that
story that they've been told, and they regurgitate it like they're told stories in this Bible without reading it, and they regurgitate incorrect information, and they do the same thing with history.
yeah, I agree. And it's just funny because one thing that just to kind of piggyback what you're saying is one thing about the founding fathers that was so interesting because I was super huge like American nerd, founding American nerd, not like modern or postmodern American nerd, but um, they wrote the Constitution based on the future in a lot of ways. Like they also kind of wrote it in a sense of they knew that slavery was not going to be a thing at some point. You know, they wrote it in a sense they knew that religion was not going to be the strong point at some point. That's why they had separation between church and state. You know, and all these other things. So they knew that all this stuff was coming to a head.
Yeah, what do you think about now and the movement to try to make the United States a theocracy? Do you think they're going to succeed in that?
I think they're trying to make it an oligarchy.
Really?
I don't think it's going to be theocracy more. I think it's more about oligarchy. I do see what you're saying. I think they are trying to get more back to like uh um I guess religious. I don't know which word to say, but religious ways in schooling and government. But I think they're trying to push more, especially with Trump in office. I mean, I'm not against or for Trump. I'm definitely independent. I don't want to make this about politics, but um I definitely think that we're pushing this government more to be an oligarchy. It's more about corporations. Corporations have all the rule in this country. It has nothing to do with the people no more. It's not we the people. It's we the corporation. We the LLC.
You said you're not for or against
Who? Trump?
Trump.
Yeah, I'm not for or against. I'm not. I'm not. I'm not. I'm independent.
You have to be in. What? You have to be like a Democrat to be against Trump.
No, I said I'm independent. I'm not for or against Trump or any party.
You
Any.
talking about the guy that like assaults women?
Like I said, I don't get into modern politics because none of it makes sense to me anymore.
That's not political. The man assaults women.
I mean, I guess technically it's been proven. I mean, he technically got indicted for that. So yeah, I mean, sure. I mean that would make me against a lot of human beings.
Oh, that's disgusting. Okay. Let
Uh,
me go ahead and block you, friend.
I'm not saying I'm for that either. I wasn't trying to get down the political lane. I'm just saying I'm not against. I'm not trying to be political. That's all I was saying.
I see why.
But yeah, took a left turn there.
That's one of the reasons why I don't really get into. I am against Trump. I will say, but also like the way I deal with politics is I deal with it like I'm playing chess. I'm not for. I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I
Right.
don't like. I'm not loyal to a party, if that makes sense. Um, I
Never
vote
voted for Trump, by the
according
way.
to what I need to vote. No, but I'm saying like I don't get into politics like that either.
Right.
Yeah.
You kind of can't avoid it. You can't really avoid it either. But at the same time, I'm just saying, like, just for this topic, I didn't want to talk about politics. I was just saying I'm an independent. Unfortunately, I've voted for Joe Biden when he was saying I proudly voted for Obama twice. Never voted for Bush. I wasn't of age, but wouldn't have. Um, so I grew up a Democrat my whole life, but now I'm just independent. If we have to talk about that.
I honestly would rather that we do not. This isn't a politics live.
I just thought
But
it was weird that you said that you can't denounce. that kind of a person. I just thought that was a weird thing to kind of bring up, but whatever.
That's what I was going to say. But when we're talking about a human, right, and the things that he did as a human, to say that you're not against that, I think that's what Oso was trying to talk
Oh
about.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, as a human being, yeah. I mean politically, I'm not for or against Trump. As a human being, of course, I'm not. I don't like anything. Trump is not a great guy. I mean, he doesn't care about. He's a narcissist. He doesn't care about human beings. He doesn't care about anything but besides his own plight. So if that's what you're saying, yeah, I completely understand what you're saying. But politically, I'm not for him or against him. That's all I'm saying.
Politically, he does the same. You know what? Whatever.
Yeah, I don't want to make this about politics, brother.
Yeah, I know.
I'm sure you
I
don't.
don't like talking politics on my page. Yeah. All right. Thank you for coming up. Hope you have a good one.
Thank you.
Okay. JT. JT. Okay. I think he said he didn't vote for Trump. Incognito. Oh Lord, he is not.
Oh. Hmm.
Hey,
That's what I need to be doing. But I won't.
Hey Stoic.
Hey, Jason.
J Dog.
I'm so tired, y'all. I know.
Don't.
I'm literally standing up right now.
I'm about to
So
go watch football.
I'm gonna follow suit here in just a second, but I want to thank everybody for being up. You know, most of the panel has been up, and that's been awesome. And like, I do have a bunch of stuff I want to talk about that is like toward the topic, and I'm gonna try to stay on track. But I am at 24 hours here in 15 minutes, so. But I'm going to have a walk right after this, and then I'm going to keep listening, and it's going to be great. And I'm going to get some more coffee, and I'll have daylight, and it'll be fine. But I'm going to try to stay on point. But toward the topic, I would say that Jesus being the most, like, as with like most religious figureheads, divides us as most things like will, where there is religiosity and dogma, we're going to be divided on it. And then with that, it tracks that roughly 3 billion Christians and all the Muslims from there are, and I'm trying to read my own notes, so forgive me. But they're divided and, sorry. I mean, the point being that I think that is where we would all get to, that they're like the half of the world is basically sowing division right here. And that's a major problem, that we can't get over this thing from the Bronze Age, and that it continues to divide society today and impact society, and people that identify as Christians continue to propagate this mess. And therefore, to that point, Jesus is just an idea, is the worst thing to happen to society. To that point, just from my personal example, since, if I may, and cut me off if I may not, but
to my own personal experiences, my brother and I have had a falling out historically due to politics, and I'll leave that all on the side, but it's like a lot of people that impacted us starting in 2022. And basically we didn't speak for a year and a half because of some very vile things he said to me. And we started talking again because I reached out and wanted to be the bigger person before Mother's Day of 2023. And he was still quite batty from there. But we talked, and now, you know, with like coming in here and coming into lives like this and just like listening and learning how to speak better. And, you know, Thinker, I know you say that you're not patient, but I learn a lot into how to be respectful and direct and doing those things towards growth, because like we're not going to be perfect in every moment, but we should aspire towards perfection. And so like I'm just super happy to report that like he and I and I'm sorry to get emotional, but you guys know me. Like he and I are just talking so well. And it's been awesome. And it's just hours long conversations about things that we've never been able to say to each other as adults. And it's been really powerful. And we've been so respectful, and I'm so proud of both of us, to the point of that's where I get to pride. And I promise I'm on track also. So, you know. But we talk about how within this, I've got so much notes, you guys. But pride is a cardinal sin, keeps us from learning how to love ourselves, let alone celebrate our accomplishments. And, you know, to that point, and I'm going to wrap up right after this, but like, things are, I've heard some, you know, there's been some heartbreaking stories and heartbreaking things that are happening to people in this community and around the world. But like, and you guys know I have no problem identifying my privilege. But this is where I start to really struggle with the fairness of it all. Because like, and I know that like, I love to say, this too shall pass. Good and bad, this too shall pass. But like, things are going really well for me at work right now too. And I'm communicating well with my boss. And I, the time I had to duck out here today was about 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. Central. I had to duck out for a gentleman's 10-year anniversary celebration that I planned, and I had PTO today and forgot all about it. But I played it off cool, and nobody knew the difference. And I showed up, and everybody was like, man, you know how to throw a party. And I'm like, I literally sent an email. So glad you guys loved it. So, but the point is like, I just found out that like, I'm talking to my boss better than ever. And I don't really get along with this guy because there's some real reason for distrust. He's a younger guy. He has a lot of growth to do himself. I try to give him the benefit of the doubt, but he doesn't leave a lot of room for the benefit of the doubt, if you catch my drift. Mm-hmm. With like a lot of the people we see on repeat in here. McCoy, where you at?
Blocked.
But I found out, I'm sorry to lag, but my brain it is lagging. But I found out that I'm going to go work for a different director, thankfully. And I am like, and that's not like because of anything I initiated. It's just good news. And like, so it's cool that I'm leaving this on good terms. And it's cool that I'm going to go work for a director that I actually do trust more than him. And I am going to stop having basically, I'm going to, as a manager, I'm going to stop having operational duties and I'm only going to have strategic duties. And I'm going to acquire. That's so wrong. I'm so sorry, but I'm going to start having 3 more people report to me in terms of architects, and like, so I will have 7 total architects that report to me, and I will get to work with all of them and strategize, and it's going to be so fun and so dynamic and exhilarating and all of that, and to the point of like being in these spaces has helped me grow so much more as a communicator. And obviously it's truly moving, and thank you all.
That makes me so happy, man.
Yeah, congratulations, Stoic. You had a lot of good things to share, and I'm happy for you that your relationships are getting better, and you're able to communicate better with your family and your boss, and yeah, congratulations, and good job on throwing one hell of a party.
Yeah. It turns out if you just walk across the street and you order a bunch of barbecue fusion tacos and appetizers, people will just eat that up and love you for it. So no problem there. And then give a bunch of IT nerds arcade games, right? So
Yeah.
it was a good time.
Hey, Sick, how's your daughter?
She is really good. They just got back from a mini vacation with her cousins, and she had kind of an iffy session at therapy today, but that's something we're working through and we're talking through. And thankfully, my wife communicated with me about something. So that's always helpful when you remain on the same page and in a really tight feedback loop with your partner. So that's great. And no worries. She was plenty snuggly this evening and happy to be home. And so like we're just ending school here. Like a major thing that was good. We went to her summer school, basically jumpstart. She starts summer school next week at her new high school, and she was sort of intimidated by the size of things as the schools do generally get bigger and perceptibly more confusing. And so my son walked through with her and was being very nonchalant about how easily everything was to get, easy it was to get around everything. And look, you're only going to be over here. And truly, she's just on the downstairs for this summer school, and it's 2 classes, so she just moves once. So she did really, like, to the point of like there was no anxiety in that. And so she, like always, and like I think with a lot of us, and certainly kids, they need more confidence, and she's learning and she's growing, and I say this with all the love and like ownership of what this term would mean to people that get what I'm saying, is like she's going to be an emotional monster by the time she's 16. She's already doing so well with navigating emotions and understanding what she reads in people. And you hate to say it, but like I don't believe in other shoes dropping anymore, right? I'm out of that like superstitious way of thinking. Like she's doing really well, and I'm truly, this is why I don't stay up for 24 hours usually, but like, because I want to make sure I'm super steady for her. But my wife has her final day of PTO tomorrow, and I have PTO tomorrow. I've had this PTO scheduled for like 6 weeks. So today and tomorrow, today, right, Friday, it worked out perfectly that I could join for nearly the whole time. But I don't do this, and it's, like I said, exhilarating. I'm just adrenaline dumping like crazy over here, but like she's doing really well. Thank you for asking, Zena.
I love. I really appreciate fathers like you, Jason. Fathers that are in their
Thank you.
community and just quality people. I really appreciate you, and I appreciate the example you set. It's amazing, and I remember the conversation we had probably a month or so ago,
And I'm overjoyed. And when I say that, it's an understatement to hear you say she went on a freaking vacation with her cousins and came home.
Mm-hmm.
I know that was a leap from 1 to 10. Okay,
Yep.
that is growth for you and for her, and that is amazing. So as much as you're getting an adrenaline rush, I'm getting an adrenaline rush. So
Thank you.
thank you
Thank
for
you.
sharing that, and thank you for allowing me to ask.
Of course.
How,
She
how do you get hate speech for reading Genesis 2:17 in Hebrew?
What?
YouTube hate speeched me for reading Genesis 2:17 in Hebrew.
Oh, so they're coming after both platforms now.
Wow.
How does that even make sense?
Mm-mm.
Literally in the clip, I'm explaining to the guy what the B before Yom means, and I got hate speech. Biyom. I'm explaining to him that B means in the day, and Yom means, that B means in, and Yom means day, and they hate speeched me.
Hmm. Very interesting.
Yeah, I agree. This shit is crazy, bro.
Very interesting. I mean, how many times have we talked about Genesis 2:17? How many times has Genesis 2:17 just been talked about in general? Like not even God specifically, but like these fuckers.
I
They
want to
make the
know how
biggest
many
mistake of their
times.
careers.
I don't know how many times people who do the most outrageous shit and show the outrageous shit on TikTok and YouTube get the same type of treatment. That's what I want to know. Because it's clearly not equal across the board. How do you get a fucking suspension for reading in Hebrew? What are they protecting you from?
I don't even know what the fuck the hate speech. Like literally, listen. This is the clip they sent. Means on the day, in the day. This word, this letter right here, B. This is the clip they sent. Is the on or the in. On the day. Sometimes it can mean because or or this letter right here. Yeah. But if we go back, like it's missing that. Like it doesn't have the B, doesn't have the key, doesn't have an et. So scholars don't know what this means. And the fact that this word literally means bed. Right? Oh, this is the another clip of me doing the singular, it means bed. Leviticus 18. Meaning, so this is supposed to be in the plural, it's in the plural, like the woman's beds, multiple beds. How is that hate speech? How is that hate speech? Because they hate that you say it. Huh?
Can you appeal it?
I just said
Yeah,
they
but they
hate
gonna
that you said
reject
it.
it like they rejected the other one. They rejected the other one. Hmm?
Is there like a way for you to do anything like a support ticket, like on TikTok? So you can contact them directly.
I'm gonna see if there's anybody I can email. TikTok has a that website. I don't know. YouTube has a where you submit the
Wait a
appeal.
minute. Hold on. What is Just is Late saying?
Onyx?
What?
Onyx is a friendly. I thought. What?
Onyx is a friendly. He's been a mutual of mine for years.
He just asked Onyx, "Is it you?" And then he said, "Yeah, she." And then
He
he
said
says,
I'm
"I'm
just a
just."
human though. What?
Yeah, she was talking about AI, and he was talking about, you know, yeah, I think y'all got your wires crossed.
Yeah, no, Onyx been here for a long time.
Forever.
Yeah.
He comes to all of our lives.
Yeah.
But they come to all of our lives.
Yeah, no, Onyx was my mutual before I even started doing lives.
I mean, he say wild shit sometimes, but he don't
Yeah.
be in here tripping like that.
Yeah. Yeah. Onyx wouldn't do that. I'll figure it out. Like I told y'all, I'll figure it out. I know what the fuck they're doing. Sorry, Stoic. Go ahead.
That's all good. I had one more thing, if I can just sort of leave this, and it's sort of still toward the division, but it was part of the conversation I had with my brother. And again, he is Eastern Orthodox, and so whenever I hear people identify and self-report as that on stage, I'm interested in listening, and I'm always left wanting. That's to say the least. But my brother's actually quite a bit more sensible and at least has better conversations with or than the people we've seen up here tonight. But I think it's Matthew 8:16. I believe that's the verse where there's talk of the millstone, and that basically it would, if someone were to lead the little ones away, that they'd be better off having a millstone and being, I don't know how to say for sure to TikTok stuff language, and then in the ocean. And he was making a comparison like that verse was about SA, and I didn't know if you had ever heard of that, and to the point of his translation specifically and where he was getting that, and it's not good. And he agrees, like, it doesn't necessarily mean that, but his version, and it's the Eastern Orthodox Bible, whatever he uses, I don't know. His version uses offend in that verse, and I believe King James does as well. But the NRSVU E, which is what I like to read, says cause to sin instead of offend. And I didn't know if you had anything to say about that verse in particular. And as towards, again, staying on point, Oso, but with it being the worst thing to happen to humanity, again, further division between brothers.
You said Matthew 18. What?
I think it's Matthew 8:16, but I could be wrong. It's the verse about the millstone, and basically, if someone shall cause the little ones to sin, that they should have a millstone strapped around their neck.
That's not Matthew 8:16.
Yeah, sorry.
But I know what you're talking about. That's
I'm gonna
referring
pull up
to.
my computer real quick.
Okay. The little ones there is he's using children symbolically as a way to say that no one should mess, or like if anyone mess with the children of Israel, like the little ones are the children of Israel.
It's 18:6, Matthew 18:6.
If any of you calls one of these little ones who believe in me to sin, it would be better for you if a great millstone were fastened around your neck and you were drowned in the depth of the sea. Woe to the world because of things that cause sin. Such things are bound to come, but woe to the one through whom they come. Hold on, let me see something right quick. But that one, I know Matthew 18:6, most scholars say that Jesus is using the kid symbolically for the children of Israel. Um, um, I don't. Where is he getting the essay translation from?
The closest he could get to that, and again, like, I think this is where I think Thinker, he's been hearing some things from people that are just repeated nonsense, and he doesn't check his sources. But the closest thing I could get to giving him the benefit of the doubt is the word offend is in his version of the verse.
The in the oldest copy, well, in all of them, the oldest copy of Matthew 18:6, we have is the class 1 witness from 95 to 97 CE. And the Greek word there is scandalizo, and it means to cause to stumble. It can mean to offend or to lead into sin. And it says that the meaning there is I cause to stumble, I cause to sin, cause to become indignant, I shock or offend. And it's from scandalon, which means to entrap or to trip up. So I don't think it's talking about child essay or anything right there. Like the Greek word just doesn't fit, even in the for it to be offend, like it just doesn't fit the context. Like
Sure.
it doesn't fit. But yeah, this was more so like talking about the children of Israel. Like if anybody were to cause the children of Israel to sin or to stumble, it would have been better for
I
a
learned
millstone.
another thing, yeah.
Yeah.
So to that point, we weren't really having any kind of disagreement around the essay. We were very amicable on that, to that being ambiguous. But what I was really wanting to ask, to your point too, is, and I'm sorry for being long-winded, but this conversation, and again, this was like part of a 2-hour conversation, was around like, and forgive me if I'm not saying the right things, but capital punishment. And he was making an argument like this was Jesus saying he was for that kind of thing, like it being a literal condemnation and commandment of do that to these types of people.
Well,
and my question was,
how is he doing that?
He was pointing to this verse originally. It came out of a continued conversation we've had around capital punishment and how I don't think that, like, we could get into that. But he pointed to this verse as like Jesus commanding the unaliving of people with the millstone, with this. And my point is no, it's metaphorical. And your point is that it's also, it's metaphorical with the little ones. And he and I, that's where I'll admit my own ignorance. I didn't pick up on that, and I'll be happy to report that to him later today. So again, the conversation was very amicable, and you've educated me once again, so I greatly appreciate it.
You're welcome. I'm
all right, everyone, have a wonderful rest of the morning.
Thank you. You too. I'm also pulling up the Ethiopian. Oh, it doesn't have it. It doesn't have the Giz in it. Okay. I was trying to see if I can pull up the Ethiopian version of Matthew in the Ethiopian Bible. Because you say he's Eastern Orthodox. Or,
right.
I was trying to see if it had a different translation in the Ethiopian Bible. But it doesn't. But yeah. Thank you so much for coming up, Stoic. And again, congratulations.
Yes. Thank you very much. And talk to you all soon.
All right, have a good one.
Bye, Stoic.
They have my YouTube account on a warning until August.
Until August?
My goodness.
That is very harsh for you just
August
reading from fucking
26th.
Hebrew.
Yep, August 26th.
Oh. Yeah, we left Christina in Thinkers Live. She said, "Where we at?"
Oh, did she fall asleep?
Yeah, I'm, I'm messaging her right now. She was like, what happened to Thinkers Live? There's nothing going on. It's just no comments. Where everybody at?"
Hold on, I just said I looked to see if she texted me. She did. Hold on.
Hello?
Tap the screen, y'all. Let's get the likes
Talking
up
to me.
to 500K, please. Don't
Y'all hear me
forget
now?
to give the host and panelists. You're the only one here,
Yeah.
also.
Everybody went to sleep, oh so.
I don't know. I'm
No,
here.
I was trying
Can
to
y'all
talk,
hear
but
me?
my mic wasn't working.
Y'all
Mm-mm.
Yep.
can't. Y'all can't hear me.
Yeah, I can hear.
Can y'all
We
hear me?
heard you. I was just
Okay.
telling also everybody to sleep.
Can y'all hear me?
Uh,
Yes.
no. Y'all missed the joke.
Hello.
Never mind.
They did.
Y'all
We
all
saw
like, can
I
y'all hear me?
along,
Can y'all hear?
y'all.
I'm
I
trying
was
to fuck
content
with
with
Oso
everyone
for
just
We
falling
supposed
listening.
to play
asleep.
along.
I
Oh.
was content with letting it not hit.
I didn't know which way we were going, so I said, mm-mm, mm-hmm, mm-mm.
Yes, no, 100%.
100%, 100%. Listen. Oh, did I tell you Elroy came to my backup live the other day?
What?
I said, what the fuck? He didn't come up, but I saw him in the comments. I said, oh, where you
Yeah, where
been?
the hell has he been?
Mm,
What did he
I,
say? You're he said roast. No, he said, what did he say?
Deconstructing.
She said my one eye open ass. She said I'm in the other line with one eye open, just tapping like I'm tapping for the line.
Yeah. She's like, where is everybody?
Oh my god.
I was like, oh, sweetie,
Christina
come on
was
over.
gone.
It's
Yes,
funny
she
because I sent
was.
her the live. I sent it. I've been sent that girl that live,
you know,
but
Christina
she
probably
had a
still
good time.
fried.
Yeah,
She had a good time yesterday.
that's good. That's good.
Let's see what else.
T
Oh
Talk, are
yeah.
you in the guest box on purpose or on accident?
What's up, Christina? Good
Hey,
morning.
Christina.
Look, Nancy said I saw somebody over there tapping. That was Christina.
She said, "Keep hope alive, bitch." Call me.
She'll be back.
I'm like,
They'll be
these
back.
mods not playing today. They turned their comments off.
How about a tap?
Yeah. What is it? 81 people over there. I had
Yes.
it up.
68. It's 68 people over
68
there.
now.
I'm not the
That's
only
funny
one,
as
so I
hell.
won't feel bad, but I was over here tapping for my life.
Yeah.
Christina said we gotta be at 2 million. Y'all, what happened?
But we
Why does it
really
feel
hit
like
2
I'm doing this
million,
by
honestly, because if
myself?
we look at 1.5 over there and
Hmm
465 here, we hit 2
Oh
million
yeah,
today.
we got the 2 million likes.
Yes, y'all was killing
That's
it. Way
what's
to
up.
go.
Yeah, I said I'm leaving the live up. One, because I'm using it as a timer for the 24-hour live, because we 19 hours in. 19 hours into a 24-hour live. Almost
Well,
done. Almost there. Oh, so you don't get to say that.
I'm gonna say wow.
No, no.
Oh,
Also
also,
went to sleep, Christina.
I knew it.
Christina, what had happened
I
was
went to sleep too, friends.
Like
Yeah,
all
but
the
you didn't commit to 24 hours like
my
he did.
conscience had ascended.
That is also true.
I was having conversations in the fourth dimension.
Oh, okay.
He
Okay.
missed somebody named Loki that has been on your live before. She was in
Yes.
here.
Yeah, that motherfucker.
Man, yes, God. Slavery was necessary because who else was gonna build it? They weren't. Like she was just going like what she was saying, like she was eating. Like Yeah, that was something.
I came off
They
mute.
think if they talk
Thank
fast,
you.
it
No,
adds
no,
to
no.
more validity.
Exactly.
Just talk faster. All right, I'm gonna hang out with y'all until I go out of here.
Okay. Joe Black. Good morning. Good morning. How are you? I'm good. How are you? I'm good.
First name Meat.
Can I get your age, please? I'm 45. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist? I'm a believer. All right. And what is your thoughts on the topic? Jesus Christ is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Yeah, in my opinion. It's it's very bad that you think that way. Why is it bad? Why is it bad? Because it's Jesus. Like, Because am I not based on allowed to his, have my own thoughts, my own opinion about this topic? of course you do. You're a human being. That's why you So have then free why will. is it bad? Why is it very bad that I think that way without you knowing why I think that way? Because based on human history, humans always seems to or need to be directed by some laws or some way of leadership in order to evolve. Is your Jesus directing humans today? Yes. Let me give you So an the state of example. the world today is your Jesus's fault? No, Then he ain't directing then, is he? he's directing the believers, but we have non-believers also. So what are the believers doing that's making the world a better place? Believers are making themselves prepare for I the said the better world to world. come. I didn't ask you about what y'all doing selfishly for yourself after you die. What are Okay? believers doing to make the world a better place since your Jesus is directing them? Believers are spreading the gospel. How, oh my God. Y'all literally cannot deal with reality. You can't deal with what we are dealing with in the world today. Believers today are taking this gospel that you're talking about, right? Hmm. And they're convincing children that they do not need education, that all they need is Jesus and the Ten Commandments. Believers You're today are convincing children that they don't need to learn about uh, sex education because it is your role to, as a young girl, to learn how to be a mother and a wife and changing their curriculum in school. Believers today are writing laws that take away women's autonomy and causing women to go to jail for their bodies miscarrying children, for their writing laws that's causing women to have to be on life support and become human incubators and not be able to die in peace. Let me ask you a question. Since we're having a conversation, if I follow a certain leader, and a certain leader leave or have a certain instructing instructions for his followers to follow, and those followers goes against those instructions, are they believers? What did I say that didn't go against, that went against what your Jesus instructed or your God It, instructed? What out of the things that I listed, what did I say that went against that? let's start with education. For one, why is the phone cutting out? Hello? Your phone isn't cutting out. Okay, for one, education. The Bible taught believers to obey the law of the land. And the law of the land is saying
What?
education isn't important. So, The law of this land that provide and the education law of for the my. land is saying education isn't important. Jesus is. I literally said that in my statement to you. Jesus in the Ten Commandments is. Hold on, sir. I live in Canada. Are you saying that Canada do not provide education for I didn't say
For
anything
children?
about they don't provide
What did you say?
prioritizing. Prioritizing. Like literally, your book teaches that the reason that there is sin in the world is because your God
But
didn't
you're
want.
moving the
Why are you
goalpost.
talking while
Shut
I'm
up.
talking?
I thought you were running from education, but go ahead.
I don't give a fuck what you thought.
What?
There's never a reason that you should be talking while somebody else is talking. If I can sit patiently and listen to the shit that you say, then you can sit and listen to what I say and then respond.
My apology.
Let's see if you actually mean that. Believers, no matter where, literally believe that the reason that sin exists in the world is because your God did not want the two humans it created to gain knowledge. Knowledge is demonized in your belief system and is classified as the beginning, the foundation of what started sin. Your belief system trains people that they are to get their knowledge pre-approved from those over them, the leaders, so you say, over them. Your book literally says not to pay attention to things outside of what's written in the scripture. Don't entertain conversations with intellectuals, with debates. It literally demonizes critical thought and questioning and introspection.
I like fantasy corn.
Are you still there? Can I reply? I don't know if I have to ask permission or just start speaking. I don't know if you're finished.
Do you know how to have a conversation?
Okay, so
Like when
my
somebody
book,
stops, you start, right?
everything that you just said is wrong. My book or my belief, the Bible, it teaches you to love each other. Teach you to not to commit your neighbor's wife. Teach you not to unalive. Teach you not to do a lot of things that we see nowadays make humans' life better. Just like the law of the land.
Joe, are we
So
all born into sin?
Hold
yes,
on for a second, but I'm also gonna let you take over. But also, when I say this book demonizes knowledge,
Hmm.
it demonizes critical thought when it says
Hmm.
don't entertain things that are not written in the scripture. Don't entertain conversations with intellectual. Like when I say that, and then the response is everything you said is wrong. This book teaches people to love, teaches people not to
Hmm.
have sex with their wife. Like, was that like what? What the fuck was that? Like,
It
was
made no sense.
I
Which
will.
is why I
I'll
it?
was
give you an
quick
I'm
to
example.
talking
walk
Joe.
you
I'm not talking to you,
and
Joe. Like literally, I felt like I was having a conversation with myself, or Joe was so mad that he couldn't interrupt while I was talking that he just turned his brain completely off
Mhm.
so that he could just respond with whatever he wanted to respond with once he got permission to talk again, because he needs a leader to say, now you can talk.
I think something really interesting that he said earlier that I don't think he understands the implications of it. He said, "Let me ask you something since you're having a conversation."
Yeah.
Okay, you
That was very
stated that
interesting
the
of him to say.
you stated that the book demonized people, and I'm saying that you're wrong.
That's not what she stated.
I was gonna break down her
That's not what
attack.
she stated.
Okay, what did she say? Because she talked for a very long time. I actually forgot.
Again, is everybody born into sin?
Is this a different subject? Yes.
Well, considering you don't know what she said, it would be pretty foolish of you to assume this is a different subject, right?
Okay, yes.
Okay, and is that because they Adam and Eve ate from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil?
I would say no.
Oh, really? So then why are you born into sin?
We're born into sin because we inherit the curse that was put up on Adam and Eve for disobedient.
Because they did what?
They were disobedient by eating from the fruit that God instructed them not to eat.
And the fruit gave them what?
Knowledge of good and evil.
Right. The fruit gave them knowledge, and that was a big no-no, correct?
Yes, because they're not supposed to know evil.
Right. They're not supposed to know. That's what she
But
said. The book demonizes knowledge because in
okay,
the very beginning it says that everybody is fucked out of the womb because they attained knowledge.
but so you're saying to me before the act was committed, where they were living a life like a basically like a little child, knowing no evil, and what came after, that's a better life. Would you still give them the knowledge of evil? Look at what came
You think that's
after.
speaking to what I'm talking about?
I am speaking to what you're talking about. You said knowledge, and I'm saying to you the
No, this is
knowledge
word
that
association. That's not speaking to what I'm
But
talking
hold on,
about.
I'll answer it. Do you have children, Joe?
yes,
And your children, how old are they?
one is 10, one is 15, and one is 17.
Okay. So when all of your children were 5, did you teach them not to talk to strangers?
No, I didn't teach them not to talk to strangers.
So you never taught your children that strangers could be dangerous?
Yes, I did.
Okay. So you did teach them not to talk to strangers.
Not to talk to strangers, no, but I teach them how to deal with strangers.
Do you just let your children go up and talk to random people, Joe?
Yes, if they need a direction or they go to a convenience store, hello, good morning,
What the
sir.
fuck?
Uh, Whatever the case might be. But they're not gonna
So Joe,
and
do
go
you
to.
have any, do you have young girls? Do you have daughters?
I have two young daughters.
And your daughter's at 5 years old. If they just walked, if a random man just walked up to your daughters and start talking to them, Joe, and you're not there, you would be okay with that?
No,
Exactly, Joe. So you teach your children about the evil that exists in the world so that they are aware of it and can recognize it and stay away from it.
yes, that's
That's
good teaching.
called knowledge of evil, Joe. When you
No,
teach,
that's
Joe,
knowledge
stop,
of.
stop. That's
Wow.
called knowledge of evil. When you teach your children that evil exists in the world, and here's how you recognize it, and here's how you stay safe from it, that is called knowledge. Giving your children knowledge. Without that, Joe, your children wouldn't know to be aware that there is danger around them. Without that, they wouldn't know to come to dad if a grown man walked up to them and tried to grab them or tried to touch them in a way that they should not be touched. They need knowledge of evil so that they are able to recognize it and protect themselves or protect others or speak up against it or decide, hey, I shouldn't do this thing because this is evil. Not having knowledge to call a thing evil doesn't stop a person from doing the evil thing. A person can do something that is evil and not know it is evil. Your God did not
Okay,
want you to have knowledge.
okay, that's your dialect of what knowledge evil is. For
You
me,
say that's your dialect?
for me, Evil is teaching somebody how to unalive other somebody, rob from other person, be unreasonable to another human being. What you just explained has nothing to do with evil. You're
So
teaching me
if evil is teaching them how to rob, is that evil in the world?
that evil that evil. Yes,
That
there
evil
are
is
people
in the
in the
world. And so, because that evil is in the world, if you have no knowledge of that evil being in the world, Joe, how do you recognize it if you don't know it exists?
okay, teaching somebody to be
How do
aware of
you
some.
recognize the evil, Joe, if you don't have knowledge of it?
We're talking. We're
How
on
do
two
you
different things.
recognize the evil, Joe, if you don't have knowledge of
You
it?
don't have to do evil to
How do
experience to know
you
what evil is.
recognize the evil, Joe, if you don't have knowledge of it?
Because I've seen evil goes on in
How
the
do
world. That's how
you
I know.
recognize it if you don't know what it is?
By knowing what it is.
In order to know what it is, you have
I
to
don't
have not
attribute.
Joe shush. In order to know what it is, you have to have knowledge of it. The fucking first four words of
And
knowledge
how do
is
I get
Joe,
knowledge of
stop
it?
Shut the
talking while
fuck
I'm
up.
talking. The first four letters of knowledge is know. You can't know something without knowledge.
So in order for me to teach somebody not to rob a bank, I have to be a bank robber? Is that what you're saying?
What?
I'm
No,
saying
not
that
at
you're
That's
fucking
all.
stupid.
exactly what you're
I'm
saying.
saying
That
I'm
is
saying
not.
that you are on Jesus juice and you don't make any sense, and having this conversation with you would be a waste of
Well,
time.
you're on the devil juice. That's why you're
Joe,
saying
Good,
that I'm
shut
because
the
at
stupid.
fuck
least
up.
the devil allows your ass to think.
Because listen to this.
The fact that you haven't been, and then you come with the audacity to say, listen to this, is ridiculous. You
How
have
is it
not listened to a
ridiculous?
fucking
She's
word
saying that I
because you
have
keep
to
trying to shut the fuck up,
experience
Joe.
something. You
Shut the
shut the
fuck
fuck up
up.
because you don't have
I
No,
to
didn't
you
say
shut the
experience.
shit
fuck
about
up.
experience. Your ass don't know what words mean.
Wow. Uh,
Whoa. You listen to that part, huh?
she's saying, in order for me to teach knowledge, I have to know what it is. I ask her, then how do I know what it is? And she cannot answer me. So I answer it for
You
her.
don't
In
make no
order for me to
fucking
know,
sense. You
you don't
make
make any
no
sense either
fucking sense.
because you are
You are
against.
you are dumb. You make
Wow.
no sense.
The
It's the
words
fact
that
that
come,
you're
the words that
flabbergasted
come
about
from
that.
your mouth is in the abundance of your heart.
And in the abundance of
You
my heart, I
wow.
feel that you are abundantly.
Okay.
I mean, she said it with her
You
chin.
are a
She
dumb if
didn't. She didn't
if a
hide
book
it. Her
is teaching
sentiments.
somebody, if a book is teaching somebody not to commit evil, not to commit do all of these things and love and share, and you mention nothing about these things that Jesus teaches, but look at the things that you pick out of it. The fact that somebody was given knowledge.
You are a prime example of what it means to be a good Christian.
Christ
You
ambassador said, "Let me be dumb for Jesus."
Exactly. Christ Ambassador is a
Whoa.
Oh my
prime
god.
example as well. Y'all forego reality all the fucking time. Y'all
I feel
cannot
sorry for the
comprehend
devil
simple
workers, man.
concepts. Like
Joe,
exactly. Joe, you can't even stop from fucking yapping while other people talk because you know you don't have anything to contribute. You are not keeping up with this conversation. You have no idea where we are, and it is truly pathetic. And the fact that you think that you have some like superiority or some high ground to speak from is asinine, dude. You have no idea what the fuck we're talking about. And instead of taking inventory of that, all you do is just say random shit. You're doing loose word association. That's how we know you lack the mental capacity to have this conversation, i.e., you're fucking dumb, dude.
I'd rather be dumb than have silver and gold. 'Cause I'm gonna have silver and gold in heaven for sure. And all I gotta give up is my brain and everything.
Now that was a good note you hit just there.
Oh,
Appreciate it.
nice. Oh my God. I knew it was
I want to
quiet
know
up
what you were
in
wrong
there.
about though.
Show never came.
Did we ever get that answer? Or?
No, because he has no idea why he said that.
Oh,
He agreed with what she said, but he didn't realize that
mm. Wowza.
when you can't keep up, you don't understand.
Hey, Thinker, can you reset your gift goal, please?
Yeah. I swear, like Christ ambassador be acting like he be mic dropping shit when he be saying that shit. I'd rather be dumb in heaven.
We know, man, because you chose to be dumb on earth too. You made the biggest mistake of your career, pal.
Bucko.
Why you say the B so hard? I love it. Right way to say it, Bucko. You gotta put the fucker in it. You gotta say it how like that. Hard R type. You know?
Buck resses.
Shut up! You're gonna get her live. Don't say that. Buck. What? I can't even say it. Buckrest. Buckresses.
It's so frustrating to have people who acknowledge that they lack knowledge and are okay lacking knowledge, but then at the same time try to act like they fucking have knowledge. And honestly, like, this is where the opportunity for violence, the opportunity for oppression, um, lives in the ignorant.
Are we
And
gonna get back
willfully
to the
so.
topic?
We are on the topic. And the fact that you can't recognize that from what I just said is case in point. It's
Because I
case in
never get
point.
to.
Like
You
you
never
don't
give me a chance
have
to
the
talk.
depth. You do not have the intellectual depth to even participate in this conversation. You just don't have it.
What's the evidence of that?
You,
The
your mouth
conversation thus
moving.
far. The fuck?
Oh, so are you saying that by teaching someone not to commit another neighbor's wife is evil?
That's exactly what she said. You got her. I think you won.
Jesus always win.
Oh yeah, man. Totally. Anything else?
Nothing. You guys just remind me of the spirit that he drove into the pigs. That's all.
Oh yeah. And you remind me of a dumbass. His name was Joe Black.
Always start to be like the
I
You
tell
know,
you,
spirit.
maybe if Jesus hadn't have driven intellectuals into pigs, the world wouldn't be so fucked up, and he'd be a better fucking king. Bye.
Hmm?
Fuck rest.
He said, "Prove it." Why would you want us to tell you how dumb you sound? Why would you want us to like? Why would you? Why would you want us to do that?
There's this nifty YouTube channel that you can watch. I watch it all the time. It's really funny.
They don't listen to themselves when they speak. They don't. They don't have any forethought on what they say ever.
Hey, Fee. Zena or Christina, one of y'all want to do this one?
Oh, Corey. What's up, Corey? Good morning. Good morning. Oh, Good go ahead, morning. Selena.
No, you did that. That was my daughter.
What are your thoughts on the topic today? I disagree with the topic for sure, but I'm curious to why you guys Nope. think Jesus Nope. Christ Nope. is Nope. Nope. No. okay. No. No. Why do you disagree with the topic? Corey, you already know how I am. Don't do that. You guys You are already know what wild it for is, Corey. real. Don't do it. You guys are wild. It's okay. I'm here because God obviously wants to save I don't somebody, care. I so don't I'm care, here. baby. Is I know you don't, my love, and that's you okay. said And that's okay. that's okay. You You're disagree. entitled to have that Okay, opinion. Corey, I don't want to
Corey,
start
calm
off
it
on
the
this
fuck down,
foot.
bro.
Yeah, I don't want to start off on this foot. It is 6:29 in the morning. For some, it is 5:29, and for some, it's 7:39. But you I understand just you hold brought this on, topic Corey. up to invoke
When I
this, so
said
you
calm it the
understand.
fuck down, that's what I meant, bro.
Hey,
I
really quick.
brought the topic up because that's how the fuck I feel. Y'all are irritating as
Yes,
fuck.
to have the conversation, right?
Y'all are underdeveloped humans. Y'all create chaos in the world. This is how I feel, and that's why it's up, and that's why it's going to stay up until I'm tired of talking about it.
And that's fine. But I'm just telling you, I'm just curious to why you think that.
Then you wouldn't be telling, you'd be asking.
Uh, so to continue my question, ma'am, I'm just curious to why you feel that way. We're not going to answer that question. She already did because she wants to. Now you can either address the question, or not question, but statement, or like just, I don't know, twiddle your thumbs until Thinker's ready for you to like leave. But I would like to have the conversation, but I want to stay on task, right? Yes, Thinker, I want to have the conversation too, but no one's talking. so nobody's talking,
Shut
Corey,
up,
because
Corey.
you talk over somebody speak. It's going to be impossible for me to have a conversation with you. I've yet to be able to get out a full fucking sentence before you chime in. Anyway, you said that you disagreed. Why? So with Jesus Christ, you understand there's a thing called sermon, prayer, morals, values. And through these things, the teachings of Jesus Christ, when you apply them to your life, anybody's life who's ever been opposite of God, if you take these teachings and you apply them to their life, they don't become a bad person. If anything, they become a morally more responsible person and more disciplined and more caring about others, putting others before themselves, because that's how Jesus Christ intends us to be, is to put others before ourselves and care and have compassion. I don't see how that's a bad thing. Okay, who does he tell you you should have love, compassion, and care for? Everyone, your brothers and your sisters. No, they're very specific Yes. people, Corey. Okay, where? Show me where it says that. It's you already know, but we can talk about the woman who needed her daughter fixing. Why am You I here? already Y'all know.
Corey,
But
shut the
day.
fuck
Y'all
up
have a
while
great
she's
day.
talking, bro. Like you up here to be a little dipshit, and it's not gonna fly.
And then,
I'm
you know,
Let
not.
the
her
whole
finish.
time he's like, oh, you have care and compassion for your brothers and your sisters. And the whole time he's talking over Zena, laughing, being condescending. He doesn't know what care and compassion means. They're full of shit.
Corey, are you gonna be able to engage
He's
today?
gone. Zena, he ran.
Right.
Oh shit!
Corey.
I
Corey's
wanted to
gone.
pull some
Corey does it every single
punches.
time.
That pisses me off
Every
because
single time.
sometimes I do it for recall. Like I want to, you know what I'm saying? Like y'all disappoint me, Christians, because a lot of us actually do want to have the conversation with you. We want to hear your thoughts, but we can't if y'all behave that way. It sucks a lot.
Literally, he asked the question again, right? I literally said, I feel that way. The topic is up because this is exactly how I feel, because y'all are underdeveloped humans. Y'all have horrible personalities. I literally gave him reasons why I feel that way. And then he came back with, why did you feel it? Why did you like that? Why did you feel it? Blah, blah, blah. Not you've had a bad experience with Corey since Boy Meets World Public Enemy.
Where Topanga at? We gotta talk to her.
And then the whole time, like it sitting there talking about love and compassion as if being respectful when you're in a conversation with someone and not cutting them off, not talking over them, not being condescending and laughing when they're trying to talk to you isn't a part of love and compassion. Like you're just full of shit. You're just saying words because they sound good. Your Jesus is a fucking doobie. I can't even. I'm mad that I can't say the word. He's a doobie. Amber and
Okay.
Public Enemy. Look, if y'all are a nerd and y'all are trying to come on stage, I need y'all to comment and say I'm in the box on purpose, so I don't have to keep asking if y'all are in there on purpose. If I don't see a comment saying that you're trying to come up, then I'm not going to bring you up because TikTok is just throwing people in there, and I don't know who's in there on purpose or not. And that's just for the nerds. I figured it was a mistake, but I wanted to ask anyway. TikTok is getting on my nerves with that.
Dominique, that is disgusting. The way y'all cape for these Christian men is sad. It really is. Because she was clearly talking while he was sitting there laughing over her, trying to talk over her, cutting her off. Clearly, that was what was happening. So for you to sit there and say it was silent, he was just waiting his turn. He didn't cut anybody. Come on, bro. Y'all reject reality
They
Um,
lie
at
for
every fucking turn.
Jesus. That's
yeah,
that, that's what I'm saying. Like they'll turn a blind eye to bad behavior in the name of Jesus.
And when you get a pick Misha like that who only hears men, they don't hear the voices of other women. So she may very well not have heard anyone else speaking on the panel. Just saying.
right.
I swear, like I feel like the song "In the Name of Jesus," in the name of Jesus, I'll let the bombs drop on me. Oh, in the name of Jesus. In the name of Jesus. Put my ass in slavery. I feel like that, like, the song needs to, you know what I'm
I
saying? Like,
literally on reggae.
oh, tell me who shall stand before us when they call on that great name. Jesus, Jesus, precious Jesus, I love this slavery. Like I feel like that's all they need to just keep singing.
Facts.
I need a rap breakdown that just says,
Period.
I'm
Yes,
God's
I
boy.
hear
In
crying.
the
God,
name
I'm
of
God's
Jesus.
boy.
Come on, bro.
Jesus is bond servant.
Jesus is bond servant. You on the
Boy.
mic on the cross. On the cross is wild. Him with his ashy ass Jesus sandals just flipping and flopping everywhere. Mm-mm-mm. Can I share some good news? Well, it's not good news, but
Got another
good news.
Christian on YouTube calling us the N word.
Oh,
Just gotta love Yahweh's crew. They're always so creative.
Tell me why you told me to set my gift goal and I set that motherfucker on the main account and not on Tesla.
that's because it's closing time. Thing it's almost closing time. It's okay. It's okay. It's okay. Keep it
Oh
on
my
there.
god.
I
But
don't know what it is
unfortunately,
about this page, but I can never see the gift call.
Really?
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. Like it's like a black bar at the top of the screen. It doesn't show nothing.
Yeah, that happens on them.
It's the thank God it's Friday. So if
there
you
we
want
go.
to
I see
gift
the
the
pen.
house,
Before Jay goes, can I share something real quickly?
Mm-hmm.
Um, so if you go and Google Tiffany Blackwell, the missing young lady from about a month ago, my video comes up for her now. So now she does have some media representation at least. So I'm really happy about
That's what's
that's
up.
wonderful. You guys remember, I forgot what country in Africa she's from, but the little girl that didn't want to get married young because
Yeah.
that was a part of her tradition. Well, she says she's safe now.
She's safe now?
Yeah.
That's good.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my gosh.
She was what,
Good.
8 years old? That's what it was.
Yeah.
That shit was so
Yeah.
disgusting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was depressing
That's good.
and angering all at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
But she spoke up
Yep,
for
she's
herself at
safe.
such a young age. She's like, I'm taking this to
Yep.
TikTok.
Right?
Ooh, I'm
Exactly.
proud of
Smart as
her.
hell. Make it
You
public,
know,
and
she
That's
is
right,
gonna
cousin.
that
be
would
a
be a.
force when she gets
Yep.
Yes.
older.
Yep.
Yes.
I want her to get with Greta Thunberg or somebody,
Oh
and
my
like,
gosh.
Yeah.
That's the
hmm
first person I thought about when we saw her videos.
right?
Freaking
Hmm.
Greta. Yeah.
That's what's up. I
Yeah.
love it. I love it. I
That's what
love
I
it.
like to see about like Maddie when she came up, because it's like people that were refused to like compromise themselves for a belief system. You know what I mean? Refuse to compromise their happiness for a belief system. I love to see that.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm.
Good morning.
Hold on one second, Jay. And believe it or not, there will be women in the church that would tell her that she is out of line. Not, I'm not even
Yep.
referring to the men. I'm talking about the women that'll tell her that she's
Hmm.
out of line.
Yeah.
Go on.
Jay, how old are you?
40.
Are you
Actually,
are you
41.
a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
Believer.
You want to Zena or Christina?
Sure, I got it.
Okay.
Hi, Jay.
Hey, how you doing?
What are your thoughts on the topic? I'm doing well. I apologize. I'm doing well. What are your thoughts on the topic?
No, my thoughts on the topic is not. I think that I think that that Jesus Christ. I don't think what I think is that people judge Jesus on people that so-called follow him. You know, that there's people that claim to be followers, but they have no type of fruit of the spirit, like meaning like they don't show the love and compassion for each other. You know, they rob people. You got pastors and so-called leaders that would tell you you gotta sow tithes and all this stuff, and they buying jets and foreign
Well,
cars.
well, that could I understand how that behavior could be that is problematic, right? But all of the underlying or the through line between all of these people that you're bringing up is Jesus, right? They're supposed to have Jesus on the inside of them. Is that correct?
Sure, they're supposed to.
Right. And if Jesus is the incorruptible seed and he's on the inside of you, should you be able to do evil things?
No, you shouldn't.
Right. So according to your text, it says if you have his spirit on the inside of you, it is him that is living through you. So if people who have the Holy Spirit on the inside of them, they've accepted Jesus into their hearts and they're still able to carry out these things, is it the person or is the spirit the problem?
Well, that's a I understand. I think I get where you're going, but what I'm saying is that what they're doing is a contradiction to the character of Christ. You know, so they don't have the character of Christ in them.
So
They
you're
don't
saying
have the spirit of Christ in them.
they don't have the spirit of Christ in them. So when do you believe the commandments are true?
The commandments, yeah, the Ten Commandments are true, yeah,
That's how you should live your life.
sure,
And that spirit that we talked about, the spirit of Christ, isn't? Do you believe him to be one with God?
yes,
Okay, so he also told the people to follow those commandments, correct?
yeah.
Okay, so when he tells people to do things like enslave others, right? Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Where did Jesus tell people to enslave them?
Well, the 10th commandment says, "Thou shalt not covet thy neighbor's male or female slave." Leviticus and the other parts of the Torah talk about where the Israelites can get their slaves from. If you believe Jesus is one with God, then God gave these commands, and Jesus gave these commands, and it also doubled down and told them to follow all of them. Yeah, it. You see, what happened is that's a transliteration.
It's not.
So we don't have it in the original language, right?
What is the original?
So
What?
What
the
is the?
original languages that it was written
What
in
is it?
was Hebrew and Aramaic
You
in the
think?
Old Testament.
You think
The
we
New,
don't? I'm sorry. One moment, beloved. You think we don't have the Hebrew for that?
of course we do. We have the Hebrew.
Then why'd you say we didn't?
I said what you're reading, what you just stated, the way you're reading it
Do you
with the
think
word
that?
slave.
One moment, slow down. Do you think that for one moment that this anyone on this panel has not read the Hebrew for that?
I have no idea what you've read and what you
Okay,
haven't.
so don't assume that we haven't. Okay, the reason I brought it up is because we've already checked the Hebrew. We know what the original uh, meaning of this text is. We know what the original words are and how they were meant to be used in this context, right? So we're talking about in enslaving another person, owning them as property for life, right? Do you think that that is an evil thing or a morally just and good thing?
Enslaving anybody is an evil thing.
Okay, so when
But
you say people who have the spirit of Jesus in them, thereby having the spirit of God in them, who instructs people to do morally evil things according to your standard, I'll ask you again: is it the person or the spirit that is the problem?
it's this the people who's doing it.
Okay, I feel like we've come full circle here, sir, beloved. Um,
It's the people who's doing it.
Yeah,
Like
he don't get the implications of what you're talking about, like at all.
I see.
Yeah.
the people are doing it in a certain name. They're still doing it in Jesus, quote unquote, in Jesus' name.
It's the spirit that is doing it, right? God said, I will remove your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. I will give you my heart. I will remove your spirit and give you my spirit that will cause you, compel you to keep my commands. So if the spirit that they are now in, right? They have been born again into the spirit of Christ. The spirit of Christ, what did the Bible say? It is no longer I who lives, but Christ who lives in me. So if Christ lives in them and Christ is allowing these things to be carried out through them, then I'm going to ask you one more time. Is it the human actions or is it the spirit that is living through them that is the problem?
It is the person who is doing that. It is the spirit that's living in them is not of Christ. The spirit who is living in them is wickedness. That's what that is.
So
So,
God was wicked.
No, God is not wicked.
yikes.
God said you can have slaves.
God never said you could. You see, this is where I'm talking about. You were playing
God
semantics with the
never said
words.
you can have
The
slaves.
word slave was not the same thing as it is in the Hebrew.
Ebed and
What's the
Amar.
Hebrew word?
In the Hebrew, it's not the same meaning.
What's
What
the
is it?
Like
Hebrew word?
slave, when you talk about a slave, you're talking
What's
about
the
whipping
Hebrew
somebody.
word, Jay?
I'm gonna find it for you right now.
Go do
We'll
it up.
look it up together. I'm gonna tell you the exact
But we
word.
don't have to look it up because I know what the word is.
So tell me what the word is.
I want you to tell me.
So let me look it up then. That's what I'm telling you. Let
Do
me look it
that.
up for you. How
How can you correct Christina and Osa on something that you don't have readily on hand to do so? That doesn't make sense. It's kind of weird.
Because this was not
No,
some this
focus. I'm
question. This
sorry. Focus.
question was
I
just something
apologize.
I wasn't.
Freaking
Jay,
Jay.
I apologize. Go ahead and look for it. I apologize. Go ahead. You got it.
Yeah, while you're looking for that, I think I want to make sure I be saying these words correct because I don't know if I'm saying them correctly, but I believe it's Eved and Amar.
Evid and Amma.
Eved and like that for like male and female slaves. Am I saying those names?
Ebed. You could say Ebed or Evid. It depends. And Amma.
What you eating?
I
Pop
know because
Tart.
now I'm hungry.
What flavor?
Cherry with icing.
You got good taste. Okay. Only
Strawberry,
acceptable cinnamon and
strawberry and
chocolate.
cinnamon roll are the only two ones I respect. But
Strawberry.
anyway,
Strawberry. You
and
like
I
Robitussin?
can't do strawberry.
it's just
Y'all, not too much on Christina. It's
Robitussin
her
is fun.
birthday.
thank you so
Oh
much.
damn, I'm sorry, sis. You right. You eat your strawberry pop tart. My
Yeah.
bad. Let me shut up. I'm
I
sorry.
appreciate you. Jay, did you find those words for us?
No, I'm looking it up right now.
Okay, all right.
Why won't the Holy Spirit just like give you the power or ability to speak?
Hebrew. Wouldn't that be more convenient? Hey, a lot of things is convenient. Wouldn't it be convenient just to pop up from here to your job in the snap of a finger? Yeah,
Well, I
but the
mean,
difference is. Oh, go ahead, Christine.
no, you go ahead because I think we're about to say the same thing.
Yeah, I was gonna say the difference is the Holy Spirit was sent to help comfort and guide you. Not only that, he was sent as a helper, right? And these laws and this word is supposed to be written on your heart, right? That's what the New Testament says. So I don't have that because I'm an atheist, staunch atheist. You, however, are a believer. You know, you Yeah, can the tap Ten into that. Commandments. Anytime Matthew says you should be able to tap into anything you want in the name of your God. Ask and you shall receive. Why can't you ask your God to make Google AI search faster for you? Because if you were listening just now, it's like, when the teacher give you the answer to the quiz and it's an open
Mm.
notebook. Because that's what happened less
I
than 5 seconds ago.
didn't even see it.
He didn't even catch it. Like, okay.
I try to
Yikes.
help when I can,
You
but I can't.
as a as an atheist too, Christina. Gosh,
Yeah,
where's the Holy
28th
Spirit?
birthday is crazy. Yeah. Oh, that's my hips. Anyway, Jake, come back, beloved. I don't want to waste too much time on this here. No? Okay, I'll wait. Well, in the meantime, in between time, make sure you're tapping the screen, share the live. Like, I don't know, I feel like a mod announcement needs to happen when they do that.
I see what you did there. A mob. You know.
Yo,
That
tell
was
me
another
why
hint
I
there.
accidentally closed my hand in the fucking cabinet in the bathroom. I mean, in the kitchen. I was in there
Oh,
having a whole fucking fit, about to cry. Like, I think I'm gonna fuck around and have a hematoma in my fingernails. That's how bad I slammed the fucking cabinet door on my
you gotta
hand.
rub it like right now. Like it's gonna hurt like hell. Break up whatever the clot, or you know what I'm saying. It's
Yep.
about to build up. But you have to do it like to the point of pain. It's going to hurt, but I
Oh my
promise
god.
you, the hematoma will come. But it's gonna hurt like bad as fuck. But you won't bruise as much, and it will heal quicker. But you have to
Yeah.
do it like right now. Oh, did y'all hear me talking? I think I was Not talking at on the all. one on Not at YouTube. I all. had you on the wrong. Yeah, no, sir. We didn't hear you. Do you have I'm that? sorry. You I
You
had had to
said
X out of
YouTube?
YouTube. I had you on both Uh, platforms. that's okay. Do you have the word? Christina was Yeah, waiting. it was basically the same thing you just said is avid and ived. Same thing meaning bond servant, but it's not. It does not mean the same as a slave like how they did here in America
No, it
According
with
is.
to what YouTube
African
video?
slavery.
According to what
With
YouTube video?
you say what
According to what
No,
YouTube
I think
video?
I think they meant they were listening to the live on both, so they
on
took us
both
off of.
on both. I was watching live on both feeds. I went from YouTube, so in order to get on here, I had to go to TikTok. So
Okay.
it was on both.
So
So when
what
I was
source are you
talking,
pulling from?
concordance,
What source?
the Strong's concordance.
Strong's Concordance is a concordance for the King James Bible only. It is not a true Hebrew lexicon. In order to get the meaning of the Hebrew word, you need a Hebrew lexicon, and that would be the Brown Drivers Briggs lexicon or the Thayer lexicon.
That's not true.
That is very true. It
The
is very
words
true. The
it gives
Strong's
you the same meaning.
Concordance is a reference book for the King James translation only.
Okay, so if I'm reading from the King James version, right, and it's giving me the words of what it was in Hebrew, what's the difference?
The King
If you're
James
reading
does
it from
not translate the Hebrew correctly. The Hebrew, an Ebed is a slave or a servant, and Amah is a slave or a servant, A sakir is a hired worker.
Okay. So where have you ever heard of a vet getting paid?
An Evid does not get paid.
Exactly.
That's a slave.
That's my
Well,
point. So where God tells you that these people were getting paid,
Where did
uh,
he say they were getting paid?
these people weren't getting
Where
paid.
did he say
If
that?
something
Where
happened,
did
if
he
something
say they were?
happened to them,
Hey, Jay, you said so
yes,
when God says these people
these
are.
people are going to
Stop
get
talking
paid.
while I'm talking, Jay.
Could you stop yelling, please?
No, because
Oh,
if you
shut the fuck
disrespect
up.
me, I'm going to yell at you.
What? You tried it.
Sister, I did not
Yeah, don't. I'm not your sis.
You are
I'm not your
disrespectful.
sis. My name ain't Mary. My name ain't Ruth. My name ain't Esther. I'm not your sis. Where does your God say that they were getting paid?
In the same scripture, the same Exodus that you pull from, where he says, if somebody hit a or their servant and the tooth fly out or something like the tooth fly out for their tooth's sakes, you should set them. They got to be free, and then you got to pay them and all this extra stuff. Where is that not written in the Bible that they don't there's punishment for treating
There's
your
punishment for
servants.
there's punishment when a slave master, right, unalives beats this slave with a rod and they unalive in the first 2 days. There's punishment. What's the punishment for if they unalive after those first 2 days?
There was punishment if they unalived
What
the
was the
slave at
punishment? What was
all,
the punishment
a servant
after the
at
first
all.
two?
It was
What was the punishment after a slave if a slave unalived after surviving 2 days of after the beating? What was the punishment to the slave master?
there's no stipulations on that. We don't have any.
Right, there is no punishment. And why is there no punishment? The Bible tells you that too.
I never said there was there was no punishment. I said
There
there's no
is no punishment. The
stipulations.
Bible tells you that there is no punishment. Let's go to it. What is it? Exodus. Am I in the right?
He
Exodus
just lied.
21:20.
He literally just lied. I hope we all caught that, right? Because he said 2.5 seconds ago there was no continuous punishment. He said that before he was swift. Yeah, you did.
I
Before
didn't
you were
say that.
swift. You did.
I
You
didn't say
literally
that.
said, and you interrupt. Yes, you did. And if you keep saying you didn't say that, I don't know if we're still connected, but don't be a liar here. All right. I just wanted to note that you're flipping and you're flopping everywhere. Okay. I'm not listen, whatever, but
Jay,
I'm not. I didn't
Jay,
lie.
Jay.
So,
Uh, go to Exodus 21 and 20 for me. Exodus 21 verse 20. Let's start there. Are you there? Can you get there quickly?
yeah.
All right, I'll read it for the class. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave unalives as a direct result, but they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. Are you okay, Jay?
Repeat that.
They should, if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property, what's supposed to happen? Nothing, right?
Exodus 20 verse 21, right?
Exodus 21, verse 20. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct, unalives as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property. And the crazy thing is, because the
No,
King
that's not what it
James, let's
says.
read it in the King
King James
James.
version
Stop,
says
stop
something
talking.
different.
I know you hear my voice. The King James, let's read it in the King James. Sure. The King James says, and if a man smite his servant or his maid with a rod, and he die under his hand, he shall surely be punished. Notwithstanding, if he continue a day or two, he shall not be punished, for he is his money. Does that sound like someone who is free to you, someone who's paid for their work? Okay.
Of course, it don't sound like that,
But it's
but
not. That's
it
why. That's a slave. See, the Bible tells you what it means, and believers wrestle their word to their own demise, right? You guys don't take the words for what they say because you can't see, y'all can't attach evil with the God. When the God commands evil, when the God does evil, you guys refuse to see it. So you will cut off, right, the connection and say that's not what it says when it tells you what it says, right? Why do you feel the need to do that? Do you want to know? Let's go to Leviticus 25 so we could just put this slavery thing to bed with you, Jay, because I want you to leave this conversation with more understanding than you came in with, right? And I mean that in all sincerity. Go to Leviticus 25 for me, Jay, because I can understand why you said they were paid, which is whatever. But I want you to understand that there were two types of slavery that were talked about in Leviticus 25. Right, there's multiple types of slavery that is discussed in the text, but we're specifically talking about for the purposes of this conversation, indentured servitude and get me out of the King James version. Who got me here? Oh, that's Thinker's fault. All right. I'm like, what are these words? Ew. Um, let's see. For the purposes of this conversation, we're talking about indentured servitude and we're talking about chattel slavery, right? If you go to Leviticus 25 and begin at let's start at verse 39, right? It says, if any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. They shall serve with you until the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children with them shall go out of your authority. They shall go back to their own family and return to their ancestral property. For they are my servants, whom I brought out of the land of Egypt. They shall not be sold as slaves are sold. You shall not rule over them with harshness, but fear your God. Verse 44. Now, this is where it switches over, Jay, from indentured servitude, which was amongst the Israelites. That's the first couple verses we just read. Now we're about to talk about chattel slavery, right? That's for non Israelites. Verse 44 says, as for your male and female slaves, whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. But as for your fellow Israelites, no one shall rule over the other with harshness. Um, is this a lovingly sound thing, or is this an evil act?
the ways of man is way wickeder
These
than
are
God,
these are the
than
commands.
anything God could
These are the
come up with.
these are the commands of God. Right? These
Of
are the instructions of God. The very first verse of this chapter, verse 25, where we just read about the slavery, right? The very first verse says, the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai, saying, speak to the Israelites and say to them. The remainder of that chapter is exactly what the Lord spoke to Moses on Mount Sinai and told him to say to the Israelites. So do you think that slavery commanded by your God is a loving thing? Or do you think that because people do evil that you don't have to hold the God to a higher standard?
no, I know that God know what He's doing. That there's a certain point in
So
time that He
slavery is
had to.
okay. So
No,
slavery is okay.
no, not today, not today,
Was
not
slavery okay to
yesterday.
be? It was okay to enslave people during this time.
For that moment, God had He put that
So,
in law for a purpose.
so it was okay to enslave people at that time.
If the Lord said so, then it is.
Is only is the will of the Lord what shall be done in all cases?
If the will of God, what shall be done in
Is
all
is
cases?
is the will of God? Is your will? Is the will of God what is being carried out right now? Is God's will what will be done in the earth?
It all depends on the individual.
Beloved, I'm not talking about the individual. I'm talking about the power of your God. Stick with me, right? Is God's will the ultimate authority here in the earth? Is what God's plan for your life going? Is that what's going to be done
Yeah.
ultimately? Okay.
Ultimately,
If
it's
that's
whatever. No,
if
it's not
that's
ultimate. It's ultimately what I choose
it's not
is
ultimately
going to happen.
okay, then your God has no power, right? Because if
No,
you one moment, because you're about to start doing this weird thing where you try and dance between the spirit realm and the natural realm, and I'm not interested in that, right? Because if you're saying that your God wrote slavery into the commandments, into His laws for setting up the nation of Israel, that it was good for a purpose at that time, how can you then say that slavery in the antebellum South was not the same, was not ordained and commanded by this God for a specific purpose at that time? If your God is the ruler of all of it, it's His will that shall be done. Help me understand how those two are different.
first and foremost, the second, nobody ever claimed that God was the one who told people to enslave people in America.
He just did. He just did in Leviticus 25. What do you? How do you think? What do
In
you think?
America, he
What do
said
you,
he told.
beloved? Listen.
Jay,
What do you think the Christians that enslaved our ancestors? What do you think they used to
Of
justify
course,
their actions?
of course, they did that.
So if the recipe is written, is it wrong for other people to follow it?
Yes,
If the recipe is written by the God of the Bible, who you say is the ultimate authority of your life, if other people are taking the recipe from the ultimate authority, how can you say that they're wrong?
because nobody told them to do that.
God
God
told them to do
instructed
it.
Moses to do these things. He
God
instructed his
instructed him to
people.
tell the people, "Are you not God's people?" That this wasn't this. I mean, don't ask me. So I'm gonna say no, right? But like, are you not a child of God that should not be following all the commands given? Exactly. Also, and how do you know what God told them? You ain't in their head.
We know God didn't tell him to do that.
They said no, God you told don't. Them.
Yes, we do.
No, you don't know that. You think God talked to you today. I could tell you
No,
your God ain't telling you what you think your God is telling you. You don't know that.
listen, God, I know God didn't tell
No,
them
you
to do
don't.
what they did in American slavery.
No, you don't. If God
We
told
know they
the
didn't
if
because
God told the Israelites to do it, what makes you think He didn't tell those that enslaved our ancestors to do it? If God,
God never told the Israelites
yes,
to
we
to
just read
go
it.
and
Be honest,
and
bro.
put people in tar and feather them and
No
tie them
one
to
is talking
horses and
about.
whip
No
them to
one is
different
talking about
places.
that. No one's talking about
That's
that.
what I'm talking
No,
about.
no,
That's
but
the
that's not what
difference.
we're talking about. So stick to the subject. We're talking
That's the
about. No,
difference.
we're not talking about that. We are talking about slavery.
That is
No,
slavery.
it's not. That's called treatment of slaves.
It's the same thing.
The same thing. It is not. And y'all need to learn that words mean words. You are talking about how enslaved people were treated, not how people were enslaved. That is two different things. Because not for nothing, our ancestors were also beat within an inch of their life, right? And there was no punishment for their slave masters unless they unalived, right? Same rules still apply. There were still laws around it, but we're talking about the ownership of another person as property for their entire life, right? If the slave master unalive, they can leave that slave to their children as inherited property, just like the South. So while you're focused on the treatment, right? We don't know exactly how they were treated, right, as slaves in antiquity. We weren't there. We can deduce from some of the texts that we see, but we weren't there to see. We only know ours because it's closer to us in history, right? Where there's more documentation of their treatment. But it's still wrong, is it not, Jay? Who the hell is this Courtney Mendez person that's sharing the hell out of the other live? Like they're sharing the hell out of the other live. Some Christian is probably sharing it with their Bible study group to come in here and get embarrassed. Anyway, Jay, come back to us, Jay. You're on mute.
I'm sorry, I was talking and it was muted.
Oh yeah, it's so slavery is slavery, right? There's no other way to slice it. The owning of another person's property is an evil thing, correct?
Unless God told them to do that,
Unless
that's the only
the
way.
only time it's okay to own another person as property is if a God who was all powerful could not figure out a more creative way to establish his people and their society. He had to have them go into other lands and buy other people to have them work as forced laborers, right? He doesn't sound all powerful. A God that has all the options and chooses to subjugate a group of people is not all powerful. And if he is all powerful and chose to do it anyway, then he condones it. He likes it. He wants it. He doesn't need it. How is that loving? How is that good? It sounds pretty evil to me. And because, and it ties in directly with the prompt, right? This is why Jesus, right? And this whole religion, if you ask me, is one of the worst things that ever happened to humanity because it breeds and leaves us with people. I'm not. This is not to you directly, but people who think the way you do, that will find reasons through this text and through this doctrine to subjugate other groups of people, deeming it okay for some reason. As long as God says it's okay to harm others. As long as God says it's okay to grape women. As long as God says it's okay to enslave other people. As long as God says it's okay to unalive children. As long as God says it's okay. And you know who backs God up every time? Jesus. He said he came to do the will of his Father who sent him. Not a jot nor a tittle of his Father's law is to be done away with until heaven and earth pass away. If you are not following the law, you are sinning. For sin is the transgression of the law. And those who continue in sin have not seen Jesus or known him. So it's when you do the things that we're doing, having conversations, right? Having conversations and forcing critical thought. We're doing evil right now, according to what your Jesus says, your God says, your book says.
Not what I read. God said, "Let us reason together." Jesus said that. He never said that was evil. He said, "Let us reason together. Come, let us reason together."
He also said not to lean on your own understanding either, right? And your understanding of the Bible says that your understanding of slavery says that slavery is wrong, but God's understanding of slavery says that slavery is right, which is why you're so conflicted because your moral standing says that slavery is wrong, and when you look at it through the lens of the God that you worship, you have to say it's right.
No, I don't. The
Don't
thing
do
is,
that. You just
it
did
was
it.
back
You just
then.
did it.
Back then, it was a different
Back
time.
then, were you alive in the antebellum South? That was also back then. Are you well?
Listen, I don't agree with what happened in the South. That was disgusting.
But you
But I'm
agree
telling
you agree with slavery in ancient Israel? It's okay to enslave them?
listen, I didn't say I agree with it. I said God allowed it.
You
He told them what to do, and
you
this is what they
said
did.
if God said it, if God said
If
it or
God said
God
it's
wrote it in there
okay,
that it was for a purpose,
it was for a purpose.
then it
Yes.
was okay, thereby making it okay. Are you well? Did your God allow the slavery in the antebellum South?
If it happened, then He allowed it, right?
Then he allowed it. He allowed the slavery in ancient Israel. He allowed the slavery in the antebellum South. Slavery is not an issue for your God. It's not a problem for your God, right? He even he doesn't stop slavery. What did he do to stop slavery in the antebellum South? What did he do to stop our ancestors from being buck broken, huh?
What'd He do to stop that little girl from getting raped on the block?
It's great. It's great. You know how to learn how to speak on these panels, right? But your God does nothing. Don't get me to start don't ask me what God is doing. Like, what did he think that was gonna do? That was
He
weird. That
does.
was like a shot in his own foot. Yeah, I don't know why
No,
you
it
shot
wasn't.
yourself in the foot just now, but
No, it was saying the same thing you're saying. It's that God cannot, He will not
no,
stop
say,
everything.
you were correct the exactly. first
I
time. Like he is the
can't say
worst
He
thing
cannot.
that
He
ever
will not.
happened to humanity because he's a fucking idea. And all of y'all are walking around talking about you have a relationship with a deity that can't do shit. That's the point. Having a relationship with an idea is crazy. It's crazy work. I don't understand how y'all do it, but it's fine. I mean, I do understand because I did it, but who child? Jay,
I'm exhausted of this conversation. It's just early for me yet. Anyone else?
Why is it that whenever y'all as believers talk about the slavery in the antebellum South, y'all tend to focus on just how the enslaved people were treated and not the fact that they were literal property? They were slaves. Why do you think that they are the same thing? That the treatment of enslaved people is not the definition of what slavery is, but what was done to the enslaved people. How come you can't see that those are different things? Say that.
Wow.
Why is it that when believers talk about the slave system that happened in the antebellum South, you are unable to separate the treatment of the enslaved people versus the slave system itself to define slavery? When we say slavery happened in the antebellum South as well as ancient Israel, y'all will say it ain't the same slavery. And when we say it's the same slave systems, it's the same structure, y'all will say, no, it's not, because tar and feather and graping and blah, 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 as if the treatment of enslaved defines what slavery is. Like, why do y'all do that? To show you the difference. There was the difference in it. There was a difference. There was structure in what God set up, and man took it and twisted the whole thing. You understand? So it's like the Hold on before you go ahead. Let's talk about structure, okay? Let's talk about the structure of both systems, okay? Can we do that? go ahead. All right. In ancient Israel, Christina has read to you Leviticus 25, starting at verse 39 through 46. Okay. Verse 39 starts with the indentured servitude structure in ancient Israel that your God set up for the Hebrews, right? If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. Right? This is for the Israelites. A Hebrew cannot make a Hebrew serve as a slave. They shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. So they are to be the indentured servants. Do you agree that that's what that's saying? Are you Oh, there, I'm Jay? sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry. I had a thing pop up. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Do you agree that that's what that's saying? That what's what saying? You missed the whole thing that I said? No, I missed the end part. The last thing you said. The
I don't feel like you're listening. That's a
Yeah.
problem.
I'm
Yeah.
listening. The thing, it's something popped up on my phone, and I'm trying to get out of it. If any who are dependent on you become so impoverished that they sell themselves to you, you shall not make them serve as slaves. They shall Hmm. remain with you as hired or bound laborers. This is for the Hebrews. Hebrews could not make another Hebrew a slave. This is the indentured servitude or debt slavery. Do you agree that that's what that's saying? That's that debt slavery. You call that They indentured shall, servitude? yes, Slavery. they shall remain with you as hired or bound laborers. Hired or
Right.
bound laborers. A hired laborer is an indentured servant. A bound laborer is a debt slave, temporary slave for 7 years or until Jubilee. Do,
Right.
that is the Hebrews, correct?
Right.
Nobody but the Hebrews, correct?
Okay.
No, I'm asking, do you agree with that? Do you understand that the same way
No,
I do?
I understand that.
Okay. So that's one slave structure in the land of Israel, in ancient Israel. Okay? Hold on, I gotta verify the live. All right. In the antebellum South, was there a structure for indentured servitude or debt slavery in the antebellum South?
It was chaos. They did all sorts of nonsense. So
Ooh,
I would say, yeah.
was there? Are you familiar with indentured servitude in the antebellum South?
Go ahead. I would say no.
So you are not familiar with the history that Europeans were indentured servants in the antebellum South, and they were on 7-year contracts or 6-year contracts. In the 7th year, they were given land. You are not familiar with that?
I heard about that, but I never really read up on that. No.
How can you make a claim that the slavery in ancient Israel is different than what they did in the antebellum South if you don't know the history of the antebellum South?
You're talking about the slavery from. Are you talking about the where the slaves left from, got stolen from Africa and brought over to America and work?
No, beloved. No, this is the indentured servitude in the antebellum South is where um, people, white people primarily, would do the same thing that we talked about in verse 39 through 43, right? They would bind themselves in contracts, right, for a certain period of time. They would be treated just like the Israelites were treated. They were fed and housed and clothed and things like that. And they would only work for a certain period of time. And then they would be free and they would be given, means to go off and start their life elsewhere. Those were the indentured servitude servants of the antebellum South that you're not connecting here, right? So there were still the two systems. There have always been the two systems: indentured servitude and chattel, right? Right alongside those YT indentured servants were chattel slaves, which was your ancestors and mine.
The antebellum, when we say antebellum South, we mean 1619 to 1865. Okay? That's what we mean when we say antebellum South. Okay?
Got you.
All right. So in the antebellum South, white people or Europeans who came over as foreigners would come over on 6-year contracts with the promise of a land grant in the 7th year. And they were considered to be indentured servants, okay, or hired workers. And they worked as servants in exchange for land when their contract was up. Okay? So you have in the ancient Israel, you have indentured servants or debt slaves who were Israelites. In the antebellum South, you have indentured servants or debt slaves who were European. Are you connecting the two? You see the two structures of indentured servitude in both
Right.
time. Okay. In ancient Israel, in Leviticus 25, starting at verse 44, you ask for the male and female slaves who you may have It is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who have been born in your land. They may be your property. Now, here's the difference, right? In with the Hebrews, were the Hebrews allowed to be considered property of the Hebrews?
No.
No. Were the foreign slaves that they bought from foreign lands, were they allowed to be considered property of the Hebrews?
Yep.
Yep. So now you have chattel slavery, because chattel is movable property. Okay. So foreigners who were not Israelites, who did not live in the land of Israel, were considered chattel property. Okay. Then he says, you may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. These you may treat as slaves. So you have lifetime movable property as humans, which were humans who came from a foreign land who were not Israelites. Is that chattel slavery the same structure that we saw in the antebellum South with West Africans who were brought over, bought from foreign lands as movable chattel property, kept for life, and passed down as an inheritance to the slave owner's children? Are you there, Jay?
Yeah.
Is that the same thing?
Not really.
Let's
Ah,
let's go it again. Leviticus 44. Are the slaves bought from a foreign land? Are the slaves bought from a foreign land?
In Leviticus 24,
In
25.
Leviticus 44, as for the male and female slaves who you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. Are they bought from a
Yes, they
foreign
were
land?
bought from foreign lands.
Okay.
Yeah.
Were the West Africans bought from a foreign land and brought to North America?
Say that again, the last
Were
part?
the West Africans
Yes.
bought from a foreign land and brought to North America?
Yes, they were.
So we have 1 and 1. Foreigners brought from a foreign land to the land where the Israelites were in ancient Israel. West Africans brought from a foreign land and brought to North America with the Europeans. Okay. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who have been with you and born in your land. They may be your property. Were the foreigners that were bought from foreign lands in ancient Israel property of the Hebrews?
Yeah, they were considered property.
Were the foreigners brought from West Africa to North America
Yes,
property
they were
of the
considered property.
Europeans? So we
Yep.
have 2 and 2. Two things match now in both systems, okay? You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property. The foreigners in ancient Israel, were they passed down as an inheritance to their children? Are you there?
Yeah.
They were passed down?
Yeah.
In the antebellum South, were the West Africans as property of the Europeans, passed down to the Europeans' kids as an inheritance?
Yep.
Yep. These you may treat as slaves. Were they treated as slaves in both the ancient Israel, and in the antebellum South?
It's the same thing, right? That's
It's
what you're
the
trying to say?
same thing. You have lifetime chattel slavery of foreigners based off of the fact that they are not Israelites in ancient Israel, and you have lifetime chattel slavery in the antebellum South of West Africans based on the fact that they were not European and Christian. It is the same system that your God instructed the Israelites to do in ancient Israel. And when the Europeans, through Jesus, the old covenant and the new covenant, when God moved the covenant from the Israelites to the Europeans, to the Christians in Rome, they became the new chosen.
Who became the new
The
chosen?
Europeans in Rome, the Christians in Rome. When
No, they
from the
didn't.
then who was it? Who wrote your text?
They were not the
Who
new
wrote your
chosen.
text, Jay? Who was it? Where was Jesus? Was Jesus in a Roman province? Under Roman occupation, which is a European nation? Or was Jesus in Timbuktu?
Jesus was in the Middle East.
Wow. Okay.
What occupation was he under? What government was he under?
Yeah, he was under the Rome. Yeah, the
Under the
Roman
Roman government. Where was
government.
Paul?
All of them were
Where
under
was
the
Paul?
Roman
And
government.
right, the Christians were in European countries. So when the new covenant went from when the covenant went from the old covenant from the Israelites to the new covenant to the Christians in Rome and throughout Europe,
That's I was
they
just about to say it
became.
wasn't just
Stop
Rome.
talking while I'm talking, Jay. I've been giving you opportunity to respond. They became the new chosen. This is where the idea that from Manifest Destiny and North America is New Jerusalem. Our Speaker of the House right now, I don't know if you're in America, but our Speaker of the House right now believes that he is put there by God to get New Jerusalem ready for the end times. He believes that he is modern day Moses. With Manifest Destiny, Europeans believed that they were the new chosen. So whatever was written in the Hebrew scriptures for the Israelites, they applied to themselves. Then when you talk about the treatment of the enslaved, then you can say there were some differences. But in reality, Jay, in this book, the Israelites raped their slaves. The Israelites forced their women slaves to carry their babies. The Israelites threw their enslaved out to be raped in their stead. They chopped up the Levite chopped up one of his concubines' bodies, hung some of them and cut their heads off in their hands and feet. As Christina just read to you, they were allowed to beat a slave, and they were only punished if that slave died immediately. And the punishment wasn't life for life. They had to go to court and prove that there was no intent to kill the slave. But if they beat that slave within an inch of its life, and the enslaved person did not die, then nothing happened because the slave was the property of the Israelite. That's literally the law in Virginia, word for word. They didn't twist this book, they applied it.
I think that's actually a topic that you should run, Thinker. Is the Bible being applied correctly?
Jay, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm listening. How did so if Rome, right? If Rome is there was the new chosen people, what happened to the Ethiopians and so forth and all these people in Africa who got the word?
What do you mean? What happened to them?
Were they not chosen also? Were they not the chosen people also?
No. Were
They
Chosen to
they?
weren't.
do what? What did they do? What land did they go through and conquer? Ethiopia kept fighting off, trying to make sure that they didn't get conquered. Ethiopia was under Italy's occupation for what, I don't know how long.
It's because they seen that Ethiopian king with the fucking lion, and they think that somehow ties to him being the Lion of Judah. Like, y'all have got to stop that shit. I do not have no thing with I'm him sure you tied to don't. the Well, lion I know. of I'm sure Judah. you don't. Sure. I do not believe Haile Selassie is tied to Oh, okay. thing. Focus. Okay. But there's people who got the word from that were in Africa. They went all over. They spread. That was the thing from Matthew. Did it help The them? great and it. Yes, even today there's people all over the world in Africa, all over that in the Middle East that still have their generations passed down of
But
the
Jay,
word has been going through them.
Jay, there's literally a story in the New Testament where Philip is riding in a carriage with an Ethiopian eunuch.
Mm-hmm.
And no, I'm sorry, I take that back. Hold on. First, the eunuch is sitting outside waiting on his queen. Well, I don't know what the queen was doing. She went somewhere. And he was waiting on the queen to come out. And he's reading Isaiah 53. And he's confused. And he's like, who is this suffering servant? Who is this talking about? And Philip walks up to him and is like, do you want to know who that's about? Do you want to know what the scriptures are? And Philip gets into the carriage and they start riding around, and Philip tells him that that what he's reading about the suffering servant is Jesus. This and then the servant says, oh, I would have never known. Now how do I get baptized? And Philip tells the driver of the carriage to stop at a pool of water, and he baptizes the Ethiopian eunuch. And then the Holy Spirit comes and teleports Philip away. That is the origin story, the origination of how Ethiopia gets converted to this Christ.
I don't know if it's the origin story, but we know that the Ethiopian eunuch did get baptized, and from there on,
But it
it was
didn't
passed
start with
on.
Ethiopia as the point. It
No,
did
I
not
didn't
start
say
with
it
the.
started.
You asked about Ethiopia.
How?
The Christians in Rome took
Mhm.
it to the Ethiopians. That story is literally to let you know how it got to Ethiopia. The Christians in Rome took it there. The Christians in Rome took it to Alexandria, to Egypt.
Rome was not the chosen people. I don't know where you get that from, though.
Guess what? They ass was chosen to enslave your ancestors. Their asses were chosen to own the majority of Africa. Now, their asses were chosen to own the majority of North America. I mean, you can say they wasn't chosen, but they sure as hell either chose themselves or chose to do some shit with this book that nobody else did.
They
And
sure
and
did.
you can call yourself chosen all you want to. You chosen with not two pennies to rub together. You're chosen without land. The chosen people in this book, this God promised them land. This God promised them wealth. This God promised them power. All of which you ain't got.
The children of Israel was supposed to be chosen, and then they turned their back on God. So that's where they got split up. They ain't get nothing. They didn't get they got the land for a short season, and that was it. They got split up.
You ain't got none. You can keep
I'm not.
talking about what these characters in this book have. You don't have any of it.
I never said I had any of it.
But you want to claim the chosen.
Who said I
The
was? Who said?
chosen
Who
had
said?
land, power, and wealth. The Europeans claimed to be chosen, and they went and got land, power, and wealth because this book said they could. And they did it by enslaving your ancestors.
When did I say I was chosen? I never said nothing about being chosen. I just said the children of Israel, who were supposed to be the chosen at first, they turned their back on God and so forth. Never said I was chosen or
Who's the
anything of that
chosen? Who's
nature.
the chosen of Jesus, Jay? Who's chosen of Jesus? Who's the chosen?
The chosen of Jesus is the righteous, the
Who are
ones
the
who
righteous? Are
follow
you
him,
of the righteous, Jay?
the ones who
Are
follow.
you of the righteous, Jay?
I pray I am.
All right, there we go. You think I don't know that you think that you are chosen, Jay?
I think I'm chosen. I know the whole world is chosen. It's up to you to decide to if you want to follow or not. He already made the way for you. So it's like a partnership basically. So it's you do he did his part already. You do yours. You just follow the commandments and follow him.
This is so unfortunate. The Bible doesn't even say that all are called, right? It says many are called, and few, right? Fewer than the many that are called are chosen. So it's definitely not for the whole world is not called, right?
No, the whole world isn't
It's
called,
not.
but the
It's
whole world
not. It's not.
has the
It's not. It's
ability
not.
to
You
make it.
saying it again doesn't make it correct, right? Because he created, according to your text, he created vessels for destruction, right? He created people who he knew were not going to accept him. He created people who he knew were not going to believe in him. And uh the only other option, right? Because you don't have free will, is either you choose life eternal with Christ, or you're doomed for destruction, right? So clearly, not everyone is chosen. I don't know, like, you know what I think they hear when they say that many are called but few are chosen? I don't think they hear what they're actually saying. They don't hear many are called and I'm only going to choose a couple of y'all asses. Right. They hear many are called but only a few actually choose or accept the calling. Like, how diabolical is it for this God to say, I'm going to try all of y'all out, but I'm only going to choose a couple of y'all? And y'all been auditioning for God ever since. It's crazy. He ain't saying many are called, but only a few will qualify. He Right. literally said many are called, but only a few gets chosen. Even the one, even some of the ones that I called, I'm not choosing them. That's nonsense, y'all. And then I even think that that's still living about the Israelites. Like, many are called. I'm gonna call all the Gentiles, but only the few are chosen, which are still the Israelites. Because at the end of this, the Israelites are still superior. They're still ruling, and the Gentiles are their servants. Even at the end of it all, you are still slaves after you die and come back. Your reward is to serve the Israelites on the new earth. That's your reward. Congratulations, I guess, Shay. I don't know. Jay, are you here? This dead silence that happens when it's your turn to engage is a
No,
little
you
bit.
didn't. No, nobody said it was my turn to engage. I'm listening. I'm
So
listening.
engage in the conversation that we're having. What are your thoughts on what Thinker has been saying to
One of
you?
my thoughts is that we both on two ends of the spectrum, two different parts of the end of the spectrum. You know what I mean? Our thoughts are far away from each other.
So and that's fine, right? But you just received a lot of new information. About the new information that you received, what are your thoughts on the new information that you received this morning?
The new information. Well, the antebellum, what you call the antebellum South and stuff like that. I've heard, the like I said before, I heard about it. People talk about it, but I've never did my due diligence, so to speak, on
as it
reading
pertains
up on it.
as it
Right.
pertains to the structure, right, and the parallels, how the same treatment, the same indentured servitude, chattel slavery, is just literally copied and pasted from the
In the
from
Bible.
your holy text. What are your thoughts on that?
No, that's obvious. That's something obvious. We see that they've been doing that since day one. People been taking
Commands,
stuff that they
command,
read and
commands given, but they are able they are able to take it from your holy text, right? It's not there. They're not taking it out of context. They're not using it in the wrong way. They're using it they're going exactly by the recipe. They're not missing anything. They're doing exactly what it tells them to do, and they were successful at it. God blessed them with success for following the instructions that he laid out. If the God thought that it was in fact evil, would he not have stopped them from doing it?
that's not true.
I'll say this. I'll say it again. I will take your heart of stone and give you a heart of flesh. I will remove your spirit and put my spirit in you to compel you to keep my commandments.
Yeah, that's for those who follow him 100%.
So okay.
Those that follow him 100% will not do the things that these people did. You understand what I'm saying? They would not
No,
take the book
because
out of context and start.
his very own people did what these people did at his instruction. You cannot then separate God from the action when he instructed the action. Why do you keep doing that? He's Not the very fact that he said out of context again, like his ass, he's just not gonna really. keep on, Exactly. and he's gonna be right there serving the Israelites wherever. Like, I don't believe in this new heaven, new earth shit, but I do know that these motherfuckers are working right now on creating their new earth, and they're trying to go back to the glory days. So, I mean, this whole out of context blind loyalty shit, Hmm. you gonna wallow your ass right back. And like Joe Biden said, they're gonna put you back in chains. Hmm. Right back into that antebellum South. Right back into when the current president and those that believe like him feel like America was at its greatest. That's what they're trying to make great again. Just so you're aware, Jay. And because people like you and other believers who think like this refuse to see what's on the page, refuse to see what's written in front of their face, you will continue to call those that are subjugated and harmed by these laws, these rules, this idea. You'll continue to say that that's a punishment from God, right? That we are being punished by God for something that we did wrong. Or there has to be sin. There has to be something that we've done. But you won't hold the God, creator of all, right? Omniscient, all powerful, right? All ever present. You won't hold him accountable for starting the car. You won't hold him accountable for setting the wheels in motion. You won't hold him accountable for creating the laws that created the space that created the outcome. You don't hold him accountable. You hold the people that are affected by his instruction, right? You hold them accountable for it. Because you know what I wouldn't be able to do? I wouldn't be able to take a cake recipe and make a chair. They wouldn't be able to do the thing without the instructions.
Well, I actually did see somebody make a chair out of a
Shut up.
cake recipe.
You can shut up.
I did see it.
You can shut right the No, fuck you up. saw them make a cake that looks like a chair.
Same difference.
It's not the same fucking difference. Go try to sit in that bitch.
She did sit on it. The big
That's your
chick that
problem.
played. What's her
That's your
name?
problem.
What's
That's your problem. That's your, y'all take yourselves as fucking jokes. You take your life as a joke. You don't take yourself seriously. You don't take your life seriously. You don't.
which is why it's easy for you to make jokes and not really pay attention when people are laboring and trying to help you understand different ideas and different concepts and provide your empty-headed ass with information that you did not have prior to, so that you don't continue going throughout your life being ignorant. You'd rather take what I said about not. Come on, don't piss me off this
And
early.
here's the thing, like, who the fuck would spend this much time saying, don't go to love, don't be loved, don't have peace, don't be whole, don't be happy, don't get all the things that you need to survive? Who the fuck would be doing that? If your God was actually all of that, why the fuck would I spend as much time as I spent on this bitch talking about this, trying to get you to open your eyes to see? You are the one who's willing to overlook slavery. You are the one who's willing to overlook genocide and excuse it. You are the one who's willing to overlook oppression. Not me. You. So why the fuck would I be trying to convince you to leave so-called love and peace because I'm against justifying slavery? It don't make sense.
Ugh. I'm not even gonna ask if you're there.
I'm here. I'm just listening to y'all get irate over me saying
Irate is
a
crazy.
joke,
Y'all don't know
but
what words
it,
mean.
Yep.
Y'all
Bye, Jay. I'm done.
don't know what words mean. That's why y'all
it's
misrepresent
Yep.
everything
Bye.
anybody else says.
I hope that you get the biggest chain on the new earth right next to the serpent, and I hope you get sentenced dust right along with that God motherfucker. bless y'all. Fuck your God.
Your
Bye.
name's
Peace and
going
blessings.
in a jar. Good night.
Fucking dust serpent brain. He ain't even got no serpent brain. Serpents are smarter than his
It's
ass.
air between the ears. That's why it's air between the ears. I can't. I can't. That was horrible.
I'll say it 1,000 times. This is exactly why Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity.
Mm-hmm. They prove it every time they come up here.
People like Donald Trump gonna always be in power. Like them motherfuckers, I swear they gonna fuck this whole world up because they ain't got a fucking brain to say danger is headed towards me and I'm co-signing that shit.
Mm-hmm. I was talking the other day, Thinker, when you were doing the AI and the guests were having the different conversations with it, how like the responses that the AI were given. Was it me and you, Zena, that were talking about it? That like the responses that the AI was given was like, it sounds like conversations that we have, like points that we would bring up in these conversations. And what it made me think of was like how, you know how if you don't update your phone like you're supposed to, like you just keep the same one, like the same version, after a while you won't be able to update. Y'all know what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
Right? You won't be able to update. And the fact that they keep holding on to these archaic ideas and not trying to like welcome new information, eventually they're going to become obsolete. Like
And they're
you're
gonna have to be slaves. Like they're gonna have
exactly, you're
to.
going to serve no other purpose. Your
Yeah.
brain is not equipped to take on the where the world is going, where we're evolving to.
It's sad. Like it's really sad. And the fact that it is so many of our people, and it's like for I don't know.
Diet Biblical said floppy disk Christians, Windows 95 Windows 95 saints. True. Those things get those things become like useless after a while, and that's how they're gonna be oppressed, and you're gonna watch life carry on without you. That is evolution for them to like. So that's survival of the fittest. You guys are showing that you're not really fit. Like the fit ain't fitting.
It's like, and it's like how like you've been free for almost 200 years, and like somebody just said in the comments, you got a slave mindset in 2025.
Yep. Hmm.
How in the fuck? Our ancestors used to sing the song, "We shall overcome."
Hmm.
And it's
But
like,
they used to make us sing that in public school too.
yeah,
I wonder why they did that. Like, why were those songs like, I don't recall any other cultures like light like that being sung in public places like schools and constitution, like things like that. Why is our torture always on fucking display?
that's why I don't watch slave movies, because I feel like
Mm.
it's just like it's a way to it's im I can't fucking say this word. I swear this is the only part of my neurodivergence that I fucking hate. Is not being
Words
able
be
to pronounce
wording.
words. Huh?
Words be wording.
Yes. Um imagery, imagery,
Imagery.
imagery. God
Yeah,
damn.
I got you. No, I get it, because that word is disgusting to look at. It's like it don't look like how it sounds.
It breaks my brain. Shit just don't. Ugh, I hate it. But they use imagery. They
They
use
use
it
imagery. Yeah.
to constantly put that image in our head, like over and over and over again. That we were slaves. We come from slaves, and that's all our history. Even to the point to where we don't look anywhere else. We don't look anywhere else for where we come from, for who we were before our ancestors were put on those ships. We don't look anywhere past this God.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
You're right.
We've been taught to glory in our suffering. We've been taught to find glory in that, and they take like the blessed are the poor and all that stuff that was like drilled in, and that's what we've been continuing to spout. Like they gave us I think of like the Willie Lynch letters, and I think of like the letter from King Leopold. And it's like they started the work so long ago, and in the Willie Lynch letters, like it's like if you do this right, right? He was like, if you do it right, you won't have to do much for long because they'll do the rest of it. Like if they trained us a certain way, if they whipped us a certain way, if they followed those instructions, he said you would not have to do it for long because they'll do it. And we see that happening now. Like we're still like we're on the plant in the plant on the plant like as a collective on the plantation of our mind. Right? We
Yeah.
have not left the plantation. There are
They
many
keep they're
Harrys.
waiting on the God to do something. They're waiting on the God to like crack the sky open.
They it really are.
Yeah. Like I think a lot of them are waiting for the God to pay them reparations for what our ancestors would do. Like the reparations is gonna come from the God and it's gonna be in heaven.
Yeah, it's so sad, and it wasn't until honestly I started deconstructing until that when people say like um, was it Nina Simone? Who was it, y'all? That was like they told you that your heaven was in the sky, or you know what I'm saying? I forget exactly how the quote goes, but it's like they they're living out their heaven on earth while they told you yours is in the sky, and you're just watching it happen over and over again.
I'm gonna tell you right now, I don't give a damn about what a non African American has to say about how many times or how long I talk to a African American about this shit. I don't care what your opinion is about it. I don't care. I'm just letting you know that now because I'm going to do what I do. This ain't got nothing to do with you. So you can keep your opinions about that to yourself.
Yeah, what she said.
You guys make the biggest mistake of your careers.
Good morning, creation of God. How's everybody?
Oh, shut up. Like you've been whining all night and then you come up
Oh,
here. Like you've been whining all night.
What do you mean?
You have gone from my main account to the YouTube and now to this one.
Am I not allowed
You
to
just
interact?
whine. You whine like listening like the fact that you irritate me whining and comments that says a lot. Like I shouldn't be able to feel your whine in your fucking comments like in just text. You
I'm
whine
just
and
responding
text.
to what people
You
are saying to
whine
me.
and text.
Like, let's can we not start off on a bad foot?
You
Just
been start off on the bad foot all night long.
okay.
and then you come up on panel and cross boundaries, knowing how we feel about stuff like that. You know, you're setting the tone. You set the tone to play victim.
But
Let's not do
that's
that.
my belief.
Shut up while
That's
she's
fine. It's not.
talking.
It's not
But
ours.
that's my belief.
It's not ours, and we would appreciate if you would keep your stuff
That's
to
why I'm here,
yourself. That's
right? You're
fine.
inviting
Keep
Christians up,
keep
so
your
Shut
so
up
you
stuff.
guys
while she's
should
talking.
understand, why we believe the things we
That's
do or say.
crazy. This is
Say.
crazy that you can't even have the self control to let me finish my statement before you interject. That is wild work, okay? Like you know how we feel about saying people saying things like you're gonna pray for us, God bless you, da 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 da. Don't do that. If you believe that you were created by this invisible sky God, then that's fine. You keep that shit to yourself. But don't tell us who we are when we've told you that that's not who we are. Because I can tell you that you're some things, but it wouldn't be appropriate for this panel and you wouldn't appreciate it. So I'm going to keep those to myself because that's out of respect. So we would ask that you do
Gotcha.
the same. Thank you.
Gotcha. But I'm a Christian though.
So
That's fine.
What does being a Christian have to do with having decency? Like, do you want
Everything.
that? No, oh, so you know what? I'm not even gonna fight against that. You're acting just the way your Bible commands. You're right.
he don't do nothing but whine. Um, Zena, that's all he does is fucking whine.
He wants to be persecuted very badly, and I can see he's just waiting for a moment to just start crying real Christian
Like
tears. I
yeah,
can feel it.
like literally having a conversation with him, we would be ignorant to do that because he literally already said in
hmm
the comments that he's dumb for Christ and that he'd rather be dumb and be in heaven. So I say, let his ass just stay dumb. Like I don't even want to talk to your ass.
Like choosing ignorance is
It's a
wild.
fucking
Insane.
waste.
Okay. Are you
That's
gonna
so
kick me then? You're
Just
gonna kick me and not
insane.
even let me
No, we're gonna talk about you
interact with
while
the
you.
prompt?
We're
I
gonna
mean,
talk about you
until
while
you
you
drop
do it.
down.
Yeah.
just talk about
Like
We're
your
gonna
until
let
you
ignorance.
this
got, we're gonna talk
sister.
right over your ass until you get to hit
Yeah,
and fucking leave. Like
we're gonna let you.
he's already told us that he would rather
Oh
be dumb.
boy.
There's no point in talking to his ass.
Mm-mm. You tell me you would rather be ignorant. I'm not wasting words on you. What I look like
Casting pearls on swine.
before
Weren't we
May I
swine.
casting
may I
earlier?
respond to the prompt though?
Oh, so shut the.
Silver and gold.
This nigga is fucking oinky. I can't
Don't start, thinker, because
I'd rather be dumb than have silver and gold.
that's how the song
go get
should
it.
go.
No fame or fortune,
No riches.
nor riches untold. I'd rather be dumb than have silver and gold.
Now, what they say about that mansion, thinker?
Don't say no. You was about to hit that, nigga. Listen. They used to make me lead that song every other. I hated that damn song.
Oh,
I
I used to get like a spirit. Like I swear, that's one of the songs that would put me into like spiritual psychosis. I'm not
it
gonna hold
would,
you.
but when you think
Yeah.
about what you're singing, I'm doing this live, y'all. I'm doing this live. I can't wait to do this live about the songs we sung.
Yes, yes, yes.
We're really talking about we sing ourselves into poverty.
I'm
It
telling
makes
you, it's
no
gonna be
sense.
good. It's gonna be so good to like you got to go deep, Christina. Like I went to the enemy's camp and I took back what he stole from me. He under my feet. What the fuck does that mean? I used to think I literally used to stomp and think that I was literally stomping. Like I had such imagery in my
Mm-hmm.
brain that I'm not joking, y'all. I literally would be in church service singing that song, but I would mentally be in hell thinking that I don't know what I was taking, but I was taking something, and I would literally have like in my brain I'm literally stomping out the fucking devil. What the hell was he doing to me at 7 years old? I don't fucking know, but I was, and that is insane.
Just about to ask how old were you singing that?
Mm. Hey, do that.
Hey, do that.
Hey, do that.
Do that.
American.
Hey y'all, I just came up because my maid is tapping at home and I don't want to kick it out. So I just my this account, please, because these idiots in the comments are getting on my nerves.
Mm-hmm. You're getting real crazy down there.
Y'all in
Hold
trouble
on.
now.
Let me see if I can remember how to do it. Uh, Settings. Moderators. Wait, what's the username on that one? Are we following each other on this one already? Hold on. Let me see. What? Do that. Come back up.
She did a bash dash.
All
That's
right.
all
I
right.
gotta follow you so I can mod you.
Or tell her to comment.
You said do that, screw that.
Now somebody named themselves notifications. You Christians are absolutely fucking diabolical, but A for creativity. I'm not
You
gonna
know,
hold you.
they used to come in the live and do the whole, this line will be short now because of blah, blah, blah. They used to try to do
Mm-hmm.
that shit.
I hated them.
They got
So
muted the fucking hell, and then they came over here and started acting like they got some sense.
They done lost some marbles again. Cause look what the fuck he's doing.
Oh, yeah, nah, I mean,
What the fuck is that?
they just ain't acting like, I ain't say he found it.
E true, you right, yeah. Yeah, ever randomly have Beyonce songs just running through your head or no?
Yeah.
Thank you.
One plus one,
Um, me
I
and Lola
hear
are twinning right now. Don't worry about it. She gets it.
it's a good song. That and Pretty Hurts.
Pretty. Sing it, Christina.
Which one?
Pretty hurts.
Oh, that's my jam too.
Good song.
But why is Christ the ambassador still up here texting in the comments? That's weird.
He just wants to be here with us. He's a freaky ass
uh,
fan.
He's a very freaky boy.
fan. He's a fan. He's a fan.
You did not come with the utmost respect, you fucking liar. Hello, my people made in God's image, or some shit like that, paraphrased. That's weird as fuck. You're mad because people want to set their boundaries. How dare we know what the fuck we want in life? How dare we not want to be disrespected?
Do that. Can you come back up here so I can follow you so I can mod you?
Hey, Ray.
you could be on the way to work.
How was I invited up?
Morning,
You
Ray.
should.
Nobody invited you.
Hey, you guys, if you see,
You ex-
Hey y'all, if y'all see Ray, just give him some love and encouragement for him and his family, and give him well wishes. My man's is he's got a lot going on too, but he still comes to our lives and he still checks in on us, even though honestly we should be checking on him and his wife and his family. They got some things going down, so give
Okay.
him some love.
Sure will.
Shouts out to
All
Big
right, you're
Bro.
modded. Do that.
Zini, you remember that one time where Chicago John made that live background with Ray getting chased by that bull?
Oh shit, yeah, the military one.
Wait a minute.
Because John
Ray
is
told us
fucking
about a time where he
diabolical,
had
bro.
to. He told us about a traumatic time where he had to kill some person's
Literally the
cow
most
because it was
traumatic
attacking him and
time.
his men. And then nigga John put up a background where the cow was chasing him and his soldier.
Like,
He ain't
just
got no chill.
diabolical, man. Like, this man was literally running for his fucking life. And John's like, haha, here's a cartoon. Look at my animation skills. What the fuck, John? John don't give a shit. One time he said something to Christina, and I was like, why would
Oh
you
my
say
God.
that?
He called her a halfie. I was like, bro,
Yeah, he called her. John is so mean. Oh
he's
yeah,
not
John is straight.
bro.
John is disrespectful. We know it. Yeah. He
And
gave me a
Christina's
Quan
always so nice.
Mills book. He made me pregnant in a Quan Mills book. I,
With
By Matt.
every non-melanated deconstruction.
Oh goodness.
Yeah. Zach, Thank you. Good morning. How are you?
Mm.
I'm good. How are you? But I don't even know I hit the request button. But anyhow, seems like me. I just want to say great work. Thank you for your great work you're doing. Oh, thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm trusting and the word can express how I feel about you. You've done such a wonderful job. You and the whole crew.
Mm.
Yeah,
Mm.
oh, that means a lot, Zach. Thank you. Trust me. I got in trouble with even listening to you at morning time. I get in trouble.
Say that again. You cut out on me. What'd you say?
I got in trouble just getting up in the morning listening to you.
Oh no. Did your wife get upset?
My ex-wife,
Oh,
yeah.
oh no. Oh
Man,
no.
thinker.
I
Yeah, you
didn't
did.
do it.
It's that voice. All right, y'all. It's
But
time to get
I know
started.
it's better to listen to you than listen to Nicki Minaj and Cardi B. That's what I said to her. At least I'm getting some knowledge from you.
Hey, I can't be mad at you for
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, so I'm just want to say, great job, man. Keep up. I know it's gonna be a challenge, but don't give up sometime for our people. They need it. Not want, they need it. Trust me, our people need it.
Yeah, I
So
agree.
don't give up. Even though sometimes I know you feel like giving up. Me too. Like I live in Canada and I try to help my people so much, trying to deconstruct them about this Jesus, telling them it's a waste of time. It was used to enslave our ancestors, but they still tell me they love Jesus. So, but I don't give up though. Don't give up on them. Like it's gonna
I'm
be a
here.
tough
Yeah, but
I'm
we
time.
here
gotta
for the long
respect
haul. As
our
long as I
people.
have breath in my body, I'm
Uh,
here.
so
Lord
thank
willing.
you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you guys. Have a wonderful day. And I'm still inside the
Bye,
box,
Zach.
In the
Okay.
comments.
the chat in the comment listening. Yeah,
All right. Thank you, Zach. I hope you have a good day as well.
you too.
All
Okay, bye
right.
bye. Bye guys.
Have a good one, man.
Later.
Appreciate you.
Bye, Zach.
Bye.
Okay, you guys, we got 3 hours left. Let's tap the screen. Let's get to 1 million. Don't forget Thinker's gift goal of Thank God It's Friday. Also, continue to share the live and get the hosting right panels. Thank you.
So bright, but they weigh down the soul. They dim the light.
Uh,
I
uh.
trade the glitter
Ooh.
for stories untold. I'd rather be dumb than have silver and gold. The sky of
No,
this,
you didn't.
it fades too fast.
Tinker, how the
No,
fuck
you
did you
did
get this
not.
generated?
Heart, it holds it steadfast. No fame or fortune,
Mm.
no crowns to uphold. I'd rather be dumb than have silver.
You gonna post this, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You gonna post this song, right?
Yo, that is hilarious.
Just you and your cowboy hat. Go ahead.
And what's gonna be amazing is when Bash sing it at a concert.
Yes.
That's gonna be hot.
See what I'm saying? Y'all get us. Y'all make us creative. That's all I'm saying. Y'all niggas inspire us sometimes.
They call me blind, but I see more with an open mind. The weight of greed makes the young grow. I'd rather be dumb than have silver and gold. Let them laugh, let them scoff, let them claim that I'm missing out on the fortune game. But my heart's unchained, it can't be sold. I'd rather be dumb than have silver and gold. Let the world
Okay,
chase what
modulate.
they can't hold.
I don't even know how to hit pause on this.
Ooh, that was awesome.
The bear twerking on stage to the song is crazy.
Oh, somebody sent the bear twerking.
That was
Yeah,
do
do
that.
that.
I'd rather be dumb than have silver and gold.
Yeah. I'm gonna remix it though. I got some other choice words I want to put in there. I'm gonna remix it.
That was funny. Good for you.
Hey, Taryn.
Hi, my lovely people. I just had to say, hi everybody. Hey, y'all.
Good morning.
When you put that thing together, I don't know who put that thing together with the Romans, like the whole white thing. When I tell you, my whole brain exploded. You know what I'm talking about? So you were on the
Mm-hmm.
phone. I mean, you were. Oh my God. I not my God. Okay, so I
No,
can't
we get
talk.
it. We get
That
it.
fucked me up. I was like, this is some bullshit for real. Anyway, that excited me, and I just had to tell you, like, now I got to tell the whole world, like, now I'm going to buy a Bible because I have to really go back and see that shit for myself. Like the Romans really are, even though there were some black Romans, the white people came and just, I mean, shit. I'm excited, y'all. I'm sorry,
Now, don't
but
you go buy a Bible. Just walk into a church and be like, "Can I have a Bible?" and walk out.
oh yeah,
Don't
that's
do that.
true. Yeah. I think my mom has one in her for good luck so she won't have accidents. So maybe I'll, if she still has that. That was so amazing. Like that was just such a I don't know, it was just good. Like, and I just had to say that. Like I I wasn't gonna come up, but then I was like, no, I just have to tell. Cause somebody else has to hear that. Like we need to post that in every single African American church because I know they are not putting that together like that.
So
Yeah.
anyway, I just wanted to say thank you, y'all. Thank you so much. Like that just lit a fuse under me, and I am wow, just wow. So thank y'all, everybody. Christina, Miss what? Cerise, Carol, Oso, Lala, Zena. I think that's your name. L. Whatever.
Yeah,
Y'all, I can't
Zena, she
pronounce
got
nobody's name.
violated last night.
Real
Oh,
bad.
okay. Oh, that's awful. But y'all, thank you. Please keep on doing what you're doing. And again, if it's any way that I can help y'all with Mr. Ray, just let me know. Just DM me or whatever if it's that kind of need. So,
Definitely. And we are, this fundraiser is for a fee. Um, so that we,
oh,
yeah, we did a 24-hour fundraiser today. We are 21 hours and 18 minutes and 11 seconds into a 24-hour fundraising live stream for fee. Her
okay.
cash app got locked up because we were sending so many cash apps to her last night. So now we're using my cash app. So it's
Okay.
Dawn Thinker. You know, her son was in a motorcycle accident. He had to
Oh,
have his spine reattached to his skull. His jaw
oh,
was broken in two places, so he had to have jaw surgery, and his leg was broken, so they had to put a rod in his leg. So he was just moved to a rehab facility yesterday.
okay.
So he's in PT right
Okay.
now, and he'll be there for about a week, and then he gets to go home. But she has to make changes to her house and, do
Yep.
all of that. And so she's off work, and she shared last night that her mom is now in the hospital. They found her mom unconscious,
Yes.
and so her mom is now in the hospital, and they're running tests, to figure out what's going on with her mom. So
Mm-mm-mm.
she's gonna be off work for quite some time, and so we're just raising money to help her with that. Try to take some weight off of her shoulders, and so she don't have to worry
Mm-hmm,
about
mm-hmm.
money and stuff like that. But if y'all can send it to, we did get flagged last night for doing a fundraiser on the main live as well, so we can't put up the cash out, but it is in my bio on my main account.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so you can
All
send it
right.
to her, and I'll send everything to her.
Yeah, yeah, of course you will. I'm not worried about that. Okay, so I am on that right now. Y'all have a beautiful, wonderful day. And
Thank
Christina,
you.
I'm a Gemini too.
Gemini, stand up. Y'all welcome.
You said, share. I
Gemini,
mean,
totally welcome.
No, she said we built.
What did she say? We what?
We welcome. I
Oh,
guess
I
her.
thought she said we built it, because who else wouldn't?
Oh, I thought
oh
she said
shit.
we welcome. We welcome. We built this city.
She said,
Mm.
'cause we built it,
I don't
because
dis-
they wouldn't.
I don't. I don't disagree, thinker. I do think that we have done it.
Oh my goodness.
Somebody in the comments asked for a blessing from us.
I don't know them.
I'm just asking for help. What help could we give you? I don't understand.
Rob, Hey, hey, how are you? Good. Good. I am doing fantastic, as well as I have a giant knot in my stomach. Why? Oh boy. Funny how you and Christina were talking about the future, or like how people like Donald Trump will always be in power, because I just found out recently that Gen Z males are more religious than ever before.
Wow.
Yep, Gen Z males are flocking to church, and they're I have no idea why,
Oh, I know
but they're
why. Yeah, we know
It's
why.
they're repackaging the masculinity thing. Like it's the whole masculinity message.
Hmm.
Hmm.
They even talk about that in like when they were talking about, and initially when they were talking about Project 2025, how like the focus is about bringing young, young YT, honestly, young white men back to God, and making this nation, primarily Christian again. So it's all a part of it. We see what they're doing. It's stupid.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, and the crazy thing is, like, they're succeeding. They're almost
Yeah.
50 at 50% of their goal of the 2025 plan. they've accomplished 50% of that already, and that's scary because he's just within the first 100 and so days um, of his presidency. And what the Heritage Group has always said is that they didn't want him to win in 2020 because they wasn't ready. And but now what they said their mistake that they made with Reagan, because they ran this same type of plan with Reagan, and they said the mistake that they made is that they didn't have the plans ready to go when Reagan got in office. So they said they wanted, and all they needed was a Republican president who could just sign executive orders like his first day in office, and like they have everything in place, and all he has to do is just be there and just sign. Like they didn't want somebody that would have to do something. And so they needed him for this election. They did not want him to win in 2020. Um, and so they've had this play for a while, and so they're 50% at their goal, and repackaging the message around the patriarchy and male domination. Well, men are the head. They've been working on that for a while. That's why I talk about the ESV. I cannot stand the ESV, but they talk about how their goal is to prioritize male um, uh, domination in their translation, and they not only give that translation or promote that translation to men, but they really promote it to white evangelical women because they want them to believe that this is what God said. So this, we always react to shit, and unfortunately, devious minds are usually proactive, and it's usually when some shit, when a motherfucker slap you in the face, is when you start thinking about, maybe I need to hit this motherfucker back. And another reason why I said like Jesus is the worst thing that happened to humanity is because we have this, let me wait and see what Jesus do and turn the other cheek, while we watch these motherfuckers fulfill 50% of this plan in the first 100 or so days. Does that make sense? Like, we are turning the other cheek a lot. Although we're talking, we're talking back, we're creating videos, and but it's really turn the cheek reactionary work. Does that make sense?
Yeah,
Yeah,
it does. Pisses me right the fuck off, really.
yeah.
Eh,
I have a question, thinker. And this is just, I don't know. Okay. So you know how we're in the space now, right? After the vote, after the election, a lot of our community was like, we're sitting out. We're not doing anything. Like we're hands off, right? For the next whatever. Do you feel like in any way, or does anyone feel like in any way that like that was a part of their plan too? I don't know.
Say it again.
I was saying, like, you know how after, particularly, specifically after this election, a lot of the black community was like, we're done, hands off. We did our part. We're not gonna, like, we're not
Oh
going to
no, no.
fulfill it. I actually think they're trying to. Somebody is. I don't know if
Incite
it's
us.
them, but somebody is trying to incite a civil war.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think so. There's parts of me that feel like one of two things are going to happen, and they're both the extreme. One, get the ones that are going to fight to sit out and not fight, right? Because we're the ones that do the fighting. That's what we do, right? Or get incite them enough to get them to act so that they can like initiate the next phase of
He's
their thing. Like,
releasing
are
he's
y'all
releasing
recognizing the Dax News articles? Dax News did an article in 2022 about a black man that went in unalived the cop for killing his kid in 2022, and black people kept sharing it. The title of the article was "Eye for an Eye,"
Oh
and
yes, and like
black
he
Yeah, I
people kept
remember
sharing
that.
retweeted
it.
it, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Mm-hmm.
we were letting people know that this was fake news and that somebody was trying
Mm-hmm.
to incite black people to do some shit like that. And where are we at today?
A black man did some shit like that.
Yeah.
And the title of the article was Eye for an Eye.
It's like they're running, like they're rerunning, the same play again to see if okay with these new pieces, with
No,
the pieces
they
separately
literally
from
influenced that by with that
the
fake
old
article. It
article.
was an AI generated article. With that fake article that people didn't fact check, and they just started sharing it over and over and over again. Black people saying, "Oh, look, now we ain't playing. Our ancestors ain't playing." They didn't double check it, and I kept like a lot of us kept saying, "This is fake. They're trying to incite us." And here we are, right? And now we have a real article with Eye for an Eye where a black man actually went and did it. It's not. It's no longer just an AI generated Dax News article. And if you
Right.
notice, Dax News creates a lot of articles like that where a black person is doing something where they're tired, like, oh, I'm tired. This is the how the system, and the next thing you know, we're dealing with it. They're inciting us, and we don't take a moment and say, let me go to Google and see if this is true.
Hmm. Also, he's releasing GANG leaders. He released
Oh, that was
one.
in Project 2025.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, that was
He
a
and
part.
so go ahead.
Oh, I was just saying that's a part of Project 2025.
I to your point, Christina. I think that I don't think that the response of us being we're not silent, right, but we're measured and controlled. And I think, oh, I'm gonna have to I think black men and black women, as much as we shit and talk shit about each other, they were not counting on us having this type of solidarity in 2025. As much as them Christian black men come up on here, there are still black men like Oso, still black men like Gaslight, right? And black men like Jeff, who are bold with their declarations about this stuff. I think though that is something they weren't banking on. And I think that they do want us to start going like releasing those members out there. If we're not going to do it, it's like they're going to go ahead and ignite it themselves, just like they did in them riots, right? A lot of times we didn't start riots in our neighborhood. You know who started it, right? The ones with the mask on,
Yeah,
right? We didn't do that. They did it. And I think that's what they're doing now. But we just have to know the pattern. We are all so smart in our communities. If we just learned the fucking patterns, myself included, we can sidestep everything because they're unoriginal. That's, I think, our saving grace. They do the same playbook over and over until something comes out of it, right? But I see what you're saying, and if we don't stay smart, we're gonna play right into their hands.
but a lot of us, unfortunately, can't. We don't think far enough ahead to see that, and then we don't think far enough into the past. Without having studied, they're using the Reconstruction social lever, like if and because we were not taught about Reconstruction in history class, right? The way that we should have been. Reconstruction was mentioned, but going into the history of Reconstruction and what they didn't teach that in history class, and they're
Mm-hmm.
literally following that shit to the T.
To the fucking, like, back to like what they did with Black Wall Street. Like I think in we started getting our shit to, we're starting to get our shit together. We are the most popping things on the fucking planet, and I hate to say, I'm not trying to be weird, but a lot of things that get favored or popular on this planet derive from black people. That's just a fact, right? Music, culture, things like that. They want to put us down. And they want to make us to be a workforce again, slaves again. And when these nignogs come up here, that's another talking point. I don't know if anybody has picked up on the narrative changing with black people. And of course, some have always thought this way, but it's the young black people who are saying this shit now. Oh, it wasn't slavery. They were just working. You getting paid, right? You're in slavery now. What are y'all talking about? But that's propaganda to me. And that's
Because
that
think about
that's
it,
what they want
like,
us to feel.
yeah, once the um large companies push out, the UBI because they don't want to pay a tax per robot, right? They've proposed a universal basic income for the humans that they have to lay off uh, to replace for the robots, right? If they think that working a 9 to 5 is slavery, how many of them do you think are gonna be like, shit, I'm gonna get a universal basic income?
Mm, mm.
Yep.
They don't think. They don't fucking think. And that's gonna be our fucking downfall. That's gonna be our fuck up.
Then in 2020, when they started buying up all the properties, literally bought all the Zillow's property. Like, why do you think these corporations want to own all the real estate? They just fucking sitting back and waiting.
They drove down the market to get those office. Remember how they had the offices are now turned into apartments now when everybody left from COVID. That was on
Mm-hmm.
purpose.
Yep. Yep. And that's what I'm saying. And the farmland, they have they've been selling farmland to South Africans, and like they
Mhm.
like doing all this stuff right up under our noses. Well, we're doing videos of boots on the ground. Like, we chilling. We good. You know,
Because
going.
you know who's gonna get mad at that, right? It's gonna be them Bible Belt folks that all their land was taken from them 2 years ago. Remember that shit? They lost a lot of land from the regulations Trump did, and farmers even to this day is still feeling that. They are the ones that are going to be pissed off. They already are. A white lady said, "I don't know what slur I'm gonna make up for them, but y'all just know I'm not really racist. It's geared to them." I said, "Oh
Oh
my
wow.
Jesus." She said, "I'm gonna get creative." I said, "Oh, okay."
Not in her ancestral bag.
She
Hello.
said that literally her sentiments was like, I'm not this, I'm not that, but I'm about to get real creative on the asses. I said, oh. She said, let me hear an accent. I said, oh my God.
Yeah. So
You better watch out, because it's getting ready to be.
yeah,
I'm gonna
like
sit, I'm gonna sit and watch. I'm sorry, go ahead.
it's like, is there a way we could basically like turn the tide to like de-brainwash all these young kids who are basically going to fuck up this country even further?
Other than their parents talk to, because I don't talk to kids, but it's up to their parents to teach them, right? Like,
Yeah, that is one of the reasons why, like, I think that, again, not to be another, ass kisser, but it's like, this is why shit like this is so goddamn important. Why we need to have things like these TikTok, like, deconstruction communities, like the YouTube decon communities, and all this other stuff, because it's the fact that we're seeing a rise in, of course, we've known for a while that, Islam's becoming popular, but the fact that Christianity is on the rise again after a nice little trend of religious nuns, like None, like not nuns, but like nuns, like, people are finally, like, finally kicking at least organized religion to the curb. Um, that that, we could at the very least, like, if we're gonna have, people who believe in God, they would at least, have some fucking autonomy in their own goddamn thinking process. But nope. And even like the young men that are kind of like, it's like, going to church, and because, like, oh, I'm finding like community, like, and they're saying, oh, this country's going too far left, and I'm like, how the fuck is this country going too far fucking left? It's like, I still get shit for being LGBT. I get fucking, I still women getting shit, for wanting reproductive rights. Hell, it's like someone got into a fight with me because I'm high functioning autism, and I got into a fight with them because it's like,
because Kennedy wanted to propose a solution in friggin' September, and I'm like, so, wait, what does that mean? Euthanize me or something? And they're like, oh, like, well, it sure works out for the best. Really? You think me being dead is more, sorry, me being unalived is more preferable to being autistic? Fuck you. Sorry. It's, but again, just like, I'm losing my cool here, but it's like, it's just, this is one of the reasons why I don't want to have kids. I mean, I'm gay. I'm gay as a $3 bill, but it's like I know this surrogate is a thing, but it's I cannot ethically bring a child into this world unless it's to say, hey, don't be a bigoted piece of shit. But I don't know. Like it's like sometimes I wonder, like like, what the fuck is there to look forward to in the goddamn future if this is the direction we're going in?
I agree. It is a time to be very, aware in the, like, you know, if there are, people in your family that are of the Gen Z, uh,
Yep.
damn, what Gen Z, what are they?
Variety, persuasion.
Generation.
Generation. God damn.
You're so mean, Oso. Like you're the meanest person ever. Why would you say words that rhyme with it? You know what she was
Cause
trying to
like,
say.
exactly.
God bless.
Aston went to sleep and got some rest, and now you want to be all high and mighty and shit, and try to fuck with
Definitely
my
the first
mind.
one.
Right, PG. At least PG can see that I'm tired.
No homo though.
It's fucked up. But yeah, if you have some Gen Z kids in your family, males that you can talk to, I say, make that a priority, to do that, and then be the example in front of them. So like, let them see the difference in you. I think that's the easiest thing, or the most impactful thing that you can do.
I will say one thing though. Zena was talking about a saving grace. I think there is another one, and I'm mostly just saving this to last for nothing more than to just help keep my own spirits up. Even though Gen Z men are becoming more religious, Gen Z women are becoming more atheistic and liberal.
I mean,
So
but they're trying to take away their rights, right? So that them being liberal, I don't know that it, like, you know what I'm saying? Because they're actively trying to take away their right to vote.
right, and they're actively pissing off
Yeah, and
Gen.
it's a patriarchal. Well, here's the thing. It's a patriarchal system, right? So even if the women gain smarts, right, it's still going to take those Gen Z men, right, deconstructing not only the religion but everything that comes with it, right? So like, I get what you're saying, like, but it shouldn't be a woman's labor to change a man's bad behavior. You know what I'm saying? I think
Oh,
that's a
they
lot of
they
responsibility.
the thing is, like, we are not even thinking about how deep this goes, because
Yeah.
there are men who feel like they can't get a woman. They're scared to get one. But if they feel that a woman have no choice, that she has no choice because she needs a man to vote for her, or she needs a man to get her a bank account, or whatever the fuck, however the fuck they feel like, they're going to vote for that because they no longer have to work to get a woman. They no longer have to impress her. It's going to be easier for them. They're going to vote for that.
You don't have to be likable.
Yep.
Nope.
They don't care. They don't. They're so callous. Like if you know, y'all remember the 70,000 chat, the international thing, and it was just a whole bunch of men talking
Hmm.
about things they wanted to do to women,
Hmm.
right? No woman, no amount of therapy, and no feminine energy would ever be able to cure or stop some shit like that. I don't think. You know.
Yeah.
They're gonna have to get the Negan treatment.
The what?
The Negan treatment.
That's
You
so
ever seen The
you
Walking
don't even
Dead?
know.
No, you're going to hell. If hell's real, you're going there.
I'll,
You ever
I'll
watch
go to hell
Walking
for that.
Dead? Negan treatment.
He
What?
did something
He
really
had a
good.
really cool baseball bat that was
No,
wrapped
he
in barbed
didn't.
wire.
Oh Jesus!
He unalived one of the best characters in the show in the most brutal way
I
yet to
mean,
date.
I feel that, but like at the same time, they can catch that. You feel me?
His eyeball was hanging out also.
They can catch that.
What the hell are you people talking about?
The Walking Dead. I have never seen it.
Neither have
Oh, we
I.
were talking about a show
I've
called The
never
Walking
seen it.
Dead.
Never
I don't
seen it.
know.
I did watch a show, a K drama called Kingdom. That's like a
Yes,
zombie
you watched
apocalypse.
it.
Shit was funny as fuck.
I told you, and
I
you
was
like
cracking up.
it.
Yeah, I was cracking up.
That is my. I gotta watch it again because it was so fucking funny the way they replied. I was like, wait, this bitch had the key. She knew it was her, and the daughter, the whole fucking
Yeah.
time. I was like, oh, she's evil. But I knew it. I'm like, I was satisfied with the way her storyline concluded. Yeah, I was like, yeah, that was good. That was good. But it was sad. It was depressing. I was like, why are they showing kids being? I was like, what's happening?
Yeah, but they like K dramas will go. They will make you be real emotional. Like they pull the drama in K dramas is for real. And when I first started watching K dramas, it was the first time that I really really saw the mediocreness in Western dramas.
Yes.
And I'm like, damn, these motherfuckers can't really act. These motherfuckers can act.
This
Yeah.
is why I love foreign films and foreign shows because our type of acting is so fucking it's so dry. Like it's so dry, but they can be literally talking about a fucking flower, y'all. And the way they describe the goddamn flower is just like, oh my, I want to be the fucking flower. I don't,
Yeah.
I don't get it.
I felt that way, but cool. Did y'all watch like Crash Landed on You? Did y'all watch?
Yes.
Oh, I haven't seen that one yet.
Listen, first of all, you got to read it. It's one of those. It has the subtitles. I cried at least every like the way they were able to like capture the idea and like intimacy and how he really like grew to love this woman like without all of the like they didn't have to get
They
like
didn't kiss. Like, yeah.
they
Yeah.
didn't have to do none of that. And I was if you don't love me like Captain Ree loved that girl, don't bother me.
But all of their K dramas are like that. All of their, and I was wondering yesterday morning before we went live. I was like, I wonder why black women like K dramas so much. But I think it's because when our dramas, we're always the one, going through some shit in our dramas. We're always
Right.
suffering, and then if we did marry somebody of that was successful, they're beating our ass or they're cheating on us with a white woman or they're leaving us with a white woman, and then it's somebody from the hood that comes and save us, and like it's never that type of drama, right? That's why I don't fuck with Tyler Perry no more. I'm sorry, I can't.
Yeah.
And like everything is black woman suffering. Like even the show that I saw a clip of I think her name was Regina King. Is that her name? She's now a governor in Louisiana, and her family is moving into the governor's mansion with her, and they all ghetto. And I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like, why? This is how Tyler Perry
He's black women.
portrays black women all the time, and like, I just cannot fuck with him.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah,
He's
he's
been
black
told
women.
this before. I know he has, and he don't give a shit because he knows it brings money.
yeah,
He loves to lean into that the any negative stereotype or like like downtrodden, broken, faith driven, and it's always God that saves the day. In the end, there's always some profound moment for him to monologue about some shit. Like,
Like you'll
sir,
never convince me that nigga doesn't hate women to like his core. Like you'll
Absolutely.
never convince me that he also said I love my mama and my grandmama and all that stuff. Now you hate women, so and your work of art shows it.
and hopefully he gets boycotted one day, and black women stop paying him to fucking put bad ideas in our head and make us look bad. But I think that's why black women love K drama so much, because the drama, that the love that's portrayed in the dramas isn't something that we typically see.
It's a sweet.
You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
I agree.
Yeah. Not saying that, we've never experienced it. We just don't see it in
Nah,
mainstream media anywhere. And so,
and
yeah.
that's on purpose because if there is something like that, it's always an interracial couple.
Yeah.
And I'm going to admit, when I was younger and ignorant, I was y'all gonna take my black card. Um, but I told my mom when I was younger, I want to marry a white man. I want to marry a white man. Like, and the reason was because like that's all you saw on TV. Like looking at even our own cultural movies, The Color Purple, and stuff like that. Like you can't catch a break. There's no real love and intimacy that I can point out in like the last 10 years from a movie that I've seen that didn't include any type of struggle, some type of hurt, pain. You can't even get a happy-go-lucky type of film without mom and dad having some type of contention. Like rare, it's so rare, and I'm sick of that. But you can have a Johnson family vacation with white folks, and they just have hunky dory funny times. Like it's exhausting.
Would you say that Tyler Perry is basically black comedy for white people?
No,
Oh, good. I good because
it's
like
not white
I've
folks.
heard that. that.
It's
Think that many white people even watch Tyler Perry like that.
no,
'Cause I've heard that critique before. Really? Yeah. I don't think a lot of them watch
they
him
wouldn't
like
know if they
that.
watched them.
Would you also say that the reason why American drama is so stale is because of the writers like not getting paid anymore? No, I just think they just can't act. I think a lot of them haven't been through enough. Like in Korea, they've been through some shit. Yeah, I don't think they've been through enough to be able to dig deep down and act on the level that a lot of these Korean actors can. Plus, they also, a lot of them are required to go into like idol training for a long time before they even are allowed to get in, in front of the camera and stuff. But I think America is very shallow. And so we have some good actors. I'm not saying we don't have some good actors and actresses, but they're not on the level of Korean actors. I just I can just clearly see the difference. And like I stopped watching American TV for 2 years, and all I watched was Korean TV.
Nice, nice.
I think it was the beginning or the this year that I even started back watching Western TV.
Yeah.
I think K dramas make me feel like a lot of things are possible. So, like, I think American television programs used to be a bit jaded and a lot of things like that. But when I watch those K dramas and the sweetness behind it, those J dramas and stuff like that, and even C dramas, like, there's a lot of sweetness behind what they're doing. And I feel like it's on purpose because there is a lot of male on female violence that takes place in South Korea and in Japan.
Yeah,
Um,
and
so
that's
I
why I
think,
said they're really good actors, because we know that they got some bullshit going on over there.
mm-hmm, hell yeah.
Yeah, and then I was talking about how in Glory, the the message that Jesus is in there, that like the church scene, and I'm not gonna spoil anything, but wait till you get to the church scene. Wait till you get to
Wait,
that
what
church scene.
you said? Glory? What's that? Is that a show?
It's yeah,
K drama.
it's another K drama. And I was telling y'all at the end, she said if I wanted to be if I wanted to, she said I'm not a pastor because I'm not here to save devils, or if I wanted to save devils, I'd be a pastor. Like that hit hard because I'm like, God damn, that's true. Like when Jesus said that he didn't come for the righteous but for the unrighteous, and anytime that we talk to believe, not another fucking pen to bro. He said, I gotta stop. I gotta get me a sturdy pen so I can keep flipping the. Like, God damn.
Because that joint
You
been
might
going
just want
all
like a
night.
fidget spinner.
Yeah, I'm about to say, you need a fidget. You gotta
You
get a
need, yeah, you need a fidget toy.
Man, that motherfucker flew all the way across the room. But
she said flu.
yeah, I don't even know
Incredible
where it's
funk.
at.
He said enough.
But
Wow.
damn, what was I saying?
You were telling about Glory and how she said the last thing or something. Her last statement was
Jesus came
about,
from the for the
yeah.
unrighteous.
Oh yeah. Jesus, you know that scripture that says Jesus said, "I didn't come for the righteous, but for the unrighteous." And how many times we've had believers on the stage that say that if a person, if a pastor P3O'd a child, that Jesus would forgive them, and that we would, and we ask, well, why wasn't Jesus there for the child? And uh, they would say, well, that's what he came for, right? Is to save people like the P3DO. And it's like, she's right. Like, if I wanted to be a pastor, I mean, if I wanted to save devils, I'd be a pastor. Because that's literally what it is. Jesus is the king of the devils. Like, Jesus literally said himself, right? Like, if they're already righteous, then they don't need me. Like the church is who, and my daddy used to say all the time, the church is filled with devils.
Mm.
I mean, it would have been better for us, according to the Bible, to never even receive the word of God. Because if we were just living the way that we are, we would be good, right? In Matthew, it says it. Like, if they didn't have the fucking law, but they were like, had it on their hearts, they're gonna be judged by that shit. Like,
Look at this dumb motherfucker. Yo, Jesus never said I didn't come for the righteous, but for the unrighteous. Like, y'all just say shit.
just be guessing. They're going off vibes.
Y'all just say shit.
They don't care what their Bible says. It's all about their ego and their super ego of what they think God is. They don't give a shit at all.
That's how I know they God ain't real. Them motherfuckers be swear up and down they talking to his ass, but don't know shit about him.
They don't ever answer. They be struggling, flipping through their Bible, trying to find shit. You don't ever help them. Like,
That is unrighteous, dumb fuck. When I can't, I'm.
it's just like you
Oh
know,
man.
vomit is
Jesus
too
said he
much
came to
for
save the sinners.
them.
AKA.
Shocker.
Well, I don't see him saving shit right now.
That's just ugh. And then like they be wondering too, like why so many people are celibate nowadays. Like because like people, it's only so many times you can be like, ooh, that motherfucker fine. But when he open his mouth and he say the dumbest shit, you like, man,
I'm gonna
nah,
tell you, there's plenty of just fine motherfuckers that should shut up. You know what I mean?
yes, like
Just shut up.
just don't talk.
As soon as a nigga say something dumb, it turns me off of me. I don't care. I could be literally, we could be butt naked. I don't care. As soon as you say some dumb shit, I'm going home. I don't You're going home. I'm going. Look, you. All I'm gonna say is you better ask somebody because I don't give a fuck what plans were made. You say and do some dumb shit. Piece up, a town down, bitch. I'm
Yeah,
out.
I can't.
Men. A fucking men, Xena. A fucking men. I literally kicked a motherfucker out of my place, like, as soon as I found out that he, was a MAGA hat wearing Trump supporter. And he was, like, so normal, like, too, when I was talking to him, blah, 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 blah. I'm like, yeah, no, get the fuck out. Instant turn off. I fucking can't.
And one thing I've learned
They
to stop
sound
doing.
ignorant when they talk.
They do. I don't explain anything either. You know what the fuck you said. I don't gotta talk to you about shit. Bye. Yeah.
Bootlicker.
And now we're gonna have a younger generation full of these fuckwads. Well, that's where you come in. You are, I think that a lot of times, sometimes I think when you can identify it and you probably know people like that, there may be an insight that you have, right? And that you can experience to them, as an older person. Well, I mean, if they can look up to people like Jordan Peterson and Joe Rogan, why not me?
Yeah, just be, just be an example for them, and in front of them. It's the best you can do, friend.
Well, it's like, well, if that's the way that I can do to help fight this fucking bullshit, then I'll definitely try my absolute damnedest. Because, like I told all my family and friends, I don't care how fucking, like ridiculous things get over here. I was born in this country. I live in this country. I'm going to fight whatever the hell I can, and I will die on whatever hill, I have to, because, it's like, I would rather, end up a corpse on the friggin' street than let some fucking orange fucking baboon fucking dictate my life. Or some fucking like project behind some stupid ass fucking, you know what I'm saying, before I get myself too much in a tizzy.
Yeah, I feel you. And like, we in the trenches, so if we can talk to the parents, and here I can't deal with condescending as Gen Zs, but their parents are, we can talk to their parents and get their parents um some common sense, and let their parents teach them.
I mean, honestly, it's just having a conversation with the motherfuckers, to be
I don't
honest. Because,
I
like,
don't I don't have to.
well,
I'm saying I can't.
I feel you.
Yeah,
But,
that
like,
ain't in me.
I got, I don't know, probably like nine male cousins that's Gen Z. And, like when they show up to grandma's house and Nana's house, and, you know what I'm saying? We chopping it up and,
No, my family is one thing. My nieces and nephews respect the hell out of me because I respect the hell out of them. Like, I can talk to them about shit. I'm talking about strange kids. I don't
yeah,
talk to
no, I
nobody.
feel
Yeah,
that.
I don't
I
have the
feel that. But I mean,
patience.
talking to the ones that you know, they talk to the ones that they know, and they talk to the ones that you know what I mean? Like, it's just talking to them.
Yeah.
Like, they'll talk to each other about it.
And I'm actually like, one thing that does give me hope is just hearing all the parents that are like just here in this community. Like, there's just in Deconstruction, there's Mezzo, there's Cyber, there's like all these amazing people, and even you, Thinker. It's like one of the things that I love it when you tell the story about your son who, like, was afraid of the rapture and whatnot, and as like, and even though it's like, he's entrenched in this religious thinking, he still trusts you enough, knowing full well that you're an atheist, and he asks you questions, you give him his honest answer, and I'm like, that's how you know you're doing parenting right. When you have a mother and a child who think totally different, but there's still that bond of mutual trust, to the point where it's like there's this, again, like there's still this element of autonomy, and it's like, bouncing ideas back and up. That's, again, not to kiss your ass, Thinker, but that's a beautiful relationship that you describe when you get into that story.
Yeah, that thank you. Um all of my kids, the one thing I do is I prioritize that because I didn't have that type of relationship with my mom growing up, so I wanted to make sure, that I was that for my kids. And so no matter what it is that they believe in, that's them. And all I can do is be an example on how to be, you know, a decent human being that doesn't harm other humans, um, and don't harm themselves, and a critical thinker,
Yeah.
confident. They told me I created some headstrong kids, and I did. Sometimes they get on my damn nerves, but it's the price that you pay to make sure that they're able to, make decisions and be confident in themselves. Now you got grandbaby thinkers. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I wish every single one of your kids and grandkids the absolute best. And again, it's like it's people like you, Thinker, and people like all the amazing people here in this community that's going to help keep, again, like that kind of free thought alive as things get further and further steeped in what currently seems to be like a step back. Yeah, they're trying. I mean, they're trying to take us back. Like, this is that time where we say we ain't going back, right? And Right. we know we can do one or two things. We can continue to raise awareness and move forward, right? Or we can complain about what the fuck they're doing. We can sit down and keep complaining and writing dissertations about what the fuck they're doing. Yeah. Well, we see what they're doing, and we gotta, combat that shit and move forward. Right. Yeah. And again, as triggered and depressed as this stuff makes me, it's like I'm going to, again, try to continue to do my part, and hopefully somewhere, some line, we're gonna see a breakthrough. And again, like maybe this is just like again, like projections change all the time, so it's like you never know what tomorrow's gonna bring. Yeah, I agree. Well, thank you so much, Thinker. Like oh, that's right. Let me down. I got you. Thank you, Rob. Have a good one, okay? You as well, Thinker. Hope you get your account back soon. Thank you. I'm tripping that there's still 47 people over there in that live. Like, what are y'all doing over there? Huh?
Knocked out.
Like, I don't know if these are Christian. Like, somebody named Za Pink Lips is sharing the hell out the live. Somebody named Courtney Mendez has been sharing the hell out the live. Like, I don't know what they doing over there.
Somebody with a obviously fake ass bash page messaged me the other day. I think it was yesterday, and was talking about some. Thank you so much for sharing my music. I'm so glad to know that you have liked it. I was like, bro, you think bash sound like that?
Goodness gracious. Shut the fuck up. Like, stop spamming, man. Why are you
How's
acting
it
like you
going?
haven't been on this stage before? Why are you acting like you don't know how this works?
I'm in a rush,
I
that's
don't
why.
care nothing about you being in a rush. If you're in a rush, you need to get down.
But we gotta talk about
If you're in
this.
a rush, you need to get down.
No, not right now. I'm not in a
Oh,
rush
so
right
now
now.
you're not in a rush?
Nah, not
So
right
you
now,
just
no.
lied?
Nah, not really. I just
Yeah,
gotta
you
talk to you
did.
about this. Nah, I'm not in a
Man,
rush.
are you really Christ's ambassador?
Yep.
Yeah, both of y'all whine when y'all talk.
When it comes to Christ, I
You
don't joke about it.
wait, does he sound like Christ's ambassador? I forgot. I don't know how Christ's ambassador's voice sounds because I tuned this shit out. Does he sound like Christ's ambassador?
I think I'm in the same boat as you. He definitely could be.
I don't know who that person is, but
Yeah, but
let's talk about what I just saw today, because I haven't been on TikTok in so long, and I come back on here, I see this.
yeah, you don't own the motherfucker.
Like, are you gonna do something?
Like, what the fuck did
The
you
way
think
you're
was?
talking.
What did you think?
I
Like,
see.
what?
It's not a
I
threat,
come
but
back from
I
war
gotta
and you're doing
educate
all
I
this
gotta
shit at
educate you
home.
guys, because you guys
No, this
hate
isn't
the fact
Eleazar. This
you guys hate the fact
Eleazar
that
sound deeper and dumb.
It is not a threat. It's just I gotta educate you guys,
Nobody
cause
thought you could do anything about a threat, best friend. The topic says Jesus Christ is the worst thing to ever happen to humanity.
and that is so not true.
Okay, well then talk about it. None of
Yeah,
that.
let's talk about it. How is Jesus the worst thing that happened to humanity? How?
You notice how
Jesus.
everybody. everybody.
Yeah,
I
yeah,
thought
yeah.
you
You
were
were
going to
gonna
educate
educate
us.
us.
Like,
Like,
why
why
are
yeah,
you
yeah, yeah,
asking
I'm
us
talking.
questions? Educate.
I'm talking.
Educate.
That's what I'm doing. Jesus is the reason why everybody has life. Not no science or memos or these fake scientific facts or
Yeah, I'm just asking.
nature that these people put in your heads.
So was there no life before Jesus?
There was life since the
Oh, so he's
beginning
not
of
the reason that people
Genesis.
have life then. Okay. I just
You
want
said
to.
what?
I said if there was life before Jesus, then he's clearly not the reason why people have life. Continue on. Go ahead.
Jesus was there from the beginning. He's God. So there was life in general because him himself is life. He gives life.
What the fuck?
Well,
So
then he's responsible for all this bullshit that's happening on the earth.
no, he's
Yes,
not.
he is, because
Yes, he
he
does.
keeps giving life and sending people to a fucked up ass earth. He's responsible.
That's not true.
Is he giving life? Is Jesus
No,
responsible for?
I'm not talking
Is
about that.
Jesus the reason everybody has life?
Yes,
Okay, so he's
but
responsible. He's
you
responsible. He
said
keeps sending people here to suffer.
that's
He's
not true.
responsible.
That's not true.
So he's
Jesus
not
didn't
responsible
send
for the
people to
people that he
suffer.
sends here and gives life in a
To
fucked up
suffer,
world. He's
no,
not responsible for that.
not for them to suffer.
Does he keep sending them here knowing that they're going to suffer?
That's not true.
Is your Jesus constantly cranking out humans and sending them to this earth knowing that the earth is fucked up?
And that is not true.
Is he doing that? Who's giving
He's
humans life?
obviously Jesus
Answer
gives life,
answer her. Okay.
like I just said,
So if Jesus gives life,
but he's not
if
sending
if
them.
Jesus gives life to humans on earth, then he's responsible for constantly sending humans to a fucked up earth and not doing shit about it.
To, do you know? Do you know? Do you know Satan?
Does Satan give life?
No, 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 no. I'm not talking
Does
about
Satan
life
get?
from
We're talking
Satan.
about stop. We're talking about life.
Right.
Your Jesus continues to give life to humans on a fucked up earth. He keeps cranking them out and sending them to an earth that he knows is fucked up, that he knows is has hunger, that he knows has famine, he knows has war, he knows has genocide. He keeps cranking them and sending them here.
So because Jesus gives life and he's sending people here, that's what you think that he people are going through suffering and all these things.
Did I say that's why they're going through suffering, or he's sending
But
them
you're
into?
telling me that.
Stop
You're
talking
telling me
while I'm
that, right?
talking. Did I say that's why they're suffering, or he's sending them into a world that's suffering?
Oh my goodness. First of all, why would Jesus give life to send human beings in the world for them to suffer? That doesn't make sense.
That's
Jesus
what you
giving
are the one who said that Jesus is the best thing that happened to humanity because Jesus gives
yes,
all life. So if Jesus
yes.
gives all life, then he is giving the life to the human that comes to earth to live. Earth is a shit pool. So he's sending the life that he's creating to a shit pool intentionally, knowing that he's sending them into a world of suffering.
If that's what you want to believe, then believe that. But that's not
That's
true.
what you said.
No, I never said that. I said Jesus is the best thing that happened to humanity because he gives life, but he never sent nobody on this earth to suffer or what you're saying. That's
I
not
didn't
true.
say he sends them here to suffer.
Bro,
I
you're
said
still
he sends them into a world with suffering.
it's the same thing.
It's
He
not the
sent
same
life.
thing.
Bro, it's okay. People like you guys will never accept the fact that Jesus is the best thing that happened to humanity.
People like you Like I'm like literally, y'all have made me resort to calling motherfuckers dumb, and I don't like that.
Nah, it's not dumb.
Yes, it's you.
No,
It's
you
What
are.
you're
fucking dumb.
saying
You
is
are.
not
What
making
you are
sense.
saying is dumb.
You don't want to accept the fact that Jesus is the best thing that happened to humanity. That's
You
the problem.
repeating
Oh
it
my
over and
God.
over again doesn't change the fact that it's not true. You
It
have
is
not taught
true.
us anything. You
So
have
let me
not
ask
brought
you.
any new
So let me tell you
information.
this,
You
right?
have shut up. You have only asked us this plethora of the same question over and over again. You're not telling us anything. Teach or shut up and listen. Those are your options.
You don't want to listen. You want to be
You're not
combative
teaching
and
us
argue.
anything, beloved.
You said what?
You're not teaching us anything.
I'm trying to tell you something, but you
You're
keep
not telling us
trying to
anything. Okay,
contradict.
go ahead and tell us
That
something by
beloved
asking us a
stunned him,
question.
Christina.
Huh?
I said that
You,
beloved stunned him. He said that.
right
He
now,
said,
as
what?
I'm
I had
speaking,
to.
right now, as I'm speaking, you have life because of the cross. If we're being
False.
honest,
False.
yep, you
No.
have life because of the cross.
Why?
Because when Adam sinned, God had to come and redeem creation. That's the reason why life is given to us.
That's crazy. Why didn't God
Okay.
redeem Adam in the garden?
You said what?
Why didn't God redeem humanity in the garden?
I just said it because
No, no.
Adam
I said
sinned.
no, no. You didn't just answer my question. I asked you a question. I said, why did not God redeem humanity in the garden?
Because in the garden, Adam was a spirit.
What the
He
fuck?
didn't have a body. What?
What?
A
Wow.
spirit?
Wow.
You guys
Y'all
are able to
didn't know
believe this?
Adam was made out of sheepskin?
No, he wasn't. No, he
Mm.
wasn't.
When this God killed an animal
No,
and
he
he put
wasn't.
skins on them, it
Go to
was fucking
Genesis.
lamb.
Go to Genesis.
Oh wow.
Adam
That's
was not
why
made out
we
of
get. That's where we
no
get the word
sheepskin.
condom from.
Yes. That's where you
Adam
get
was made
condom
out of
from. I don't
flesh.
know where. What, sir?
You're so
Back,
weird, bro. What did
back
you
what I
say?
was
What?
saying.
No, no,
No,
no.
you
Not back to
just.
what you were saying, you weirdo.
I'm
No.
aware that because I'm telling you the truth and
Yes.
you don't
It's
want to hear
not
the
the
It's
truth.
truth.
not
You
the
just said
truth.
You're a
that.
weirdo because you can't even articulate the dumbass shit you're saying, bro. You
Bro, it's
just
not
said
the
you're gonna tell us the
dumbass shit, it's
truth.
the facts.
You said you was
Why
gonna
you
tell us
think
the truth,
everybody know
nigga.
about Jesus?
Because of colonization and
No, because he's a living
yes,
God.
yes. I don't know who you like. Take some of that bass out your voice when you're speaking to me. I find it offensive. All
Because
right.
you're trying to contradict that Jesus
No,
gave
no,
life.
no. You're using words and you don't know the meaning of the words that you're using, which is
Okay, I'm
why
using
you're
words.
taking them out of. You're not using them in the right context, and that's going to piss me off. I'm
Okay.
not interested in doing that today, right? So I'm not taking anything out of context. You just said something that was like demonstrably untrue, right?
So what did I say? That was
You said
demonstrably untrue.
you said that according to the text, Adam and Eve were not. They were spirits. They weren't humans. They weren't people. Even though your text says whereby sin and death
Oh my
entered through one
goodness.
man, one human, one person, right? God
Hey,
created
shut the
Shut
Adam.
fuck up
up
while she
with
God,
all
talking.
those
it's
fucking
very
extra
fucking childish.
noises. Like, stop it. If you
Yeah.
want to educate us, that right, let us ask the questions that we need to try to decipher the benchy code shit that you're spewing. Right? Let us do that if you want to have a genuine conversation.
Because
This is what makes it weird.
all you're doing is showing me why your teacher retired after you. Like that's all you're doing, right? That's all you're doing. You're not teaching me a fucking thing. And it's really irritating, right? So the Bible says that he put Adam to sleep, right? Into a deep sleep and took the woman from his rib, right?
I already know this. You're telling me.
If you know it, you wouldn't have
Cause
done you wouldn't
cause
have
the
just said
thing
that they
is,
weren't humans.
Shut
you
up
You
while
don't
wouldn't
she
have
you don't
just said that
talks.
Already,
they
you
weren't
doing it.
humans. You just said they weren't humans. What do you mean? I
yo.
know this. I know this. No, the fuck you don't. Clearly. Are you well? You can unmute now. Just stop talking over me like a petulant child.
First of all,
Second of all,
you gotta read
I
the
did read.
context of
I
the
don't have to
of
read the context of
Genesis.
creation. I don't have to read the context of a step-by-step walkthrough of how he created Eve, right? I don't have to do
Okay.
that. That doesn't require context.
Okay.
All right, so
That's
what next?
next is that the reason why you have life is because of Jesus. Just accept the truth.
You went right back to the fuck knuckle point that you made before that told me nothing.
Because of Adam. I keep saying the same thing because it's the truth.
What?
Because of Adam, humanity have life.
Because of Adam, humanity has life. So you're not. Stop it. Please stop wasting all 555 of our. Like you're doing a whole lot of nothing.
You're not
You're
even
doing a
listening.
whole
You're
lot.
trying to be
You're not
argumentative.
saying. I'm not
Bro,
being. Sorry. I'm not. You're not giving me a point to argue. You're not giving me
I'm not trying
anything
to
to
be here
rebut.
to
You're not
argue.
saying shit. What
You
you're
just
saying, I
said
swear to God, the person that's mowing the lawn outside is a Christian. Because he ain't aggravating as fuck.
I'm
Like you
not
just keep
offended because at the
circling.
end of the
I'm
day,
not talking.
people
I'm
at the
shut
talking
end
to
of
up.
the
somebody. Shut
day,
up.
people hate Jesus.
Shut up,
People
People hate
don't.
Jeremiah.
Let me be
We're
Jesus.
not
That's the
quiet.
talking about
problem.
that. You just
People
said
hate
that Adam is
Jesus.
the reason that humans have life, but
Yes, because
earlier
he
you said
sinned.
Jesus was the reason that people had life.
Bro,
You
you're
can't
not
even stay
listening.
consistent with your own conversation, dog.
Bro,
Like, why the
Adam
Adam
fuck
is
would
Jesus.
you
sinned.
be? Shut up!
Bro,
Shut up! That's the reason why you don't understand shit, because you always want to yap while motherfuckers is talking to you.
you don't even
Shut
know
up!
nothing what you're talking about.
You don't even know nothing what you're talking about. Shut
You're an
the fuck up!
atheist. You're an atheist.
And
That's
you're a
what you are.
dumbass. You're a dumbass.
You hate.
Now that we all know who we are, like, shut the fuck up. You said that Jesus was the reason for life. That's why Jesus was the best thing that happened to humanity. And now you're saying Adam is.
People like
You
you hate
cannot stay
Jesus.
consistent with your own thought process, you dumb fuck. You just made the biggest mistake in your lousy career, pal.
Listen, please.
Adam
Look,
is Jesus. Ain't that right, joke?
I never
Was
said
there an
Adam was
age check?
Jesus, first of all.
Hey,
Never said
how old
that.
is he?
like
How old are you?
13.
Who's asking?
Your mom.
How fucking old are you?
I am 26.
You 20 lie.
That's a hard belief right there.
You don't gotta believe it.
Joke's been on the main account several times. We got him on YouTube crying a couple of times.
But anyways, I'm not here to argue with nobody. I'm just here to tell you the truth.
You
Whether
haven't
you
said
like it or not.
stop doing all that yelling. All right, because
Whether you like it or
what
not
you like, you
is
haven't said the truth. You haven't spoken the truth. The truth of the matter is this: you came up on a panel mad because you heard people who don't believe in your God giving reasons and examples for why they don't believe in your God. And how dare you? How dare you go against the God that I believe in? God is the best thing since sliced bread. Jesus is the best thing. But you have not been able to give us any actual like evidence of the claim that you just made. You just came up to fuss. Bring
like
your
go to
ass
John
to TikTok.
3:16.
Come,
Go to John
come,
3
come to TikTok. All you got to
go to
do
John
is
3:16.
download TikTok and come to TikTok.
Think you go to John
I'm not
3:16 so
fucking
she can
talking to
see it for
you.
herself.
Download TikTok and come to TikTok. You said so I can see for myself. You don't think I know what John 3:16 is?
So there that's my point.
So what? You missed Thinker's whole point. Who gives a fuck if Jesus created people to come into a world that is filled with evil and suffering? He's still the fuck knuckle that created them to come
Oh
here.
my
It's
goodness.
still
Lord
on
have
him.
mercy. Lord have mercy, man, because it's hard to explain when you can't listen.
No, Lord have common sense. Lord have logic. Lord be a critical thinker.
And
Bro,
you
what
know what,
critical
Christina?
thinking do
He
I
low
need
key,
to
he
bro?
accidentally said
John
something smart. He accidentally said something smart.
Bro, John 3:16 says
You don't even realize what you just said. Say it again.
John 3:16 says it all.
You said it's hard to do what when you can't listen?
Oh my goodness. See? You're trying to
What'd you say?
you're trying to be argue.
You said it's hard to teach when you can't listen.
I'm not teaching, I'm telling you the truth.
Is
He
that what
said
you
that's
said
what
though?
he came up for, to teach us.
Look, I'm about to go, but let me tell you the truth.
Bye. Bye, nigga. Nobody cares about
Let
you.
me say
You just
something real
gotta
Nowhere.
quick.
wait.
It's
Don't
Nobody
even
crazy.
listen to
cast your
you.
pearls
You
on
don't
swine bird.
care.
Just
Wah,
go ahead and go.
wah.
Check on out. Yeah.
I love when they tell us they about to leave so we could just kick their little ass out the door like concubines.
Skedaddle. Like, we don't need the medal.
He is I'm a
Oh
up here
my
like,
god.
complete joke. I'm just gonna keep repeating the same thing over and over again. He is the best thing.
I already
Yep.
know why.
Yep. Haters hate Jesus. That'll
That
do it. I'm
that
tired.
yeah, that was rich.
Let me go repent. I'm gonna cry now.
Choosy moms choose Jiff. Dumbasses choose Yahweh. I don't know what to tell you.
Sounds like a Quan commercial to me.
Steve,
What's up, sisters?
can I get your
What's
age,
up?
please?
Oh, I'm 52.
Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Or are you an atheist?
No, I'm not a believer. I agree with you guys.
Okay. Are you an atheist or are you deconstructing?
Well, I'm not an atheist. I'm not a Christian. I'm just learning the truth.
Are you deconstructing?
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay. It's so hard when I ask the question, are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist? The easiest thing to do is to just answer that question and tell me exactly what you are so we can get to the conversation, okay?
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. What are
So,
your thoughts on the topic?
well, I was listening from morning and I really agree with you guys. And the thing that I liked, your ladies, and I think you guys supposed to have some voice, which it is suppressed. And I really appreciate you guys coming out, to teach the truth. Yeah, because I'm doing some research for myself, and Jesus is not even my name. It's abbreviation of words.
Well, the topic says that Jesus is the worst thing that ever happened to humanity. Um,
Yes,
what are your thoughts on that?
I think so. When you read the Bible, then you can get that full understanding that Jesus create wars. I mean, he create havocs amongst people. So where is the love and the all knowing, and you cannot trust the God of the Bible. But Christian doesn't read the Bible. It's like when they go to church, the pastor give them some scriptures to read, and they read the best part from it, but they never go deep in the Bible.
So I'm really not. First off, let me say thank you so much for for being here and supporting the live. Um,
Welcome.
I'm not interested in talking about what Christians don't do because that
Okay.
post isn't about what Christians don't do. The post is about Jesus being the worst thing. Like I see Jesus as an idea, right, and what that idea has done to humanity. If you're able to go deeper into that, that would be great. If not, and I appreciate you for coming up and saying that you agree with that. Um, for sharing your
Okay.
thoughts on it, and
Okay. Okay. That's why I was saying Jesus is not even a name. So you can take that to understand that it is not even real. It's just a teaching. We have to get that out of the way.
yeah.
It's
But
just a
can you
teaching.
can you talk about how like what that has to do with how it affects humanity?
Well, first and foremost, it make you becomes weak. You have no fighting spirit because you're always looking forward to some savior to come and save you. So that is a problem in itself.
Mm-hmm. I agree. Can you elaborate on that when you say like you have no fight the spirit? Are you on the continent?
Yeah.
Okay. Can
I'm no. I'm in the West Indies.
the West Indies?
I'm in
Okay.
Jamaica.
Okay.
I'm in Jamaica.
Yeah. There's like what 1,600 churches in Jamaica.
Yeah.
Yeah, I read that there's like 1,600 churches and only like 33 homeless shelters. Um, and when you say there's no fighting spirit, um, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah. So we're all humans, and we're created with physical limbs. So if disadvantage is taken of us, then we're supposed to be able to stand up for ourselves, don't you think?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So they create a system that is at a disadvantage of most of us. But because of Christianity or Jesus or heaven, and these things kind of take away your fighting spirit. That's what I was saying.
Yeah, and you're saying like people aren't fighting back against those that are oppressing them.
Correct.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. So that is my take on it. But I love to go deeper when it comes to these things because people don't really understand what they're really dealing with. Talking about, I mean, heaven, Jesus, and all these things. It's like they don't really understand that it's made up. I understand what you have there, but I like to go deeper than that whenever time I come on the panel.
Yeah, but that's not. You can't just do what you want to do in here, right?
No, 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 no. I was suggesting. I'm not saying I would do that.
You're suggesting.
Yeah, like I love to go deep whenever time. Like the research, the understanding what is what and what is not.
Mm-hmm.
You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, and we do that, right? When we have the specific topics for that, right?
Okay, okay.
That's just right now. The topic is that, and I'm trying to help you go deeper on that. Um, but it's almost like you want to talk about how Jesus' name is a code or something, and I'm just not interested in that.
No, 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 no. No, it's okay. It's okay. Slavery is a part of your thing, right? The
No.
the, the, the God like slavery was okay for the God of the Bible. So that would make him a part of the worst God, right?
Yeah, I heard you say that one of the reasons why you agree is that it takes away the fighting spirit, and I agree, right? I don't know if there was anything else you wanted to add to that.
And it make you becomes a person who cannot be honest. If you're defending the God of the Bible, you cannot be honest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I agree.
Meaning you're always in the defensive mood,
Uh-huh.
regardless of the condition or the argument.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
agree.
so it takes away your dishonesty also. Your honesty, not your dishonesty, your honesty also.
Because they feel, because of the loyalty to
Yeah,
the belief. Also, too, I think the fear of
yeah,
their faith being challenged, right? Or the fear that they may lose their faith. So they're willing to be dishonest in order to protect that.
yeah. They're scared of the outcome.
Mm-hmm.
The hell factor and all these things.
Yeah.
It make you scared. It make you weak. It make you dishonest. It's not really good. On a broader scale, it is not good. It's not good for humanity.
Right. I agree. It messes up families, relationships. It causes people to believe things that incite psychosis. Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and a person who is a believer, he or she have no problem to break up his family just for the belief.
Mm-hmm.
So it kind of scary when you really look at it.
Yeah. There was a guy that we had on our stage one time from Jamaica. He was afraid. He was saying that he was called to feed the poor, right? And the
Yeah,
hungry. But he didn't have the money to do it. So we asked him like, why, if you were called to to feed the poor and the hungry, why didn't the God make sure you had the things that you needed in order to do the things it called you to do?
True.
And we asked him, like, do you pray and ask the God for money? And he said, you can't. You don't ask for God for money. That's disrespectful. You can't ask the God. You can't ask him for money. And he was literally afraid to pray and ask his God for money to help him feed the poor.
So that's what I'm saying. It take away your spirit. You know, you want to do something, but you're scared. I know a lot of people who would love to do things, and they will not because they're scared of the outcome. You know?
Yep, scared of failing, scared
Yeah,
of
like you're in a community with a bad guy who you know is a bad person, and you're scared to say, "Oh, you know that guy is dangerous," because you're scared of the outcome. That is the similar thing I think of when I think of God of
yeah,
the Bible.
right.
Yeah.
Because they're also like they're taught like success is of the devil,
Right. And
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 they're that, and then they're taught this by people who in you know Jesus sense are successful because they're pastors or charismatic speakers who are milking them for their money. And these people that live in nice houses and drive nice cars and wear nice clothes and eat nice food and have health insurance, right? Are telling people, oh, God said, whatsoever profit a man that he gains the whole world and loses soul. God says, sell all you have, right? Give it to the poor. Get
so,
store up your riches in heaven.
true.
Yeah.
But the real problem I have with people like people who believe in the story is like, okay, it was indoctrinated, but just try and if somebody come to help you or show you something, just try to say, okay, we will look into it. They will not. They will defend it with their last breath. That is why I wonder sometimes, why is these people, why can't they say, all right, let us look into this. And just as you said, is really people who are suffering are really people who believe in the Bible, you know? As the Bible says, like they are saying, okay, this thing is for poor people. It's poor people's thing. You understand? So they would even try to uplift. They go to church and they give the pastor, I just say they're earning, and they come home and probably pray for stuff that they already given away.
Have you heard about the pastor that convinced Christians in Mexico and in Zimbabwe that they had tea with God, and God gave them permission to sell land plots in
Yeah,
heaven?
side, yeah, side, that side. They have a lot of them. Some of them have all the selling the robe, they're selling a lot of stuff that they said they got knowledge from God that they should sell this for how much $100,000. And it's crazy.
But Steve, this isn't like the robes they're selling land in heaven.
In heaven, yes,
Like,
I
you know what I
agree.
mean?
They're
Like, that's
living,
another
selling land
layer
in heaven.
above.
So you see, it's really crazy. It's getting crazy now. Selling land in heaven. Come on. And people do sit and think that is real. Selling land in heaven.
Because, like, what would this God need with earth money in
That
heaven? You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like,
that's the question I would love to ask. What God is doing with money? He's the creator of all things and can to the Bible. So why would he need money?
why would
Why
he
you have
need
to
a
go
real
to
estate agent? Like,
yeah? Why would you have to go to church to pay money to show your appreciation to God? So if people understand, they know that they get tricked out of their wits by pastors and these people. As I just said, Pastor, I live in good. I went to a lot of church before I kind of opened up my eyes. Then I is going to church is one of the reasons why I stopped. And reading the Bible, then I kind of step away because the pastor always living, okay. The people who believe have to walk home. The pastor and his family, Job, they're always okay. So I'm saying, then why am I here?
Yeah.
Yeah, why am I here when the guy who is telling me that these things doesn't matter is the one who's accumulating all these stuffs? You understand what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah. Flying in jets and all that stuff.
Oh.
Did you have anything else, Steve? I appreciate you for coming up.
Yeah. And I appreciate talking to you too. And I was saying I appreciate you ladies to let your voice heard because the truth of the matter, women is a great asset to life, and ladies really doesn't get the respect, and it's like I don't understand why. It's like this God, he doesn't really respect ladies. So I really appreciate you guys to have a platform that you could have a voice, you know, and I really appreciate you girls, your ladies. Sorry.
Well, thank you so much. I appreciate you for saying
Yeah.
that. And I appreciate you
Yes.
for
So
being here in the space and supporting.
you're welcome, and I hope we can talk soon.
Sounds good. Are you following the main account as well?
Well, I follow this. I follow this
This is my backup
platforms.
account. This is my backup account.
Okay, so which is the original?
My main account is Thinker. I'll put it in the comments actually.
Okay.
Mm, how the fuck? Okay, I was like, how did I get to the comments? Hold on. Yeah, that's my main account right there.
Okay. Okay.
Mm,
So I'll give you a follow,
thank
and
you.
we can chat some more.
Yeah, sounds good. I normally go live on my main account Sunday night
Okay.
till
Okay.
I go live Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, and Thursdays at 11 p.m. Central till 10 a.m. the next morning. So the next time I'll be live will be Sunday night.
Okay. Okay. I look forward.
Sounds good.
Okay. See you guys. Have a wonderful day now until we hook up again.
All right. Thank you, Steve. I hope you have a good day.
Okay. Same to you.
All right.
Have a good day, Steve. Selling real estate
Mm,
in the sky is crazy.
like what? What? And then like this is what I'm talking about. Like they don't have the like they don't ask. Shouldn't God's like shouldn't his first off why does he need a real estate agent? But shouldn't his shit be on a whole nother level? Like why the fuck he using brick and mortar?
Brick and mortar? Really? Vinyl? Huh?
And then this motherfucker said he had tea with God. And
Yeah,
God,
T.
and God gave him permission to pre-sale land plots next to his mansion, and you fell for it.
Let
It's
them,
crazy.
you know those African princes that let them live, let them thrive. If y'all gonna fall for somebody having tea with God and selling y'all land, y'all can go ahead and send them African princes y'all hard earned 401ks and Social Security.
Right.
They got y'all.
Now that you mention it, I am seeking asylum back to my home country.
Mm.
I am a Cree.
KJ.
Oh my God. Is Marcus in the request?
Who's Marcus?
Marcus Hayes.
No.
Come on up,
Robin.
Marcus.
M. Okay, if you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box, I need to know if you're in there on accident or on purpose. If I don't see a comment saying, "Hey, I'm trying to come up," I won't bring you up. Because I don't know if TikTok threw you in there because they suspended our multi guests over some bullshit and they kept trying to take us down yesterday. So I'm leaving it up to just piss motherfuckers off. They tried to take us down.
Evan said they're trying to fill up Tinker. I don't know if Evan's
Okay. Hey, good morning. Hey, Evan, how are you? I'm doing well, thanks. How are you guys? I'm doing good. You're in the home stretch, right? Yeah. I'm standing up right now, like, ooh, Oh, you're done almost at there. Yeah. 9 Central? Okay, all right. Well, I won't keep you too long. I have like strep, but Satan's not going to stop me today. Sorry. So I'll try not to be like gross, but um, I've been trying to catch the this prompt because uh just with Jesus being the worst thing, and I appreciate you making that uh, distinction between Jesus and Christianity. Because when I was thinking about it, I I just was thinking, okay, like in our memorable history, just we don't have to go back that far. Let's say the last 100 years. Um, like I think if you ask someone, what's the worst thing that happened in the last 100 years, like globally, at least one of the top answers is going to be the um what Ava Braun's husband did. I don't know what I can say on here, thinker. Mm-hmm. Schmalkov. Mm-hmm. Um, and and when I reading through the synoptic gospels and seeing, I try to appreciate the higher Christology, but then also, as I'm going from like let's say Mark to Luke, and I just kind of see to myself this guy who's like, okay, I'm gonna copy this gospel, but we live with Romans, and this Mark kind of makes the Romans not look so good, and we want to be their friends, so maybe we could blame someone else. Maybe I don't know, the Jews. You know what I mean? And I hear, when I would listen, I used to listen to a lot of atheist debates and everything, and something these apologists always try to say was, oh well, Mustache Man was an atheist. Except he Um, wasn't though. he was a Christian. Yeah. Um, yeah, and it's not the most uplifting thing, but if someone were to read his book, um his conf, I'm not trying to say a bunch of these words, I'm so nervous. But he talks in there about Christianity, about how Jesus is the one that he's doing these things for. Um Didn't he go and to like a cave and get chosen? Wasn't he like a really goofy, nerdy kid? He ended up going to a cave with some of the generals or soldiers. He got chosen in that cave by an entity, he said, and then he came out a different person. That's his claim. oh, is that a fact? That's in a book that I read. It was called like Schmittler was elected. I've heard that. I never like looked in. Yeah, the claim is that he went to some dark cave. Some dark cave. Like he was nerdy at first. They said he was shy and wouldn't talk. He ended up going to the general took him some cave. They did some ritual. He comes out and he's like a completely different person. Hmm. That's what was in the book. But like That's wild. he was apparently, this is like I don't know, but apparently he um met the entity, met God or something. I don't know. But it was his whole transition or his election was in a cave. Like it happened while he was in a cave or something.
Oh, I mean, if Muhammad can do it, I can't. I can't believe.
Sounds like
I'm
Paul having an experience that only he can verify. And
Hmm.
exactly,
But he
exactly.
had apparently he had some generals with him though. Like he had some people with him that was in the Reich or something or the army.
Professional, yes, man.
Yeah, I mean, as far as yeah, what I wanted to connect there, or I'm sorry, were you looking something up?
No, I don't know what Oso doing.
So you're a mess. Um, no, but no, just kind of like going back to it. I just oh yeah, because folks would make this claim. And so I of course Christopher Hitchens I think had the best hitch slaps back for these, but he in his research I read his book God is Not Good: How Religion Poisons Everything. And he did a lot of research on this, and I didn't know this until I first started listening to him 10 or 15 years ago, that the Schmatzi Party's first treaty was with the Vatican.
Oh wow, I didn't know that.
His first treaty was with the Vatican, if I remember correctly. And basically they made a deal. The Catholic Church supports his party, and his party makes sure that the Catholic Church stays in control of the education system in Germany.
Hmm.
Right?
Is that is that why the Christians didn't get involved?
Yep, that's why they stayed out. That's also why the Pope celebrated and the church officially gave prayers for Mustache Man on his birthday every year.
Wow.
his first major treaty was the Reichenschundundat, yep, whatever that's called, signed with the Vatican on July 20th, 1933. The agreement was sought to formalize the relationship between the Catholic Church and the Schmatzi state, aiming to protect Catholic civil liberties in schools. Sounds like their Project 2025.
That's insane. I've heard this, but I never knew Eva Bronson's husband was that. Like, I didn't know the church was helping him
Well, I
that
Of
I
course
hard.
it
knew that
was.
I knew they didn't get involved when he was doing what he was doing, but I didn't know why. Like they stayed out of it.
Do you
Huh.
think they were scared of him?
Mm-mm, so well, I know that the I don't even want to say this. No, I don't think they were scared of him.
I think they saw what was in it for them. Oh, let's get some just
Yeah,
I mean
yeah.
power and money. Like,
Is it like more like a chess and checkers game than a I'm scared of you, you scared of me type shit?
oh, 100%. Yeah. I mean, yeah, it's both entities seeing how much power and money they can make through all of this. Um, but and yeah, so with that, just having that knowledge that they were like the Catholic Church and the Schmalzi Party they were a team, right? And um I don't eh, just going back to this being Jesus's fault, or if people didn't take this idea, this story that an itinerant preacher in the first century that everything that man said was from God, then the writers of the gospel wouldn't have been able to take their shitty ideas and put it in the mouth of this character for people to believe for centuries. You know what I mean? Just put just basically anything in his mouth, and that I feel like that's what the New Testament authors did, especially. And the worst part is that Jesus's trial. You probably remember what it's called, but when it says the people said. let his blood be upon our heads and upon the heads of our children, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that's another thing. They try to make Pilate look nice. Pilate was a monster. He was a monster. He went around like unaliving civilians if anybody like looked at him wrong. But that's the change. Okay, let's not make this the Romans' fault. Let's go ahead and make it, someone else's fault. And in this case, when they called down that curse upon him, I believe it wasn't until after the Nuremberg trials that the Catholic Church officially um, took back their um, official um, charge of deicide against the entire Jewish people as a whole. I think it was like 1960, um, but literally deicide, and that was the I think that it was the biggest. It just filled up this reservoir of anti-Semitism that just was ready to be lit on. That blood curse, I think that verse that first century dude put into was scribbled on a scroll and said, let his
Mm-hmm.
blood be upon our own heads and on the heads of our children.
Yeah.
Like I see this direct link down history
Absolutely.
to
Yeah.
that event.
Yeah. I think you're right about that. I think I kind of mentioned something like that a couple of days ago. Um, because it doesn't make sense for Jesus to even be well, not even just that, but also where he called them children of the devil. It doesn't make sense for Jesus to be anti-Semitic when he is a Jew himself. But yeah, I agree. The words that the Greek writers put in Jesus's mouth and in Pilate's mouth, and in
Mhm.
the Jewish people mouth, is what fueled that. Like it was used. I think.
100%. I mean, it's so sad that I don't know. Like just if someone had just stopped and thought for a second, hey, maybe this isn't true.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not. Maybe we shouldn't, go ahead and unalive everyone who's different, or the the Roma folks, the queer folks, the disabled, you know, ev- just I don't know. I just think that if someone could have broke a link in the chain somewhere, something could be different. But that I feel like I had a bunch else, that I thought was gonna be cool to say that I don't remember now. But oh no, just one more part. And this is just, you know, eh, fanfic stuff, but like in that moment when during Jesus's alleged trial, and the whoever decided to speak for, everyone, every Jewish person in the world calls from the crowd, blood be upon our heads, blah blah blah, and upon our children. Why didn't Jesus just go ahead and say, no, 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 this has to happen. It was actually my idea. This is kind of my plan. I'm gonna save all y'all. And so like, don't worry about your head, not especially not your kids' head. He literally, like, why didn't he say, no, 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 don't blame your kids. We're good. I had to. So, you know what I mean? Like, if this person is the person that they're trying to say, like in this story, like why would he say, no, it's okay, you're forgiven. But Father, forgive them, they know not what they do. Like, where does that go into this blood curse? Like, what? Man, it doesn't even make sense with with the character, and it's because he's a malleable character, he's a puppet character. Whatever, this person, that person, this person, that person says he said, I feel like whatever people, they have their own prejudices already, and they're like, oh, I'll take that piece and I'll leave that one, and so now I can unalive whoever I want. Sorry, my ADHD is real today, but
Oh no, it's
those are my
okay.
thoughts.
I'm good. No, I agree. Yeah, I agree. I just talking about that character. We can't like it's hard to go deep off into that.
Oh,
and not get banned. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
I'm sorry. Yeah,
Yeah.
I know. I'm sorry. I was nervous, but no, yeah, that's just my conclusion is, um, it's that's the fault of this Jesus character, and that's my claim for today.
I agree. Did anybody have anything to add to that?
No, I guess the only thing I'll say is like it does like I don't know, I didn't think about like when he talks about like Father forgive them for they know not what they do. Like why would God need to forgive them if the plan like if they were just following the plan, if they were doing what was supposed to be done, why would forgiveness be required? Why would forgiveness be necessary? They're just doing what they're supposed to do. That's why none of this makes sense.
It really doesn't, but for something to make sense, you have to like think about it, you know?
Because the goal was
Am I?
to paint
I
the,
don't
a
know.
bad paint them in a bad light and put the blame on. I I just yeah yeah.
Okay, well, excuse me. I'll hop down, but first, I love all of you. And Christina, I've been watching your lives too, and you're all amazing. And thank you for, I mean, Oso's like so, but everyone else, you guys are awesome. Just kidding, Oso. And I like literally can't thank you enough for everything you do. It was so good to hear Fee's voice last night. Oh my God, I was like crying. And the, anyways, I won't go into it because I also do some acute rehab. And I'm just so proud of him recovering that quickly. Means he's doing the work. He's doing the work for himself, for Justin is, and I'm just so proud of them. And thank you for this fundraiser. And I'll see you guys later. Thank you so much.
You're welcome, Evan. Thank you for coming up. This is how
All
I
right,
know
thanks.
Ozo ass done went to sleep again. Because ain't no way he heard you say
100%.
that.
100%.
Mm-hmm.
All right, y'all.
All right. You didn't even hear
Alright.
what he said.
Um, Thinker,
I
have
heard
you
him.
checked your super chats to make sure if you know whether you got received any or not?
Yeah, I read them out.
I was just making sure you haven't received more.
No, it don't show that
Per
I
do
have.
that.
It doesn't show that I have.
Okay.
Mm-mm. Why?
Just making sure because they like to get shout outs sometimes.
You said
Making
what?
sure. Shout outs, making sure they're read.
Oh, yeah, I read the one from J Mule a couple of hours ago. Um, let's see. Yeah, we are down to seven, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1 hour left to go, guys. 1 hour.
Woo, woo.
I am on hour 26.
Girl, take your ass to sleep.
Excitement. No, I look. I think them Red Bulls, like at first I was struggling for like 2.5, but McDonald's got my order fucked up. So I'm up.
She said, I'm up.
I had to drive back. I said, wait a minute, bitch.
Look, I'm on Oreo cookies right now.
Ain't it?
Sugar
Like,
like a
don't do
motherfucker.
me. Don't
Man,
do me. I'm on Red Bull and some fucking pierogies. Like, don't do me right now.
Stoic on hour 28. Goddamn.
Stoic, go to sleep.
So
Oh, now
what are we
somebody
doing
had a little
sunset?
party last night. They had a Corona after. Oh, you know what? This is turning into a ghetto building. I don't like it. We don't do that here. What is going on? One of my white neighbors need to see it. That'll be gone in a jiffy. What?
Y'all remember, if you are a nerd and you're in the guest request box, I need you to comment. Let me know you in there on purpose. So I don't keep saying, are you in there on purpose? Like, please just comment. If I don't see a comment from you, you can be in the guest request box.
That
Thinker,
shit
you
on
take your
God.
Oreos apart or you eat them whole?
I take them apart.
Ah, yes.
Yeah, me too.
Milk.
I
Oh
throw
shit.
them in the
Hold,
bottom of
hold
the
on, Auntie. I'm
cup
gonna
of
bring you
milk.
back up. PG was first before you. I'm gonna bring you right
Okay.
back. Okay. Okay.
I throw the Oreos in the bottom of the
Oh,
cup
Auntie,
of
are you
milk.
okay? Say that again.
I'm good, baby. I said, okay.
Oh, okay. All right. I'll bring you right back.
All right, sweet pea.
All right.
Auntie.
Hey.
She just got a
Morning,
super chat.
everybody. Thank you, LaFrederick, for the $4.99 super chat. She says, "Love your live. Keep doing what you do." Thank you. I appreciate you. Sending love back to you. What's up, PG? Auntie, good morning. What's the word? I'm over here snacking on some Oreos, trying to stay the fuck awake. I gotta get you
That's
something to
okay.
eat. They got you tired. Man. Good morning, family. Cousin Oso,
Good
Christina,
morning.
Lala,
You're
Solo. Good
Morning.
morning. I ain't gonna stay up here too long. I'm on the man's clock. I'm not at cricket, but I'm on the man's clock, so I'm not gonna stay up here too long. I just want to come up here and say, I didn't know I was deconstructing until I found Thinkers Live. So thank you, Auntie, for um, confirming those thoughts I've had since a youngin. That what I was being raised in didn't feel right because it wasn't right. So uh, yeah, I wanted to say I appreciate the community you guys built. I feel like I've known y'all even though I don't know y'all. I swear I feel like I know you. Just reading your comments. For
hmm
sure, for sure. I try to keep it. I play too much. All I do is play, so sometimes I gotta draw it back. Um, but yeah, thank you for the safe space. Thank you for all the knowledge. Thank you for all the information. Thank you for being so welcoming. Um, yeah, I just wanted to say that and let y'all know. It feels good to find people who, again, confirm the thoughts and feelings I've had for such a long time. So
You're so
that's all I
welcome.
wanted to say.
You're
All right,
welcome,
love
people.
y'all. I'm gonna hop down. I'll be in the comments.
You're so
Yeah.
welcome. Love you back.
All right.
Goddamn, Sheena, thank you for the
Yeah.
$50 super chat. Sheena said, sending this $50 to support Fee during this tough time. Thank you. You taught me so much, and now you're showing up for your friends like a total hero. Grateful for you both. I appreciate you so much, Sheena. If you send a super chat, I'm gonna have to send the money from my own bank account because I won't get that until June 21st. If you send a super chat for a fee. So thank you for saying that. I'll just give it to her out of my bank account so that I can send her all the money today. But thank you, Sheena.
Danny also said she was in there on purpose.
Who? Oh, Danny. Okay.
US.
Hey, Danny.
Hey there, can you hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I was. Oh, hey guys, hey everybody.
What's up? What's up?
So can we talk about the word arsenokotai because that word has been hanging in my head for years because I seen a documentary on Netflix. Sorry, about the elemental P people and
The what people?
the elemental P. It's
Oh,
just another name. But
From
yeah.
LGBTQ.
Yeah, but so I seen a documentary and the word was introduced because they were saying how it's been mistranslated, and I've heard that statement a lot. Like the Bible is mistranslated, and so I was wondering if queer was a word that was mistranslated too. So I see this documentary. I'm not sure what the name of it was, but I see the documentary and there's some pastors and whatnot and scholars talking about this word and how it only appeared one time and Paul didn't express what it actually meant, and so people started putting it into their own interpretations, which in turn turns into homosexuality. And so I'm just wondering, is I guess two things. The if it is mistranslated, because I've heard you say that there's other things in the book that support that they God did write about how gay is not okay in his eyes. And so how they're saying with all the other scriptures that are going against this word, how are they saying that it's a mistranslation versus Paul actually meaning that this is about homosexuality? Because one of the things the pastor gave an example of how it was a mistranslation, they were saying that in Sodom and Gomorrah, the problem wasn't because the men were trying to come to take the other male angels or whatever. It was, the problem was hospitality, that the people weren't hospitable to these strangers, and that's why God destroyed Sodom. And so all of that just falls into how sometimes I crave that community, going into church and just being around, but then I see like I'm very out and open, and I'm not going to be sad about my sexuality, but yet I see churches with flags and stuff outside, and it always makes me feel like it's a setup, like it's a kind of trap. And so yeah, but it all of that revolves back to that word, and wondering how do we get here.
Um, that that word was not so. Give me just a second. It literally just meant sodomite. Like it didn't mean homosexuality, and like Sodom meant anything, like even giving head was sodomy, right? Like it, like a woman could give head to a man, and that would be considered sodomy. Pederasty, where little boys were given to the Roman kings. At the time of how young girls are married off at their when they get to the age of puberty, little boys were married off, not married off. Little boys were given to men, Roman men of high status at their puberty, and they were used as sex slaves to men of high status, and that was seen as sodomy. But not homosexuality. Like that's the thing. Like it was redefined to include same sex, like to mean same sex relationships in the terms of homosexuality, if that makes sense. And you're right that it, like with in Sodom and Gomorrah, which what the men wanted to do is forcibly take the status away of the men who had come into the city, by having sex with them in the way that a woman would, like making them receive it, right? Because they were high status, because sex was from the top down. Does that make sense? So if somebody of high status was on the receiving end, then that they would lose their status in society.
Okay, so what I'm hearing you say is that when the angels came into Sodom, they had a high status, and these men wanted to pull them down.
Yeah, because they were foreigners, right? They were foreigners in the land, and they come in, men of high status, right? Like the text says angels, but it's to give the the intention, that not intention, but what am I trying to say, y'all? I'm so damn fucking sleepy. But it's to give the huh?
Convey.
Yeah, to convey or to give the intention that they were men of high status. And so when the men of the city, including men small and great, right? The impression, god damn it, thank you. Shit. The impression that they were men of high status. And so when men in the city, men small and great, come to beat the door down so that they can sodomize him, it's to bring his status down because they didn't want other foreigners in their land. They were already letting Lot live there,
Uh-huh.
and and so they say to Lot, like, how dare you bring another foreigner in here and judge us when this is our land. Like, we're already letting you live here, so we're gonna do worse to you than we're about to do to them. The very fact that they say that to Lot, right? We're gonna deal with you worse than what we're gonna do to them. That alone, it gives the context that this wasn't about a lustful same-sex desire.
Hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That this was a punishment or an act of war.
Okay, because I never hear that part. We never get that conversation. All we get is them beating at the door. You know, send these dudes out so we can be with them. And it I guess it just makes me it just feels odd because it's like, all right, if these pastors know this story and they're not, why are they saying this one part? You know, why are they making it seem like,
Because
you
it
know, that
serves their interest, like
yeah.
the agenda.
I guess I don't understand what is the big, why is it this the big agenda? Why is this such a heavy thing about queer? Because I, I don't know. It doesn't. It's not like it just encompasses women. I can understand how they have a disdain for women because it's just the way the Bible even writes. But why is queer just so pointed at versus any of the other things that they would consider sexually immoral?
Because it's more about masculinity. Like, we keep in mind, like, at the time that a lot of this stuff was being written, Rome was brand new, right? They wasn't. They had. They were growing as a nation, right? And so Rome's goal was male domination. The patriarchy was already had already began to be the primary system, but Rome really needed military men. Like, they really needed fighters, and for them, it was masculine men. Like, they didn't ban same sex relationships, but they frowned on them at they began to frown on them, if that makes sense, until around the 12th century CE, because they've started to really push male domination. And so that would be why, in when the early church fathers are teaching and creating oral traditions and sermons, that they use the story of Sodom and Gomorrah and focus on the fact that men were trying to lay with men. If you notice, they don't use, and the punishment that comes along with it, right? They don't use Judges 19, which is dang near the same scenario.
I'm not familiar with Judges 19. Can you tell me about it?
Yeah, Judges 19 is the story where uh, the Levite's concubine runs away from him, and she goes back to her hometown to stay with her father. And then the Levite chases after her, goes to her father's house to get her, and he ends up staying with her and her father for a couple of days. And on their way back to Jerusalem, they stay in the land of Benjamin for a night with a stranger. The Benjamites come out and they come to the stranger's house and they like bring out the Levite so that we may know him because they want to sodomize the Levite and take his status away, right? And the stranger goes, here, take my daughter and the Levite's concubine. And they say, no, we want the Levite. So the Levite goes out and he's like, take my concubine, do what you want with her all night, grape and abuse her all night. And they take the concubine, they bring her back the next day, and she's like half dead, or either as soon as she gets on the porch, she falls. You know, her hand touches the doorpost and she falls. She either dies right there or she's half dead. The Levite opens the door and he looks at her. He says, get up. And she doesn't move. So he picks her up, puts her on his donkey, and goes back to Jerusalem. And when he gets home, he cuts her body up into 12 pieces.
Yeah, I
And
remember now.
yeah, sends her out to the 12 tribes to call a meeting at Mizpah so that they can go up to Yahweh. They can go up to Mizpah, pray to Yahweh for revenge against the Benjamites for trying to sodomize the Levite.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah, but they don't use that because it's literally the same story, just about. But this is a Levite.
So, but why is the Levite? Why? I guess what's the differentiation between the story? Why are they picking out Sodom versus this story?
Because it's clearly in the tribe of Benjamin that they're not doing it out of like it doesn't give off lust. It gives off tribal war.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so the story doesn't fit the agenda, right? And then like I don't know if you were in the live for the first part of last night when we were talking about how Paul chose like half of a scripture to put together with another half of a scripture in order to create a prophecy that fulfilled his agenda to say that the Gentiles had found Jesus and that Jesus had chosen the Gentiles. Do you remember last night when we
Yeah,
read that?
yeah. I've been here pretty much majority of the time with you, so
Yeah.
yeah, I remember parts of that story.
Yeah, so it's something like that. It doesn't serve them to go and read down. I think it's verse 4 that they stop at 3. I think. Give me just a second. It's Genesis 19, right? Is it Genesis 19? Genesis 18?
Was it Genesis or Psalm?
No. The Sodom and Gomorrah story.
Okay.
Yeah, Genesis 19, and they say, Lot went to the door of the man, shut the door after him, and said, I beg you, my brothers, do not act wickedly. Look, I have 2 daughters who have not known a man. Let me bring them out to you and do to them as you please. Only do nothing to these men, for they have come under the shelter of my roof. But they replied, stand back. And they said, this fellow came here as an alien. This is verse 9. This doesn't do them any good, right? If they say, stand back. And they said, this fellow came here as an alien and he would play the judge. Now we will deal worse with you than with them. Then they pressed hard against the man Lot and came near the door to break it down. But the men inside reached out their hands and brought Lot into the house with them and shut the door. And they struck with blindness the men who were at the door of the house, both small and great, so that they were unable to find the door. It just doesn't, like, reading down to verse 9. I mean, reading verse 9, it doesn't fit the agenda for men who are trying to have sex, because verse 5 literally just says so that we may know them, and some translations say so that we may have sex with them, right? The context of sodomy for an act of like war is in verse 9. So verse 6 can get away with the incorrect translation of, oh, they just wanted to have sex. Does that make sense? Because the context is just much later in the
Yeah,
scripture. Yeah.
yeah. The story to me sounds more of a like a jealousy kind of thing because they're looking at Lot like, hold up, you a foreigner, and now you bringing other foreigners in here, and it feels almost like how I guess our country doesn't like foreigners coming in because they feel like they're gonna take over something or take
Mm-hmm.
something away. Cause I don't know, that's just what I'm hearing listening to the story versus how they're just trying to get
Yeah.
the party.
Yeah. That's what not Elijah, Ezekiel, basically says, or Yahweh says to Ezekiel. Like they were, very uh, unwilling to share with foreigners their wealth, right? Their plenty, and that's why Yahweh wanted to destroy them because they were unhospitable,
Mhm.
inhospitable to foreigners. Um, but like if I read um like, but before they lay down, the men of the
What's
city,
your food?
the huh?
I'm sorry.
But before they lay down, the men of the city, the men of Sodom, both young and old, all the people, to the last man, surrounded the house, and they called to Lot, "Where are the men who came to you tonight? Bring them out to us, so that we may know them." And then Lot went out to the door to the men, shut the door after them, and he said, "I beg of you, my brothers, do not act so wickedly. Look, I have 2 daughters who have not known the man. Let me bring them out to you and do to them as you please. Only do nothing to these men, for they have come under the shelter of my roof." And then you stop there. Do you get any context or like any idea of like maybe they're doing this out of like defense of their city?
No, no, not at all. All it just said to me, it just says Sodom was, well, at least what I was preached to was Sodom was a whole town of nothing but gay folks, gay people, and so the minute some new booty came in, they were pouncing on them,
Mm-hmm.
and so
Literally what I was taught. Like I'm not gonna hold you. That's literally what I was taught. Like it was a city for like gay people and home. Like
Yeah,
and
same here.
yeah, like I was like, oh,
yeah, like straight up and
right,
down. I
right.
was, and when I would hear people be like, "Oh, it's just like Sodom," I'm thinking like, is this where's this my gay line came from or something? Because I grew up
Bash
dang,
said Atlanta.
because I grew up thinking, well, being preached to that essentially, um, gay is a spirit, and it's a spirit that comes over you and it overtakes you, and it's the spirit of Sodom and Gomorrah. And I'm like, wait, like I got a spirit on me. Hold on, let me try to pray this off of me. And thinking that it's a essentially like almost like this genetic thing. Like you just part of this line of people who came from Sodom or something, and you just inherently bad. And so hearing some pastors or something talk about the scripture is misinterpreting homosexuality, it gave me a little bit of glimmer, like, oh, maybe I'm not this abomination that everybody's trying to say I am, and that I shouldn't just like either suffer through being heterosexual, or either just be a lonely cat lady for the rest of my life. And so but then realizing, just from listening to you and from other studies here and there, I'm like, pause. How are there churches out here with openly gay pastors, and their churches just openly gay, and they aren't, and they're saying that you're welcome, and God loves you. And I'm like, you sound like you're setting up people just as much as how the church is setting up people who might have mental health problems, or might be at their lowest of the low, and they're going to prey on them. I just feel like that's another way that they're preying on the queer community, because we are super vulnerable and we need that community, and we want that love, because a lot of times our families pull that love from us because of this book, and because of the whole Sodom and Gomorrah story. And so I guess it's like, how are they standing in the that juxtaposition of the Bible being like, nah, this is not it, but then being like, Jesus loves you, come to church.
I think it's interesting that the Bible like directly speaks on homosexuality for men, right? Like, or they insinuate that, but they don't really address it for women like that. Like they do, I think, in one verse, but not as much as they do it to men. But in the same respect, whenever there's a punishment for men, like they put it on the women, and that's a great example in 19 Judges 19 shit, and Leviticus 19. It always passes back to the fucking woman, and that's another element that I think is insane.
Yeah, yeah. Just hearing how they're always constantly being like, whenever Israel do some wild shit, they always like, you female, you woman type shit. But then it's just like, oh, that's my boy, that's my son. Whenever they doing something that pleases God, and
Hmm.
like this shit is honestly crazy. And so I don't know. I'm just sometimes I do go back and forth. Like I don't want to go back to church or anything like that, but I do like that community that the church would have at times. Like I miss listening to gospel music. I miss feeling that spirit and that flow and that energy that just goes through when you feeling the drums and the voices and all of that. You know what I'm saying? Like I miss
Yeah.
that, but I know this shit is bullshit. This is utter bullshit, and I know that somebody probably is gonna say some wild reckless shit about being gay, and it's just gonna be, the me essentially feeling like I'm in the spotlight. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to deal with that, but
Yeah.
I guess it angers me because I see these churches with the flags out. I see them like I know they're gonna be out at Pride because Pride season's next month, and so they're gonna be out there being like God loves you and all that. And sometimes I want to go over there and be like, yo, that's cap. You are literally leading our people into more bullshit when if they do start reading this book, they're going to see that there's no space for us.
That's
And so
crazy
that's
because like they feel like they have the right to do that and just um impede on y'all's existence, and that just pisses me off. And I don't blame you for dreading that.
yeah. Well, they come with love. They're always coming. They'll come with
They say that's love, but is it? Because
no.
y'all aren't standing at their weddings talking about, have you ever thought about being gay? Like, I think they think that's love.
Well, yeah, I think you know what though. It seems like the churches who are doing it are like these almost essentially failing churches. Churches the parishioners ain't there for real, and they just probably want more people to come in. So we just gonna rebrand by telling the queers in the area that hey, Jesus loves you too. They just might that Jesus just don't necessarily love you over at that church though, but over here he with the shits. And
It's
so
crazy.
go ahead.
The
No,
hell?
no, you go ahead.
Hell no, motherfucker. Ain't no fucking way.
What happened?
Jamal
Oh,
ass.
Jamal.
Oh,
How he
how your
find
behind get?
us? How the fuck did he find
I'm
us?
telling you, they will find my
How?
ass more than they
Hmm.
find Jesus.
That's what
This
he
is
said.
insane. None of
Dave
us. Well,
Chappelle
also, I
meme.
guess.
Dave
And
Chappelle
Selena.
meme
Nah,
account.
Jamal blocked. He can't follow me.
Oh, shit. How the hell did he get over here?
Hold
Jamal,
on, let
you're
me see something.
creepy.
Oh, I just blocked his ass. And watch, he gonna come back on his backup account.
That
Wasn't
motherfucker
he
blocked
part of
me
the
too.
reason that,
Yeah, he
yeah,
was the reason.
yeah. Yeah, get him the fuck out.
I already blocked him. So then to make sure he didn't get unblocked because I blocked him.
No. I hit block and it said blocked. This viewer cannot see your videos. But I'm gonna go to the computer real quick so I can block them on there.
I'm talking. When you're hitting block in here, you're blocking for this account, not yours.
Yeah, that's what I said. I'm going on the computer to make sure.
Oh, okay. I want to. Yeah, I need
Okay.
to make sure that he's still blocked in here, though.
Check the
Um.
list.
Yeah.
Thinker,
Huh?
can you look at the screen, please?
What screen? I'm looking at the screen.
Stay looking at it for a minute.
Huh?
Just stay
Yeah, he
looking
is.
at the screen, please. Don't turn away.
Be lonely.
Am I alone?
It says be
What?
lonely.
No. Just stay looking at the screen.
Ooh. Oh, shut the fuck up, do that.
Oh my
That was
God.
amazing.
Thank you, do that.
Now that should have been like a 5 minute
That was
little
so
thing.
pretty.
Right.
Right?
That was
I
amazing.
love
That was
it.
awesome.
Thank you. That was pretty.
It was very pretty.
I love
That was nice, Lala.
astronaut. Huh?
No, I'm saying that was nice, Lala. Watch the screen. Don't turn away.
I like the space gifts and the ones that go up in the air and he comes back down and goes stoom. I like that. Thank you,
Wait,
do
can you
that.
make that sound again?
Huh?
Can you make that sound again? When Howard,
I can't hear you. What you say?
like, can you make that sound again?
I'm tired now.
So we got the YouTube, man.
Right. All right, thank you. Well, I appreciate you answering my question.
Oh, you're welcome, Danny.
All right. Well, y'all have a good night. Or
Thank you.
yeah,
You
you
too.
have a good night. Okay. All right.
You too.
Easy.
All
Bye.
right, you
Bye,
too.
Danny.
Oh, can you let me down? I
Okay.
did.
All right. All right, Auntie, where you at? Okay.
Good morning.
Morning. How are you?
Content.
I am doing wonderful. I just want to come up here and say to each and every one of you, I want to call your names because I'm so proud of you all. I'm so honored to be a part of this community. So I just want to say to Selena, I love you. I love your strength. I love your tenacity for this community. And I want to say thank you to Lala. I just want to say I love your quietness, but again, your strength. You're like a silent storm, you know? And I appreciate that in you, and I love you. And I want to say to my Zena May, you're my quirky little sister who's always trying to learn, and you wonder in knowledge. And I appreciate you, and I love you. And also, my also, I just love you. And I appreciate you so much. And I just want to let you know. And I know Christina left out, but I hope she hears that I appreciate her and I love her. And I just wanted to call everybody's name. And oh, my thinker, my Capitan, my Hannibal, my Jean-Luc Picard. I love you. I love you. I love you. And I appreciate you. And I just want to call your name. And I know Bash is probably lurking. And I wanted him to know how proud I am of him and how much I miss him doing his lives. But I love you. And to Fee, I was so excited to hear her last night. It just did something to my spirit. It did something like Christina said, I felt it in my shanana. And I'm so happy that things are going well. And I'm so proud of this community, how we can come together for one another. So I just want to let you all know how much I appreciate you, how much I love you. And I don't know where I would be had I not just plumped into Thinkers Live one night and started being a stalker. But I'm glad I hung in there. And I hope, and another thing, the fact that this community thinks enough of me to call me auntie, y'all don't know what that do to me. Gets my arms to flapping. Gets my arms to flapping. I love y'all. And I just wanted to say thank you. I know everyone is tired. And I hope to send you strength, send you energy to just make it through this last little hour.
We ain't got no hour now.
Well, this
Auntie, don't do that
next
because I look.
round.
No,
I kept
uh-uh.
up with the time this time. Last time I was deceived.
Yeah, we 19
Well,
minutes
good.
away.
Oh, well, good. See there,
I
see there.
No,
miscalculated.
24. Wait, 24 minutes?
But
Don't be
it
adding,
goes live
thinker.
at
Wait a minute.
11:30.
Yeah, 24 minutes away.
Christina
But
goes live at eleven
I
thirty.
just wanted to let you all know and let you know I appreciate you. And I'm proud of us as a community. I love this community. And that's all. The old woman just wanted to let you know and call your names to let you know one by one. I appreciate you and I love you.
I love you too, Auntie. Thank
Love you
you.
too,
Love you too,
Auntie.
Auntie.
That's what I want.
Whew.
And I'm always here. I may not come up, but I'm listening and I'm following. And the only reason I don't say nothing in the chat because I just can't type fast enough. By the time I get it done, y'all done moved on. But I be trying. But I just want to say that to y'all.
Well, I appreciate you, Auntie. We love you too.
Love you.
I
Kindly.
wish it was like earlier in the live and I could just talk to you for a long time and say a lot of stuff. But my
I
brain has
know.
already shut down. And it's
I
thinking
know, baby.
about it's thinking about the next 20 minutes. And
Hallelujah.
that bed that's sitting over there.
I know. And you get you some good rest because you've earned it.
My
I don't
bed.
want to see you. I don't want to see you in nobody live no time soon
Oh,
now.
I'm
Yeah.
not. I'm not.
Okay.
I'm gonna be going to Sleepy Town.
Good.
Keeping the
Good.
party
You and
rolling
me
at
both.
Oh,
Christina's.
you can. You can,
Yeah, I
homie,
got my
because
two
your ass
hours.
got to sleep.
I got
Exactly.
two
Oh,
No,
hours.
he got,
oh, so
yeah, he
you
only got like 2
can.
hours, but you need
How
to get
you
some
bragging
rest.
on sleeping on the job, bro?
You need to get some
Failing.
rest though,
She said, "How
seriously.
you
Also.
bragging about sleeping on the
That's what I'm
job?"
And
saying.
you need to go to sleep too, Stoic.
There's a
Right?
lot of y'all need to go
He's
to
been
sleep.
rocking with us.
Hopper. Did Hopper go to sleep?
I ain't seen
Is she?
Hopper in a minute in the
Did he go to
comments.
sleep?
Okay, go. Y'all need to go to sleep. I'm gonna ask Christina who was in her live. Those of
She
y'all
just
that
say,
have
"Oh,
been up
so
for 24 hours, y'all need to go to sleep. You on
look at that."
20, Danny, go to sleep.
I'm on.
Honestly, though, I do gotta go into work for like a second. Might
What?
I have the strength of the Lord. Just I gotta go like do some things for like a couple of hours, and then
Zena.
I just gotta look at a couple of things, and then I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. It's a half day.
Same Zena.
Yeah, then I'm
Same
out.
Zena.
I'll finish the rest tomorrow.
Girl. Mary
You 90 and I'm
Polian. Thank you,
21.
Mary. $40 for fee. I don't have any of the other apps. Thank you guys for all that you do. Keep the fire burning. Thank you. I will send that over to Fee out of my bank account. Thank you, Mary. We are at I just need $8 more on the Cash App so we can get an even number on the Cash App so I can send that plus what Mary and Sherry sent. Um, the super chats. Just $8 more to the Cash App so I can make Sheena so I can make it even. If we can just 8. Don't make it uneven for me because then I'm gonna be like I need an even number. I just need one person to send
That's how
me
I am.
$8, please.
Tinker said,
That's
"Please
how
don't
I
fuck
am.
this up, y'all.
I
Do
know
not
that's
fuck this up."
because I'll pump gas, and if I get that one penny, I got to go to the next dollar.
Oh my
I'm the
goodness.
same way. I thought it was just me.
Me too. I'd
Oh, I
be
got to
doing
go to the
that.
next dollar.
Jarian said she did it. All right, Jarian
Okay,
said she did
Jarian
it.
says she
Round
said
numbers after that.
awesome. Thank you. Okay. I know from what y'all said to my Cash App, y'all did good. So y'all, if y'all maxed out hers, then y'all did good. Thank y'all. I appreciate y'all. And I know some people used Venmo, some people use PayPal. Like I said, mine originally through PayPal. So I know we did her good. And I just want to say thank y'all so much. I
Absolutely.
appreciate y'all so much. And this is what community is about. Putting
Yes.
your hearts, your minds, your bodies, your wallets where your mouth is. Like we sit on this app all day and we talk about the shit that that ain't quite too right with the world, and we can complain all day. But if we don't, attempt
It's done.
to do some stuff about it, thank you. Um, then we're no different than the things that we talk about. So I really do appreciate y'all, and I'm so glad to have met y'all. Whether I've met y'all in person already or I've met y'all here online, I'm so glad to that this is where I am in life right now. So I appreciate y'all so much. Auntie, do you have anything else? We got 2 more people in the guest box because in 15 minutes I am gonna shut down. I don't care who on stage.
Yeah, okay. No, baby, I'm good. I'm good. I just want to just let y'all know. Just call your name and let you know. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
We love
All
you.
right, I'll be here listening.
All right. Have a good day.
Thinker, your
Bye.
your profile picture is in your CA
My it has
Mm-hmm.
the old
avatar.
yeah.
Okay.
Let me down, sweetie.
I got you.
All right.
All right.
Oh, and I checked. He's still blocked.
Okay. There are 4 people in here, and I am going to prioritize nerds. Cause I love ya. What's up, Delamore?
Hey, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Yay.
What was that?
Good.
Huh?
Did y'all hear
What?
that?
What?
Y'all didn't hear that sound?
The fifth trumpet.
That's what it sounded like, didn't it? It sounded
I
like
didn't.
a noise. Did it go from one ear to the other? Also, shut the fuck up.
Mm.
Shut up, also.
Why you even go down the line?
You made me feel bad for a half a second there. I was like, oh fuck,
Oh my
oh
goodness.
no.
Like y'all didn't hear that? It said like a
They
zoom.
said the audio went wild for a second.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that.
I didn't hear nothing
Y'all
either.
didn't hear that?
Mm-mm.
Did you get a
Uh,
notification?
no, I'm on do not disturb.
What did it sound like?
Like a zoom. Like a. Stop asking me to say that. Who? Y'all think y'all slick? Oh my gosh.
Shit is so smooth too.
Sure.
Sound like shoo.
You just did it too. I hate when people give me like that. I'm like, God damn it.
Who the hell said 58 cent? I'ma knock y'all out.
Oh,
Oh
they deserve to
wow.
be knocked out
Y'all
for
don't
that.
do this to me.
How she gonna get
Y'all
back
don't
What?
at me?
understand.
Y'all funny.
I didn't know you could send less than $1.
Nah, they must have said like I don't know. We're at
Foreign currency or something.
yeah. No. How the hell did it get? Nobody said 58 cent. How the hell did it get to that?
What?
Is that
More than the 8?
844.58? Like how the fuck did it get to that? Man, can we get it to an even number? I told y'all don't get it. We need to get to an even number.
I sent the
Can we
even.
get to an even number? Huh?
Well, how much what do we
We're at
need?
844.58. Now I was gonna send 800. Now I need to send 900. Can we get to 900? Can we get to 900?
Clock's ticking. We got 14 minutes, people.
What's that? 30. We need $36. 30. We need $35 and 40. 40,
Not
50,
from
41
44,
cents? Huh?
right?
Huh?
Not from 44.
30, what?
Like 50
Th-
something
Uh,
dollars.
okay. I can't think. 42.
What
Yeah,
you say this?
$42. What?
You
Hold
say
on.
we're
I
at
can't think.
844.58.
844.58. We need
Right. So that'd be like
$62?
50.
That's
52?
no
I can't
50. That's
think. Shit.
55.
Okay,
It's
I
like
see.
51 and some change. 51.40 something.
55.
It should be better. Look at it now. It should be better.
Okay.
844
All right.
58.
That make it better.
You said 844.58.
No, that's 904.99.
Wait, god damn it.
Y'all gonna try who the fuck said 99? Ah. Okay, don't say nothing else. Y'all gonna drive me crazy. I just need one penny.
Look,
I said
Don't
40.
say
I'm
nothing
you
not
else.
can't even
trying.
add
I'm
that.
not
You can't
trying.
even add that to your cash.
Right.
Okay, just stay right there, and
Oh
I'll send an
man.
even 905.
They can say y'all fucking me up.
Oh my goodness!
Listen,
Trying
when
to
Look,
be
you all you
heretic,
gotta
like
have
funny.
a
it's got to be
number.
1,000. Heretic, go send 100.
Close the
God's in
doors.
100.
Go send 100,
You got it.
heretic.
When them numbers hurt, man,
I'm
people
sorry,
don't
Astronova.
understand.
I got you. My bad. I got distracted.
Yeah, Cash App, Don Thinker. Don Thinker. All right. I'm sorry, Delamora. What's up, love bug?
No, it's okay. Yeah, I just been outside lately and getting therapy, but I had a Cleo moment. No shade, too, like 3 weeks ago. So I thought I had this just like a little tea, like a hee hee. But I thought I had blocked my mama, but she had called me again and left me a voicemail, and I was like, um, I was just like, bruh, this is like a cute little I need something. So like, mind you, I haven't talked to my sister, so I called her. And I was like, hey girl, what's going on? She was like, oh, nothing. I said, why am I getting called from her? Like basically she's calling me doing all this like crazy stuff. And she was like, oh, maybe because she feel bad, and stuff like that. I was like, no, it's something else. She was like, oh, it's maybe because I told her like I'm giving her a year and a half and then I don't want to live with her anymore. So I don't know what she's gonna do. And I said, oh. I knew it was something. So my sister said, like, remember when I told you, like, in November, she was calling me saying that she need my help?
Yeah.
So my sister that month told her, like, girl, I've tried it. I don't think we can live together. So, I'm gonna give you 2 years or something to get your stuff together. And we just gotta part ways. And I told her, I was like, girl, I've been told you y'all can't live together. Like you repeating the same thing over again, but I mind my business. And she was like, I know, I know. People gotta go through that. I said, well, girl, you've been going through this twice. Like I don't see how you manage your employees and you going through the same thing twice. But she was like, yeah, she's gotten worse. She's being combative, blah, 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 all this stuff, which is not my business. But I knew it was something. It wasn't like somebody feeling like redeemed or like she lost her child or whatever. It was basically, bruh. Well, technically, she's not going to be homeless because she got a paid off house. She just thinks she's too good to live in that house because of the area that it's in, which is dumb. But I'm guessing like the well done ran dry with my sister helping her, so now she's trying to find somebody else to help her. But I
And,
knew it
and
was
she think that somebody gonna be you.
Girl,
Did you block her after this, or is she still unblocked?
I did. I don't
Okay.
know. I need to call Verizon. I thought I did from the carrier. But I did send a message to my sister. I was like, girl, tell her she's no shade. Like, I'm mourning her right now. So
Yeah.
she no longer exists to me. And she was like, oh, okay. And she was like, was telling me some stuff. And I know I could tell, like, my sister wanted to talk, but I was like, girl, I'm not even finna follow it with you because me and you still have some stuff that you don't want to address, but I'm not here for it no more. But yeah, I knew it was something because at first, remember I told you I did feel bad when I left. I was like, maybe I should talk to her, whatever. And then I was like, it's something. And now I found out, and I felt good. I was like, bitch, I mean, girl, I got my aha moment because I knew it was something. It wasn't no, oh, we haven't talked. We need a stronger bond. I miss my child. It was, I really need you to help me or take care of me.
Wow. Well, I told you she was gonna end up trying to do that. Yeah. And you kind
But
of
my,
knew she was gonna try to do that too, cause you kind of felt like she was kind of alluding to that, right? The last time you talked to her.
yes, because it's like, you didn't call me when things were good. Like, mind you, like, they got into it before. Like, it was like a lot of court situations between her and my sister. And like when my sister came back, I was trying to be the mediator. And I was like, don't repeat this again. But ever since like my sister came back, like she pushed me off to the side and was like, I guess, because my sister was like at that point, like helping her again. And I told her like, let me get myself together. I can help, but I can't help how I would like to help. But she was being impatient. That's neither here nor there. But then, like, soon as my sister started like taking over, it was like, girl, move to the side. We don't need you. You get what I'm saying? But things were going good, and now, like, she's at supposedly her last drop, in a sense of like, she's not working right now. She hasn't worked for like a year and some change, and now somebody's telling you like they don't want to live with you, and I don't feel bad because like I stated before, she has a paid off house. Like, you can not pay rent. You choose to like you want to stay in a certain area that you really can't afford. And no shade, nobody really can afford it. But like you have a paid off house, but you think you're too good to stay in that house, and somebody's saying you. And then she was like, yeah, she's trying to emotionally manipulate me too, saying that she'll go live under the bridge. And I was like, girl, let her. Just put some nice furniture under the bridge. She'll make friends. No, because you have a house. It's not like you don't have nowhere to stay. You have somewhere to stay. You just choose not to.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. I think you're doing the right thing.
at this point, I don't think I'm doing the wrong thing. I'm like I said, I'm over it. Like I told them, I was like, I'm putting myself first
Yeah.
in a sense of everything. Um, I I don't know how like I was like I feel like y'all doing it because if y'all reaching out, I don't feel like y'all reaching out genuinely. Y'all reaching out because your blessings don't want to be your quote unquote blessings not trying to be stopped, or a pastor is saying, because that's what she said, that God told her not to give up on me or telling me that I love you. And I was like, well, girl, tell her, since you about to kick her out, ask God to find her a place.
That part. That part
So
right
that's
there.
what it was. That's what it was, and I knew it. But that's another thing. Like my counselor said, it's kind of sad to know that it was a motive behind it instead of like being genuine in a sense. But I feel no ways tired about it. I just wanted to give y'all like a little Cleo moment because I knew that that was it. It wasn't because of I haven't talked to my child in so long. Where are you? It's like I need help. I need help. Can you help me? I don't care how you doing, but I need help. But other than that, I wanted to say keep up the good work. I guess you're doing a lot for the girls to be blocking you and taking your stuff. So keep up the good work, y'all. That means a lot, and that's all I have to say.
Yeah, well, thank you for coming up, Delamora, and continue to go strong. And I'm proud of you
Thank
for
you so much.
getting into therapy, following through on your plan, keep working the plan.
Yeah, I had all,
And
and then like I told you, I know, like I already brought my tickets to go to Colombia, in December. So I'm
oh, it's
going for like
December.
11 days. Yeah, I'm going for like 11 days. I'm still going to Spain in October.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, I'm gonna go for like 11 days. I already text my goddad and text my cousin, and yeah, we'll see how that go. I'll just like keep y'all updated. Like if y'all don't hear from me in 11 days, call somebody. But
Definitely.
no shade. I'm like I have so many emotions because like my grandma not there, she's dead. My dad is not there. Like my aunts and stuff is there, but it's just like normally my dad would be there or my grandma be there, so it's like I don't have that feeling. So it's gonna be different. It's very
Yeah.
interesting. I don't know what made me do 11 days, but we gonna see.
Hey,
Um,
have fun,
Right.
explore, live it up.
right. Yeah, I'm gonna go back to certain towns that I remembered and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, and also like I took a screenshot of the Cash App thing that y'all put on like yesterday. I will send it probably between tomorrow or Sunday, something. If that's gonna be, it's fees on, right?
Yeah,
It's her. Okay,
Yeah,
I'll
the one
send
from
it.
yeah. Send it
earlier.
to me.
Okay, I'll
Yeah,
send it to
yeah,
her. All
yeah.
right. But yeah, that's all I gotta say. I just wanted to give y'all that little key.
All right. Well, thank you, and I hope you have a great weekend. Okay.
You too. Get some rest. Let me down.
I got you.
For
Yeah, I am barely
real.
moving. I'm barely moving. Namaste,
Yeah.
namaste. Thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says thank you for all that you do. Wish I could send more for fee. We appreciate what you have sent. More for fee in the Congo. Thank you so much. Namaste. What did I miss something else? I think I got all the super chats. Did I get all of them? I did. We are at our $1,000 mark in this cash app.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
Woo!
good job. Good job. Thank y'all
Yay.
so much. I don't know how much fee got, but like I said, y'all maxed out what y'all could send there. So that means y'all did the damn thing. Whatever y'all did on Venmo and PayPal, I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all so much for the 1.5 million likes on the main TikTok, and they didn't take it down. That TikTok hit 24 hours like we said it was gonna do, and then we are at 825,000 likes on here. If you are still in the guest box, charge it to my sleepy ass eyes and not my heart. But I cannot bring up another guest right now. I can't because I can barely think. But I promise on Sunday night, just come back. Let me see who in here. Heretic, Dragon, Slimbrowski. Come back Sunday night. I got you. I'll bring you up. I love y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. Also, Selena, Lala, Zena. Thank y'all so much for rocking out with us all night long. To those of you that stay with us for the 24-hour, thank y'all so much. Ria, I appreciate you so much. Y'all don't forget the fundraiser doesn't stop for Chad. The link in Ria's bio. If you want a ticket to the event in Maryland, what is it? Ben Gurney?
Glen Burnie,
Glen.
Maryland, off of Indian Head Highway, 30 minutes from DC.
Yeah, Glen Burnie.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can get your tickets and at the link in Ria's bio or on the Discord. And if you can't make the event, you can donate to the cause to build a transitional village in Chad to help displaced refugees. Chad has over, I think she said 20 million refugees, and they are already a city on the poverty line. And when you're on the poverty line and and you don't close your doors to people in need, hey, that's who needs the support.
Right.
You feel me? That's who
That's
needs the
facts.
support. Yeah,
Absolutely.
yeah. But I love
Yeah,
y'all
that's
so
facts.
much, huh?
I said, no, that's facts.
Yeah. I love y'all so much. Thank y'all. I will see y'all Sunday night. Go Christina goes live at 10:30. Don't forget it's her birthday weekend. Her Cash App. Make sure y'all continue to support. I know we this has been a busy weekend. Don't forget that. Carmen, you put that in the Discord and self promote.
Yes.
Okay. If not this weekend, if anybody, if you can, Carmen's son was in a real bad accident. If you are able to, that's in the self promote. I love y'all. I'm gonna go to sleep. Go to bed, stoic. Go to bed. Also, go to bed. Zena, after you get off. Lala, Selena, Hopper. Y'all go to bed. Those of you that I know been up all night.
I
Brian
can't go
and
to bed.
Ethereal, I know y'all been up all night. Go to bed. Thank y'all so much to the YouTubers. I
Love
love y'all
too.
so much. Thank you, Brian and
Love you
Ethereal.
too.
I'll see y'all Sunday
All
night.
right, love y'all.
I love
Bye,
y'all
Love
too.
you
Ginger. Bye,
guys.
Kim. Bye,
Bye.
y'all. Love you guys.
Bye.
Ginger said, get the fuck out.
No,